If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It sure is, Claire, and yes, you're thinking it. It's right. It's Hump Day!
Oh, Hump Day.
And this is also Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Dagoff, a.k.a. the Fastport Studios, with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, we're right in the shadow of where trucking radio actually got started, got moving and grooving and happening. Hey, so as you know, from Tuesday to Wednesday is kind of Dad Day too. There's like a 12-hour period in there, 24-hour period from like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, it's not 24, but it's more or less, where I kind of, get off. We have a meeting. I get off of work. I go get my dad. Go take him to get his hair cut. Doing that thing. Still got chestnut hair at a whopping 82 years of age. Take him to get his hair cut. Do a little grocery shopping. And then he's got physical therapy the next morning. So I don't roll in late, but I come in later as opposed to rolling in late means like where are you? Coming in later is like, hey, see, on Wednesday, coming a little bit later.
Yeah, if you get 6:40, I'm less like, I'm sending out search warrants and everything.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm sending you a message being like, hey, dude, it's Wednesday, it's hump day, it's the day for, Dad's physical therapy and all that kind of stuff. I'll get to the whole intro thing here in a second, Drake. Give me 1 second. We're at the Dorianax doing his grocery shopping, and they got the music playing. Not the music, it's actually the music itself. Something by the Doobies was playing.
Yes.
And I'm saying yes, too. My dad goes, I hate this kind of music. I'm like, what kind of music? The Doobies? He's like, no, yacht rock. And I went, yacht rock? He's like, I hate it. It reminds me of Ludes.
But what about Ludes?
I'm like, yeah, Dad, taking him? He goes, no. It reminds me of the kind of people that took Ludes. And I'm like, okay, fair enough.
And all I think about is Wolf on Wall Street with just Jonah Hill just being like, shoes, shoes.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. So it's like, I'm never going to forget that now. Anytime I hear the Doobies, I think about my dad being like, I hate people that take Ludes.
Well, that's like anytime I hear the song, oh, God, what did I just say with Bonnie Raitt?
Something to talk about.
Yeah, something to talk about. I love that song. One of my favorite songs. My girlfriend cannot hear it in the car because all she sees is Will Ferrell and Step Brothers.
You know what I think about when I hear something to talk about? I do think about Will Ferrell and Step Brothers. I also think about A Beat of Golden.
Ooh,
clarify. That was my first, one of my drinking memories is, having a beat of Golden.
Oh.
Which is,
I was like, what? Yeah, no, I was like, what is a beat of Golden? Clarify. But,
well, yeah,
okay.
the beat of beer that's their light beer.
Yeah.
I'm saying? Not light beer, but it's their golden beer. And I just think about having, a summer day. Let's give them something to talk about. Hey, it's kind of nice, you know what I'm saying?
Nice.
But it's not summertime. It's fall. And in fall, we really encourage people who are enjoying the fall to be both a shower and a grower. A California grower's 2,346-pound pumpkin was dubbed the top gourd at the 2025 Safeway World Championship Pumpkin Weigh-Off in Half Moon Bay, California. We've had those guys on the show. Remember with the regatta? Where you hollow out the pumpkin and you row across. Those guys have been on here. Santa Rosa man, Brandon Dawson. I mean, this sounds like somebody who would be like Half Moon Bay, Dawson's Bay, whose 2,465-pound pumpkin was the runner-up in the 2024 weigh-off, took the top spot at this year's event. Travis Geinger, who won last year's contest with a 2,471-pound pumpkin, said the pumpkin that he attempted to grow for this year's weigh-off ended up splitting earlier in the season. Man, it was this big. You should have seen it. Give me a break, pal.
Yeah.
No, but he did attend the event. He came without a pumpkin just to cheer on his friends.
I got two things. First off, that sounds like a gourd of the old time. Yeah. And then second, how big are those seeds, you think?
Oh, my God, man.
Do they get big? Like the pumpkin?
No, you use them to murder people in alleys. You just throw them at people's heads. Listen, Dawson was awarded $21,114, meaning they give you $9 per pound of pumpkin. Speaking of pumpkins, this is another kind of fall into fall story. Officers can confirm that Cinderella's carriage did, in fact, turn back into a pumpkin just after midnight in Parma Heights. police in Ohio shared body camera footage of the pursuit of a giant inflatable pumpkin that broke free from the front of a local home and went rolling through town. Parma Heights Police Department said in their social media post, officers found themselves in hot pursuit of a giant inflatable pumpkin.
How do you explain that?
We got a pumpkin here. We got a pumpkin. I don't know what the number is for that. Actually, I have to.
Yeah.
No. Give me a second. Let me think about how you'd call that in.
Yeah, what's the code?
I should know that, by the way. It rolled through town the early hours of last Wednesday. The body camera footage shows the pumpkin being held in place by the side of a road by an officer and a member of the public. I got it! I got it! I got it! The officer explains he had been chasing the pumpkin down the road. I was pretty much in pursuit, the officer says. The police ended up stuffing the pumpkin into the back of a patrol car for transport back to its owner's yard.
We got a BP. We got a big old BP and a big pumpkin.
I got a BP 1014. BP 1014. 1014, of course, is the date of today. October the 14th. Not 14th. It's the 15th. See what I'm doing there? It's the 15th. It would happen on the 14th, though. It's the 15th. Lose your heart to iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube. Really fun. Our good friend, the Turtle, Touchdown Turtle, said good morning to our two biggest chatters, which were Marshall and our good friend Trucker Boston. And then, right on cue, our third biggest chatter, Joe J, walked in. So good morning to all of you guys and everybody that's kind of rolling in there.
We're going to start doing a competition on that because I love seeing, like, number one, number two.
I know. Hey, if you want to, you got to look out for number one, but don't step at number two. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life on Live 365. Be a free floating radical on RadioNemo.com or ponder all the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms, as you might do not only for this show, but We Should Write, which is also happening today.
So
we'll
excited.
dig into that in a second. This is Road Gang Radio. Zebulon 5 ain't got nothing on this. I don't care what kind of burlesque shows and what kind of trucking space hubs they've got. It's a poser situation over there. This is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, and you can be part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick. You can join the gang, as some already have done this morning. That's 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, and we have one call so far, so jump on in.
And by the way, all of this, as Dre has pointed out, has been broadcast and will be continued to broadcast from the Fastport Studios and also the Franklin Studios. But the Fastport Studios here at the historic Edgar Degas House, and we're only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. I mean, jazz has been here longer, but trucking radio's got a pretty good tradition here in the city of New Orleans. And really quickly, because we would not be doing our diligence if we didn't, you all know Fastport. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, but most of all, Dre, who do they do it through?
Oh, gosh. Tell me.
People. They do it through people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, and all the folks over there, Dave, Gina, all those guys. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more all about those folks at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. And as we always do, Charles Jones, Macy Matiste, and Mark Scriven are the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence finalists. Congratulations to them.
Congrats.
Great Americans all. An old friend is returning today in the second half of the show. Mr. David Owen is going to be stopping by. Did you get a chance to look at the game that this guy Rafe is going to be bringing on? The Zone.
I'm excited.
Oh, you guys should be excited. It's a really cool game. It's a simple game. It's got a great engine, like the game that our good friend Stroker Ace loves so much, Gloom. It's one of those games where you play to lose. And that's okay. That's part of what he wants to kind of teach people, that losing sometimes can be a good thing. It's a great value lesson. We're going to go to the phones. Who do I got first up?
Oh, man. I thought you were going to talk about him when you said old friend, but, man, Christmas is here.
Santa. Good morning.
Hey,
When people find us, they
guys,
never
how you
leave.
guys?
Good morning, dude. How you doing?
Really. I'm all right. You're kind of right there about playing games to lose. Marriage is one of those games you could lose at.
Oh.
Depends on who you're marrying.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's like, what is it? There's a whole bunch of guys out there that you realize, of course, when you get married, you're actually putting up a surrender flag. We were actually talking about this, and by the way, nobody here practices this kind of stuff. We were making fun of people who say, I have an open marriage, and we're like, no, you don't, dude. You just cheat with no consequence. Shut your pie hole.
Yeah, she can't be with anybody.
Yeah, she
but I'm
can't
gonna
be with
a lot
anybody.
of people.
It's wide open for me. Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Hey, how you doing? What's been going on?
Not much. It's been a busy summer. It's a different summer, put it that way. I've been dealing with tariffs and other things, and plants trying to close, and because they can't get product. And it's been a busy summer, Jimmy. I'll tell you, it's not good. Things are going to get slower for us, but that's all right. I'm game for that. I'm getting old.
What is it? What is it? You tell the economy, hey, economy, you're slowing down just in time for my aging. I really appreciate this, by the way.
Well, I get more sleep now. You know how that goes, and so.
Yeah, it's one of
those things.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it too. Sometimes things slow down, and you go, I wish things would pick up a little bit, but you know what? I can also use the rest. It's like that moment in Ghostbusters. We'll go to jail peacefully, quietly. We'll enjoy the rest. It'll be fine. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
What's happening though? What's happening with you? What are you doing right now?
Fill us in.
I'm right here. I'm down here by Philly on the 476. Story of my life. This Pennsylvania traffic. It's always the same. Never changes. These stupid people just seem to cut in front. I like the guys that go all the way from the hammer lane to the get off ramp. I'm still trying to figure out how nobody stopped them from doing that yet.
Well, have I ever told you? Have I ever told you who those people are? I actually have a name for people who go from one side of the highway to the other, just like and then turn the blinker on at the midway point. I call them the "I won the war" crowd, where it's like, well, I single-handedly won the war I didn't serve in, so here I come. I mean, they just literally roll across the highway.
Well, here in Philadelphia way, they don't even put the signal on; they just go. So you don't know where they're going.
It's like what is it? Brad Bentley and I have talked about driving in Boston. It's like driving in Dublin. When in doubt, accelerate. And yellow means go really fast. And and it's like New Orleans too. If you use your blinker, people are like going, "Why are you telling me what you're doing? It's not my business." It almost becomes confusing when you see a blinker. Sometimes you're like, "What are you doing? I don't even understand what I'm looking at right here." Santa.
So
go ahead.
When you go to Boston,
Uh-huh.
I don't know how many times you've been to Boston. But if you ever looked up the financial of the people in Boston, how much they make compared to the rest of the country, they're one of the lowest incomes.
In South Boston, yeah. In South Boston, it's brutal. But like, there's parts of it too, and like Dean and I have talked about this. South Boston is brutal, but around the university areas, the Harvard, MIT area, it's brutal. It's like so high. It's like people living in a different stratosphere. But yeah, Southie's brutal.
Yeah, it's kind of funny but if you look at the financial, like the actual income, like in the country, you'll take a look at that and you'll see that they have the lowest income in that area. It's just weird how they could have it, and you think that, oh, well, you might get it in Louisiana, you might get it in Mississippi, but it's not. It's right there.
Hold on, let me look this up. Per capita income, Boston. Let's see.
It's
100,880. But
yeah.
For the city of Boston specifically, the per capita income was 50,344. Well, there it is. The Cambridge-Newton area, the Boston-Cambridge-Newton area is almost 100,000. It's cut in half when you simply look at Boston proper. It's weird. He's right. I think it's Southie. I really think it's Southie, Santa, that really does it to it. It's kind of like if you'd had if half of Los Angeles was Compton. I think it's kind of like that. I think it's kind of like that. That's crazy. That's a crazy. All right, okay. I'm gonna sit here and talk all morning with my friend who I haven't heard from in forever. I got to do this break. I got to take care of the pledge, the national anthem, and all that. But man, it's good to hear your voice. And by the way, Jim and Joanne come here every other week. You should call during them. We'd love to hear from you, brother.
Yes.
What day are they on? I don't even know what day they're on.
I'm gonna look it up. It's all the whole thing's a blow. What you got, Dre?
Do me one favor. Well, do me several favors. Don't be a stranger. Call back anytime. And also spread the word, man.
Let people know where we are.
Don't worry. I will spread the word. I'm easy. I talk to Chowder on a regular basis.
Oh, man. Don't we all?
Of all people.
We love them, though.
Thank you, Santa. And by the way, it's your season
Have a great
coming
day.
up. You too, man. Good to hear from Santa.
Okay.
All By the way, Marshall says, no slowdown for me. Keep running out of hours before I do the miles to run. Marty Ellis, of course, who I was talking about yesterday with Jamie Jones, he's really tech savvy. Guy's on top of stuff. Good morning to the gang from him. The Paranormal Pie Man is mentioning the fact that Mongo is just a pawn in the game of life. Yes, he is. Speaking of pawns in the game of life, we got a cosmic moment coming up from our good pastor, by the way, to remind us of how small we are in this big thing we call the universe. But we'll do a little pledge, a little national anthem, a little bracing cup of Java from John, and away we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Well, good morning. Hey, we made it to the middle of the week, and so we're excited. Why are we so excited, Pastor John? We're excited because we know that this is the day that the Lord has made, and we should rejoice and be glad in it. Now look at 2 Peter chapter 3, verses 8 through 9. 2 Peter chapter 3, verses 8 through 9. He said, but do not overlook this one fact. Peter's already got something to say. And I'm going to show you something in this text real quickly, too. He says, do not overlook this one fact. So he's got your attention. And to make sure that you and I understand who he's talking to, he says, beloved. And when he says beloved, he's talking to saints. He's talking to Christians. He's reminding us, and he's pleading with us and begging us, because he says, but do not overlook this one fact. And then he calls us beloved. So what he's telling us is we are the children of God, so we need to make sure that we listen to God. Watch this. He says that the Lord one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. Now listen to me. He says, don't be in a hurry. Because you got to think about what he just said was, with the Lord, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. He's saying time does not mean anything to God. Now listen to me. Time, T-I-M-E, he's saying really don't mean anything. But T-I-M-I-N-G, timing, does mean something. Timing, the timing of God in your situation, the timing of God in your life is always critical. Why? Because God's timing in your situation and God's timing in this world is what God is using to keep us abreast of how he's moving and what he's moving into. Now, I want you to listen to the rest of the passage, and that's in 2 Peter 3, verses 8 through 9. Then it says, the Lord is not slow to fulfill his promise, as some count slowness, but is patient towards you, not wishing that anyone should perish, but that all should reach repentance. So what he's saying to us, God is giving this world timing to make a change. He says, even though at this point in time in your life, you may not be doing the things that God has called you to do, but when the timing is right, God will prick your heart and challenge your heart and challenge the way that you think to make to make you conform to what He's expecting of you. So my brothers and sisters, always remember, always remember, time does not contain God. God contains time. Think about it. Let it marinate. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and be safe in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Whew, our truck drivers couldn't resonate with a better message, huh?
Oh, good morning to everybody out there. Let's take a moment of awareness, a celebration of the National Day. It, by the way, is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. Since '97, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. And these days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to... And I'm thrilled that this is a day that Santa gave us a call, because it's a perfect day for him. To honor the world's favorite grouch, Oscar, from Sesame Street, it's National Grouch Day. It was created on October 15th. And by the way, it's a perfect day for a lot of our friends out there. Marshall, I'm looking at you. Although the one difference between our grouches and that grouch is you're all kind of a bunch of softies inside. It's a day to celebrate all the grouches we know, to embrace the grouch, the inner grouch that lives within inside of us. On this day, no one can stop us from complaining, being irritable, or wallowing in misery, because that is what grouches do. But the day also teaches us that it's good to spend time processing negative emotions. And by the way, get out there on social media and put that hashtag grouch out there. I'm serious, guys. Let's make it a grouchy day on social media for people. We will air the grievances at 615-292-6366.
He said it, 615-292-NEMO.
Let's merge a little bit into the traffic of today's Road Gang Radio, shall we? Guys, we have open phones all the way until 8 o'clock this morning, and we're kind of excited about that, by the way. Tech Talk is how we're going to start it off with the Braz and Jack Legler talking about recommended practices. Jack's a longtime friend of the show as well, too. Education Station welcomes back, longtime friend, young lady, Missy Blair, who'll be joining us. David Owen of Nastic is going to be stopping by to talk to Lindsay and I. Going to be honoring Lindsay, by the way. They're going to be giving Lindsay a little shout out here because of all the work that she has done for the trucking industry. Guys, many of you who know Lindsay from being on the show and may know a song or two from her don't realize all the work she's done for the Highway Angel program. She's done a lot of work to make sure a lot of you guys are taken care of. She doesn't make a big deal out of it, so David Owen of Nastic is going to stop by the studio to make sure that at least she knows that other people know what a big deal she has made to help those of you out there who are in need of help or in need of recognition. Just because she doesn't make a big deal doesn't mean she isn't kind of a big deal. And then finally, this is really cool. Rafe D'Amico is going to be taking us into the zone. It is a really cool and very easy to learn board game. It's a fantasy horror board game is the best way to describe it. It's a lot of fun, and he'll be here to kind of dig in there and tell you how sometimes it's okay to lose. It is more than okay to lose. It ain't okay to lewd. I'll tell you that right. For those of you just joining us, by the way, my father just had this weird moment. We're literally shopping in the Dorianax, which I call Whole Food for Yats. It's like Whole Food for Cajuns. It's like all these people talking like this and all these people talking. It's got the best liquor store in the city of New Orleans.
Okay.
I will take you to Dorianax sometime. When Chelsea comes in, I'll take you there. It's like a day. It's an experience because half the staff is old school New Orleans. The other half of the staff are special needs.
Oh, that's beautiful.
People with Down syndrome and autism.
Yeah.
They bring them in, and they're the ones doing the bagging and the smiling and the welcoming. Best bakery in the city of New Orleans for a lot of people. Nice little diner. But it's also got a big liquor section that's so big, it's a liquor store. I mean, it's just straight up a liquor store. I've always wanted to say, if you ever want to go and see what New Orleans was like in 1977 on a Saturday afternoon, go to Dorianax.
Ooh, sign me up.
It really is that kind of... So we're walking through, and my dad's just like... Some Doobie Brothers song was playing. I hate this kind of music. The Doobie Brothers? No, yacht rock. Well, why do you hate yacht rock? It reminds me of lewds. Were you taking them? No, people who took them. So, I mean, it's okay to lose. It ain't okay to take lose. We got any Let me get Showtime on the phone here real quick, because we got enough time to kind of enjoy that and luxuriate in it. Don't forget, guys, you can call on the other side of the break as well. Hey, Showtime, good morning to you, brother. What's on your mind with SCOTUS?
I didn't know if you heard, but there's an upcoming court case that is going to look at like Amazon and Super Ego and these companies who hire contractors, and then when they get in a big crash, they go, "Oh, it's not our problem. We just hire them."
Oh no, my friend. I've actually, I'm with you. We talked about this story just a couple of days ago. Tyson Fisher's got a big story on it as well too. It's a big deal.
I didn't know if you knew about it.
It's a big deal, and I'm glad you brought it up though, because it really is on the docket to talk about today on the other side. It's a big flipping deal, and yeah, I mean, are in fact carriers are brokers, are organizations responsible for the people they hire, and they're trying to be like, oh, it's an individual contract. That's not how that works. They're going to get them, I think. I think they're going to get them. You know why they took the case, right? Because 3 courts ruled on it. 2 said that they weren't. 1 said that they were, and the Supreme Court finally said, okay, we'll take it. At that point, the Supreme Court stepped in. I got to tell you, man, it's something really big is changing here, and this is one of those things, Showtime, and I'm going to get myself in a little political trouble. Everybody's to blame. Previous administration, the current one, the one before that, which was the current one, it goes back a long way, man. This is all coming to a head. All of this is coming to a head really quickly because this.
Well, it started small, but then the last few years it's just snowballed, and that's the problem in it. I heard about it yesterday on American Truckers United.
Yeah.
They were on Sirius XM on Slater Radio on Breitbart talking about it. That's how I learned about it.
Yeah,
he was talking about that and the big sting out in Oklahoma with ICE and Oklahoma Public Safety.
Yeah, and what's really interesting too. Is that Tyson's got another story. By the way, there's and I'll get into this on the other side of this. There's a company in Texas right now who literally both Texas and the federal government are looking the other way in regard to visas. I mean, dude, there's a lot. I mean, it's really interesting what's happening right now because I follow this stuff. Dean and I follow this stuff, and a lot of you guys have pointed out to us what's going on. So we hear anecdotal stories about the people you talk to and the people you see. What has happened is that there have been some laws that were written with the best intentions where people sat down, man, and just looked at loopholes and then drove Mack trucks through them, dude. And we're now at kind of the pinnacle of all of this, from the non-domiciled stuff to what it is that Amazon is doing. There's a lot of companies out there that are playing real games and essentially have turned a skilled labor position into slave labor, and it's got to stop. Yeah. It's got to stop. Yeah. And it's all going to come to a head. By the way, those are really cool pictures. How many of them do you have?
There's 6 on this load. This is load number 2 of the week.
Oh, fantastic.
So I was kind of proud of myself. I got in there yesterday. I pulled in my parking spot at 10 a.m., and at 2 o'clock I had all 6 pulled and loaded and was pulling out. So I was kind of proud of myself.
Do me a favor, by the way. Would you say this is Road Gang Radio, and Dre, would you please hit that music to take a break or something like that?
This is Road Gang Radio, and Mr. Andre, let's go to the break.
Nicely done, by the way. He gets it. Showtime gets it. Thank you, Showtime. Madison with a T has just walked in wearing a Pink Floyd T-shirt because she's awesome. We'll be back on the other side of this. She was already here. She's not late for work. Just walking in from the back. She actually takes notes and keeps me honest. I love those horns, man.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Oh, you are. So listen to that woman and subscribe, but also give us a call.
615-292-6366.
That book ended with Nemo.
End it with Nemo. Just kind of close it out with the Nemo and give us a call. We have another half hour open here. Did this on purpose. Trying to, by request, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed this, we've been so rack-packed and stacked in regards to guests, especially in the first 2 hours. We got so many phone calls last couple of weeks that I told Claire we're going to start trying to make an effort at least one day a week, and we'll figure out what that day is based on our regular recurring guests to try to give a full hour at some point for calls. I mean, there was a couple of days ago, maybe it was last Friday or something, we had like 4 phone calls like at 20 after and couldn't get to them all.
Yeah.
Sometimes we actually, I told Kevin Lindsay, who actually is really amenable about this, I'm like, Kevin, sometimes we're going to take a call before we actually bring you in. He's like, you do what you want, man.
And he's great with it.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's great. And don't ever forget, by the way, guys, if we're ever talking to anybody, any guest about UFOs, about maintenance, about anything, you're always welcome to give us a ring. There are a couple of exceptions to that. The one show where we don't take calls even during the guests, and we don't take calls even during the non-guest parts, is Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write. We'll be talking about that a little bit later on this morning. It's because it's a deep dive conversation. And by the way, that really is developed a life of its own on podcast platforms. A lot of people are going back and kind of listening to it in its total. I'm also going to encourage you guys out there to remind yourself that both for Nemo's Night Beat and for We Should Write, that your voices are important. We're setting up actually separate emails for Night Beat to make requests for Dave's show for music, and we're setting up a way to kind of go directly to Lindsay as well too with We Should Write and Road Gang Radio for you guys to make requests of the guests you want to hear. When you call and you tell me, I'm not an administrator when I'm on the show. I can do it. Here's the thing: I can do administration when I'm not on the show. Dre and I do a lot of that at the end of the show. But if you tell me people you want to listen to when we're on the air, dude, we're going at the speed of light around here. But don't ever forget that you can always write us at weekends at RadioNemo.com and let us know what's going on. We'll get some new emails for you really shortly, too, so you can go directly to the source and let both Dave and Lindsay know the kind of music you want to hear. By the way, she's keeping it real now. He's keeping it real then. But sometimes, if you notice, they flip it. She's a student of the industry, and he is a guy who is very forward-faced and looking forward to the future. And speaking of honoring Lindsay for all the hard work that she's done and that she continues to do for people in the trucking sector. Guys, let me make this really clear. Nobody's ever said anything counter to this. I want to make it really clear, though. There's things that she doesn't have to do. I mean, she'd be just fine. She's got a great life. She has really put herself out for all of you guys out there and has never asked for any sort of aves vehement. So when David Owen said he was going to stop by and talk about ways to honor her as an ambassador for the trucking industry, it means a lot because it means that she's being seen, and she's being seen for something that she has never tooted a horn about. She makes a big difference in a lot of people's lives. She's developed a lot of relationships with the victims of tragedy that she doesn't make a big deal out of, doesn't talk about. There's a lot of truckers who have been through some really tough times in their lives that Lindsay has worked quietly behind the scenes to make sure they get taken care of. A lot of highway angels and heroes that she's made a stand for over the course of her life. And David Owen And all of our friends at NASTIC have seen that kind of play itself out. So he's stopping by to kind of start the process of making sure you guys know. And for all the credit she gives you, she deserves a lot of credit herself. Go ahead.
Well, listen, after that last We Should Write, Jimmy, I've come to realize what we need to get Lindsay to do.
What's that?
She's got to drive a truck. Because her last interview on We Should Write, she was just like, man, one of my favorite things about you, you drive a truck. She's like, my pictures are on trucks, but I haven't taken them.
I do. And my brother, as you know, my brother Ryan, who you got a chance to meet, he looks like a truck driver.
Right?
I think Marshall might have, he looks like a truck driver because he is one, along with a lot of other stuff that he does. But, man, I'm telling you, dude, when I had to move across the country, I didn't hire movers. I hired my brother.
Yeah.
Straight up. And he's like, I got it. He came in, he did. I mean, he did it. He didn't do it for cost. I mean, we had to take care of him across the way. But yeah, I mean, we can get Lindsay on that. By the way, Morgan, who does all of our social media, desperately wants the CD out.
Dude,
desperately wants the CD out.
Man, same here.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, they're good things to have, and they're going to be even more important things. I'm going to tell you right now. I think the future of trucking, in many ways, is the future of what fire. Everybody thought the fireman was on his way out, on her way out. I think people now realize the people who are firemen and firewomen and all those other groovy things in between, those people are the future, because they're EMTs, often they're technicians. There's a lot of stuff that those men and women can do, and that's where the skill set is headed. That is the human being of the future, the person who can handle the machinery, speak the languages, deal with customers as a representative and an ambassador, and continue to deepen their knowledge of the world around them. Mm-hmm. That's what the future is. And by the way, that's all of our phone callers too, by the way. Think about the experiences these men and women who give us calls have.
Oh, God.
I mean, the backgrounds these people have, both in regards to technical acumen and intellectual acumen. You get a sense of what's out there and what needs to be out there.
And a lot of people pretty much incorporate them with being like unintelligent, or they make comments about that. That is far from the truth, 100%. Because every day what they have to deal with, what they have to think of in a split second, and then the math and everything I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh, no, I'm telling you, man. It's like it all begins with, it's funny because, Kevin was talking about this yesterday on Maintenance Matters, and I have a serious problem with the way trucking is presented in movies.
Yes.
Because the irony is when it is presented right, trucking are villains. I don't mean that that's the right way to present it, but the only time I've seen them really get the technical stuff right has been when there's been a trucker who's a villain.
Yeah, yeah.
The only person who ever gets trucking right, well, there are two people who get trucking right in movies that aren't about trucking, one of which is James Cameron. He gets it right in regards to what exactly it is an 18-wheeler does, what a tractor-trailer does in Terminator 2. But then again, he drove a truck. Ridley Scott also, another truck driver. John Carpenter's movies get it right, too. Yeah, Ridley Scott was a truck driver.
I never knew that.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a reason why Alien plays so well as a truck movie.
Ah, yeah.
There's a reason why he gets that stuff really right. And then, of course, James Cameron is the second director of the second Aliens, by the way. But Kevin was right, man. People do not represent the trucking industry properly.
Yeah.
And the saddest part about it is, look, I get it sometimes. There are times where nobody wants to see, there's certain versions. If you saw what goes on in a real courtroom, a lot of times it's incredibly boring. So we get to the exciting parts. We just show you the kind of fun stuff of what goes on in courtrooms. But what happens in trucking is not just that they don't show you everything. They don't show you anything. That movie Rodeo, by the way, got it right. Remember that Canadian movie where we had the director on?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, she got it right. But then again, she's the daughter of a truck driver.
Yeah.
So she's inclined to get it right. Road Games gets it right, too, with Stacey Keach and Jamie Lee Curtis. But a lot of films don't get it right, man.
Well, I think
they just don't get it right.
Well, and just doing like a little side note with just like having a point of view of a trucking background or just knowing of it. And it's like, it was one thing I totally forgot as my first experiences of driving a vehicle. It wasn't a car. It wasn't a golf cart. It wasn't it was backing up certain trailers and all that stuff for semi-trucks. But it was learning how to drive my brother's dump truck.
Which, by the way, is one of the great gateway drugs to becoming a truck driver.
100%.
As Jody will tell you.
Yeah.
By the way, if I ever made a movie, and I'm telling this to Madison right now, our future award-winning filmmaker back
100%.
there. If you're going to make a movie about truck driving and the main character is a truck driver, this is what I would tell you. Up front, I would open the movie with a pre-trip.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would open the movie with a pre-trip. I would put dialogue in that pre-trip. I might have two characters talking, but one of them, if they're a truck driver, have them talking while doing the pre-trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if you notice this, but like in Star Wars, they do a better job of pre-tripping than they do in a lot of truck driving movies.
Yeah.
I mean, watching him and Chewie kind of go to work to get stuff kind of up and running. They do better focus on using the Millennium Falcon as a vehicle and as a character in that movie than a lot of truck driving movies do. They don't talk about any of the... Kevin's got it right. They don't get it right, and that's just the case of the matter. If we're going to get it right, we got to make sure that friends like Lindsay Lawler get the support they need and the promotion they need, because the more promotion Lindsay gets, the more that she can go about the business of promoting the industry, which she does with a passion.
And amen to the fact that she is going to be honored like she is, because she highly deserves it.
She highly deserves it. Absolutely. Okay, Dre, so, we do talk about trucking here, not just existentially and not just theoretically, but we talk about it in regards to the news. So you want to give me some breaking news here?
Breaking news!
Truck drivers who are not citizens or permanent residents but are otherwise in the country legally are no longer able to renew or obtain their CDLs under new rules issued by the FMCSA. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's emergency interim final rule restricting non-domiciled CDLs was issued on September 29th. The FMCSA has specifically accused California, Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington of improperly issuing non-domiciled CDLs. I have to tell you, I am not always a fan of this administration. I'm going to be full up and honest with you. I think that Mr. Duffy and hopefully Derek Barrs, who seems to be in line, I think what they're doing if you notice what is really great about that, that's not playing games. Sometimes the way that partisan politics plays it. That's everybody. That's blue and red right there, Dre. You notice that?
Yep.
California, blue. Colorado, blue. Pennsylvania, could go either way, purple. Don't want to make people angry, still going to make people angry. Good for them. South Dakota, red. Texas, red. Washington, blue, of improperly issuing non-domiciled CDLs. Now that rule has been issued, truck drivers in California are beginning to notice the effects, and some trucking company owners say they are worried what it may do to a potential driver shortage. A potential driver shortage. I wish they would. Would it be nice if they just were honest? I don't know. We're going to have to actually spend money on truck drivers. What are we ever going to do?
That'll be the day.
I got to tell you, once again, it comes down to the fact that who will tell the people. I mean, if you want this to kind of work for you guys, you got to be honest with people. The reason stuff costs is because you got to pay people to do their jobs.
Yes, that's with anything.
Oh, wait, here's a better idea. How about the guys at the top take a little bit of a pay cut, and that way the consumer don't get hit, and that way the truck driver don't get hit.
And that'll also be the day.
That'll be the day. Little Buddy Holly. Little Buddy Holly. We got a little bit of a phone call. Who we got?
Oh, man. Speaking of Buddy Holly, Marshall Platter.
Marshall Platter stole the high life. What's going on, man?
Hey, I just wanted to point something out. I wrote a little text about it, but you should look into, I think it's BlackRock is the name of the big giant hedge fund company and stuff, and a couple other things.
Yeah.
They are creating tremendous problems for firefighting. They cannot get parts for their fire trucks. They can't get new fire trucks. I'm talking about 2-year delays in order to get their equipment, and it's all being done on purpose so that they can overtake the industry. Check it out, look it up and see if I'm lying.
No, I don't think you are, man. And I have to tell you, the attempts by private. Look, I'm a big believer in the private sector. Anybody knows me? I'm a capitalist with a capital C. I got to tell you, there's some things though. Don't play games with public safety. Don't play corporate games with public safety. It's a bad scene. I'm aware of a little bit of it. I'm gonna dig in a little bit further though. There are things I want to get to that you guys remind me I got to get back to. I will take a look at that. Go ahead.
The other thing, I sent you a picture of the pumpkin I got the other day. If you look through your messages, you'll see it right now, man. I had to fight them kids to get it, but I did get it. So
fantastic. By the way, Marshall,
joke, by the way.
Marshall, what I'm going to do is when we get off the phone, I'm going to have Dre pick up. I'm going to give you the same deal I give Showtime and Trucker Bosun and other people, where you can just send me. You can send me picture text directly by messenger. You've never like violated my trust or anything like that. So we'll get you a direct line to me so you can get me pictures directly. That would be awesome.
Just have Dre send it to me on Facebook or something, or in Messenger, because otherwise I'll never get it down. I'm driving and I'm eastbound and the sun is killing me.
Oh man, I have to tell you, I don't know what it is. I can deal with almost anything. The only thing that ever makes me car sick is actually driving into the sun. It's like for some reason, even if I have sunglasses on, even if I have shaded windshield, I just always I get almost seasick. because of the sun. Because I think it does something with my equilibrium. I don't know about you.
I don't get seasick. I just get blind a couple of times. And I mean, I've got the darkest Ray-Bans you see me wear 'em.
Right.
You can get, and it's still, when it's at this time of day, it just hits you like somebody's shooting a light right into your face. So.
By the way, I have one more funny dad story that since you're here, Marshall, I have to tell. So we're at Dorignac's, and my dad, of course, because of his age, and by the way, he didn't use his cane yesterday, which is a really exciting day.
Nice.
Did the whole day without a cane. But we parked in the handicap spot because I don't want him to have to use his cane. Okay, so I go out to the car, and I take the basket of groceries, and I'm loading them up. And my dad is talking to somebody. And as I'm getting in the car, this old lady walks by and she goes, "You're incredibly selfish. I know you have a handicap spot. I know you do. But there's no reason you should be parked there if you're by yourself." And I hear behind me, "Hey, lady, first of all, I'm here and I'm limping. And second of all, he actually qualifies for the American Disabilities Act. So shut the hell up."
Nice.
My dad had a day. My dad had a day yesterday, man. It was Grouch Day come early. Marshall, where are you headed into the sun?
I'm headed, well, I'm about to go past Lindsay's house here in a few minutes, or 20 minutes.
Still creepy.
And then back down south after that on 65 to Huntsville, Tanner, Alabama.
Well,
You know me, back and forth with Polaris. Like I say, my business hasn't slowed down.
and by the way, I really like your boss, by the way. I don't know him, but I really like your boss. I keep up with all that stuff. Sometimes it's good to know the boss, and sometimes it's good to actually have the trust of the boss. Marshall, I got to get to some more news here, brother, but I will. Dre will actually message you directly. We'll get you my phone number so you can get me those pictures, okay? Thank you, brother.
All right. Thank you.
Always good to hear from my good friend Marshall. Dre, you want to break some news again for me?
Oh, gosh. Breaking news!
A Texas logistics company received several H-2B visas for truck drivers. This came less than a month after Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced a pause on worker visas for truckers, so saith Tyson Fisher. On September 30th, the Department of Labor's Board of Alien Labor Certification Appeals, that sounds like a real sort of like Orwellian thing, approved San Antonio, Texas-based JAV Logistics application for 23 H-2B truck drivers. Administrative Law Judge Lauren Boucher's decision overturned a previous denial from August. JAV Logistics applied for these H-2B visas in July. The company stated it needed extra drivers after acquiring more trucks and commitments to partners from October 1st to November 15th. How about you go hire some really qualified drivers who live here? Okay, just saying that. The application was based on peak load needs. Federal regulations require JAV Logistics to show that it regularly employs permanent workers and needs temporary staff due to short-term demand. The company had to prove that these temporary positions wouldn't become permanent. So JAV Logistics submitted payroll, delivery, and sales reports for the last 2 years. It also included letters of intent and corrected job order. Historic payroll showed a decline in hours in October, November. Deliveries were high in August, and sales peaked in September and March. All of that outside of the requested window. It really, like I'm telling you, man, you stir up a hornet's nest sometimes. And here's the thing sometimes that happens. And I'm not suggesting this is what's going on at all. Sometimes you target one thing, you go looking for the bad apple, and you turn over the barrel, and the whole barrel is rotten to the core. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you think you're going to have to do a little surgery, and you end up. Sometimes you take a sledgehammer to something when it only needed a scalpel, and sometimes you go in with a scalpel and realize, man, we got to pull everything out. Sometimes things look fine on the outside, or maybe one or two problems, and then you get under the hood and realize there's all kinds of issues here. This is a hornet's nest, and sometimes this is really crazy. It's happened under Democratic, Republican administrations where they went in just to do a little something and realized that the whole thing was rotten to the core. One of the things I really hope comes of all the stuff that's going on right now with the non-domiciled stuff, with the visa situation, with a lot of the wish list that OIDA has put together, I really hope. Okay, so yesterday we were talking with Andy McGrillen from that UFO podcast, right? Yeah. It was a great conversation, and I brought up the Rendlesham Forest incident. And like I said, you can look that up, guys. I'm not going to do all the heavy lifting around here, and that's a separate show. The Rendlesham Forest incident, Trey, which you should look up, by the way. It's really fun. It's one of those things that it's the kind of stuff that you like watch documentaries on YouTube about, like at 11:30 at night. so you can't go to bed for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Basically, it was one of those kind of UFO events. It was 1980 that you can't deny.
Okay.
In the sense that it's one thing if a bunch of people who are practicing Wicca are out in the middle of the woods and they see funny lights. It's like, yeah, dude, you were doing lewds. It was 1980. It was lewd time. Lewds. Listening to too much Michael McDonald and doing lewds. This was something different. At Rendlesham, it was RAF Woodbridge, which meant there were a lot of U.S. personnel there. And during that event, a lot of U.S. Air Force guys stuck to their guns and they tried to say, oh, it was experimental aircraft. No, we would have known about that. Well, it was a lighthouse that had, they literally tried to say that it was a lighthouse that had gone on the fritz. And they're like, these are trained U.S. personnel going, yeah, you need to listen to us right now. That's not what we saw. And the word got out before they could do the thing where, never mind, after further consideration, we've realized we were wrong. But those folks, a lot of them were kind of, didn't get promoted. A lot of them didn't get to move on. A lot of them got singled out. There's a lot of people that are owed apologies. So why am I saying that? Why am I telling you about that?
Tell me.
Because a lot of you guys, and I believed you. You heard me say it, by the way. I believed you completely. A lot of our friends believed you, by the way. Lindsay believed you. Dave believed you. A lot of you guys were saying there are problems out here. Showtime made that call. Marshall made that call. Santa made that call. Jim and Joanne have talked about this in much gentler ways. Running into people on the road while like, why do you have a CDL?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here?
How did that happen?
Jody talks about it in a different way, like the idea of looking at people who really don't know what they're doing behind the wheel.
Yeah.
And don't always seem to speak the King's English.
Yeah.
Don't even... So the guys that actually do some work around here, the laborers, who, by the way, are all legit, they have a little fractured English. They understand English, dude. Yeah. I can talk to them, and it's like their accents are thick, but they get it. I'm not talking about that. A lot of you guys have been making phone calls over the last few years and telling me, there's some people out here, what are they doing out here? They're not safe. They seem scared. I don't mean like surly bad hombres. I'm talking about scared people because, Trucking with a White had talked about this yesterday too, that, one of the really good things is a lot of people in the industry understand it's not the guys driving, it's the people hiring them. And a lot of you guys are going to be owed an apology really soon because a lot of you guys were told that's not happening, or you're seeing a one-off, or you're taking one experience and turning it into everything. There's a lot of people out there that are driving on the roads who they're getting off, who they're taking a close look at, who shouldn't be out there. And, I got to tell you, some people are going to be owed an apology when this is all over with, and some of them are going to be you. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. We have a few more minutes. Jump on in.
Don't forget, Robert Braswell and Jack Legler are going to be here to talk about recommended practices for another edition of Tech Talk with TMC. If it seems like we just had it, we didn't. We had it last Friday. We had a special edition of it because our good friend Robert is a very busy man and asked for a boon. And so it, of course, was granted. He wanted to come in on Friday, not last Wednesday, but it's back to his regularly scheduled time. So he's going to be dropping in with Jack Legler, and they're going to be talking about some recommended practices stuff. Immediately after that, speaking of getting the right people on the road, Missy Blair is doing just that. She's going to be joining us for Education Station. When we come back to start making a life, our good friend Lindsay Lawler is going to join us in the second half of Road Gang Radio, as she always does. We're going to be actually hanging out with NASTIC president, the head honcho over there, David Owen, is going to be joining us. There's a name from the past. All the old gang is coming back like Santa did this morning. They're going to be kind of awarding Lindsay some recognition as an ambassador of the trucking industry. And then Rafe D'Amico is going to be joining us. He is the creator of a wonderful new creepy board game called The Zone. It was a request. Like I said, sometimes I get stuff for me. Most of the time we get stuff for you. This is one of those that was kind of for me, as it were. as it were. Dre, the other day, so I kind of wanted to dig into this as well, too. We've been talking about, taking care of yourself and all that. It is National Grouch Day. Do you get angry at yourself for complaining too much ever? And by the way, I might have an intervention right now.
Golly, dude.
Do you ever get angry at yourself for maybe complaining too much or yelling or screaming or carrying on or like, I need to get over myself?
Oh, yeah, nonstop, especially whenever it comes to people close to me, like my mom and other people, that it's just, hey, these situations aren't going to change. I don't need it to I can't let it affect me to the point to where it's making me treat someone that cares so much about me bad. And, yeah, I catch myself because growing up, I had an anger problem, and I was put in certain situations. Well, I put myself in certain situations where I had to had the law get incorporated. So over time, I put things into place to never put myself in that situation again. So now everything else just kind of like everybody else goes through, especially with the trucking industry. I know these people go through it every day, these people. But I basically have to sit there and just take a step back because we all get overwhelmed at times. So yes.
And by the way, I'm going to tell you something. Provided you can control it and provided you do it in what I call a controlled space, whether it's with a therapist or a pastor or a trusted friend, or even giving us a call over here. Mm-hmm. We do know that people that actually use profanity on a regular basis, there is some causal belief that it helps you live longer.
Yeah.
What it really is, it isn't about curse words. It's about people who are willing to express their emotions and not give way to rage. When you find yourself enraged behind the wheel or enraged in your daily existence, it's because things are out of control. Yeah. It's because you actually don't know how to manage your emotions. Yeah. A friend of mine once said, she told me, she went, I'm triggered. But she stopped and she said, I want to make sure you're clear on this. She said, I'm not saying that you have to stop because I'm triggered.
Yeah.
She said, do you get it? She goes, I'm triggered. And she said, nobody uses that term properly. Triggered means that you can't control your emotions. It doesn't mean that you need to be issued a trigger warning. That's your problem. Being triggered is your problem. Being abused and reacting towards it healthy is their problem.
Yeah. I've had people come in my life where they use it in a way that I dig, where it's just like, hey, I'm letting you know that I'm working on this and this certain thing triggers me. And I don't want you to feel like it's your fault.
Boom, that is it right there, man. That is it right there, because it's like that's a very different way of using that term, and it's the proper way of using that term. It's like, it is not my obligation to guard against your triggers. Now, you can come to me as a friend and say, hey, look, I get triggered by this stuff. I did that with you one time in a meeting, by the way.
Yeah.
Where we went into a meeting. I said, look, this woman we're going into this meeting with triggers me, man. She just sets me off like a Roman candle, dude.
Yeah.
And I said, the moment she talks, she's going to say something that's going to actually trigger me. And I told Dre, I said, when you see it happen, I just need you to look at me and just put your hands down, like, bend your back when you're pitching.
Take a breath.
Take a breath, man. That's very different, though. You don't have a right to be like, you need to remove my triggers. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Ice cream really bothers me. It triggers me because it reminds me of the time that my dad. Shut up, dude. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for letting me know it's not my problem, so I can enjoy my ice cream.
Exactly, because it's one of those things where if we all just take that step back, we take that breath, or even put yourself in those people's shoes and just taking a second before you're jumping to the gun, because that's one of my biggest things lately is I'm getting mad at family members of my mom that I'm just like, look, all day, every day, you tell me what you need from me or you tell me what bothers you, but then I'm automatically getting mad because I'm like, well, you're not respecting what I need.
Oh, that's a big one for me.
Yeah.
Man. That's a big one. What I actually call it, I have a term for it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I call it goose gandering.
Yeah.
It's where you get gandered, where it's like, give me a break, dude. What are you talking about? You can't talk to me like that. You talk to me like that every day of your life.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'm supposed to respect you because you're older and all that stuff. And I'm like, yes, I understand. And I do that to an extent. But whenever you just straight up disrespect me for just because you're in a mood, I'm stepping away.
One more thing. I tell people, I don't respect your age. I respect your wisdom. And when you refuse to excise wisdom, I don't have to respect you.
Amen to that. And one last funny statement is my mom made this where she was just like, I love it because she's like, man, I love how now, hey, you got to respect me, but I'm still silly and I don't know a lot of stuff. But hey, man, I like that you got to sit there and respect me because I got gray hair.
Is there anything better? You can get that music if you want to before the brass gets here. Is there anything better than when an older person says, hey, I need your opinion on something, and they really mean it? You will make an ally for life if you do that with young people. Amen. It's why I ignore Madison all the time. Yeah. I'm just seeing if she's listening.
I don't care if she has a T in her name.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back on the other side with the Braz. Mr. Braswell is coming with Jack Legler. Look busy. Recommended practices headed your way.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey, by the way, the longest running segment on any platform on RadioNemo, anytime RadioNemo has been on the air, the longest running segment of all time. Tech Talk with TMC continues to roll forward. Big heads up, by the way, on both LinkedIn and on the Book of Face and on my own personal accounts. We're going to be sharing that playlist. There is a building playlist of the Tech Talks since they have moved with us over here to our new platform at radionemo.com. And of course, Tech Talk, tmc.trucking.org, always means the Braz. Robert Braswell, the Executive Director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, is joining us as he always does. He's bringing an old friend of this show as well, too, with him, a guy that we see often when we go to conferences and see Robert. We can always be guaranteed to seeing this guy. Hey, Robert, good morning. Welcome back as always.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy Mack. Great to be back here for Tech Talk with TMC. And, I was listening to the segment just a minute ago. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. Well, what happens if you don't have hair? You got to think about that permutation you have to figure out. So anyway, we'll skip that for a second. Get right into the topic. Today we're going to talk about some of the many recommended practices that we have new coming out of the stable of our task forces and study groups. We have over 550 recommended practices. We try to cover them, one at a time on the program, but we thought it'd be kind of neat to just do kind of a recommended practice roundup, talk about some of the new ones that are going to be coming out in the next few months, particularly the ones that pertain directly to driver issues. And joining us on the program today is our technical director at the Technology and Maintenance Council, Jack Lawler, to give us the lowdown on all these new developments. But before we get started, we'd like to let our listeners know about our special offer this week. And with the topic being recommended practices, we thought preventive maintenance makes perfect sense. So we're offering a PMI for technicians manual once again for the discounted price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can get it by calling our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo. Get it for that special price. Also, if you want to get the entire recommended practice collection, have we got a deal for you? You can join TMC for the discounted annual dues of just $150 if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet with 100 or fewer power units. You can get that for about $300 off the regular price, and you'll get that plus many other benefits that'll really be a good addition to your operation. And if you're interested, just please call that same toll-free number if you want to sign up with us. And of course, at the top of the program, we always remind our listeners, Jimmy Mack, that any TMC recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinions of a company, nor TMC unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Jack Lawler. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Good to be here.
So we got tons of recommended practices coming out of the meeting from Raleigh and from our previous annual meeting in Nashville in 2025. They'll be appearing in our 2026-2027 recommended practices manual. That's going to be probably a 4-volume set by the time we get over it, because it's probably going to be more than 5,000 pages when all is said and done. But we thought we'd highlight some of the ones I think are probably of most interest to the listening audience. And let's just start with some of the ones like this one, RP6 or RP363B. It's been updated. It deals with underhood thermal event prevention. That's vehicle fires to you and me.
Well, that's right. And this is like one of the many of the 22 RPs that just finished the appeals process and are now cleared for publication. This is an oldie but goodie, if you will, that's been updated to keep pace with all of the design changes that have happened over the last 5 or 6 years. Underhood maintenance underhood thermal event prevention is really important. Anything can catch fire under that bonnet if it gets hot enough. And there are plenty of things with compound turbocharging and increased combustion temperatures and all of the air treatment. There are a lot of hot places under that hood.
Yeah, and that's the issue. It's gotten even hotter ever since the pull-ahead engines back about 20 years ago. And so we've had to keep pace with the technology, with packaging and things like that. We're trying to do things to improve that underhood temperature reduction, right? You want to make sure it's not too hot under there because, back when the pull-ahead engines came out in 2003, 4, 5, you were even having things like washer fluid receptacles boiling over. It's just crazy.
Well, that's true, and any of those fluids do have. You would think, how can a coolant catch on fire? Well, yes, they can, which is actually kind of interesting because one of our other new RPs actually deals with the selection of coolants for battery electric vehicles. We're seeing a lot of last mile vehicles, thousands upon thousands of them in the field now, but all of those require coolants. And as we get up into the class vocational vehicles that we're seeing coming in on electric now, those coolants are important. They will catch on fire just as hot. And definitely you don't want to start a battery electric on fire because some coolant came in contact with a hot part, not to mention all of the high voltage components that are around the battery pack that also are in play under those new types of vehicles. So RP363B deals not just with the combustion temperatures, but also the likely places where that could happen, making sure that you've got your air ducting correct to keep those turbochargers cool, and of course maintaining your thermal blankets on all of the exhaust components and air treatment components, because anything can literally catch on fire if it gets hot enough.
So talking about the conventional, diesel engine setup, there's typically a cold side and a hot side. The engine left side is the cold side. The engine right side is the hot side. There's a number of inspection points there for the idle condition, the regen condition, and the normal operating condition that you want to keep in mind when you're doing your preventive maintenance, so you minimize the chance that some of these areas will have a thermal event at some point during operation. And some of those things you want to look for are kind of like your hoses, your lines, your fittings. All of those connections need to be good. Those hoses and lines need to be in good order. Leaks are going to be a problem. You talk about the boiling point of some of these fluids. They can catch fire. That can be the ignition source for a thermal event. But also, there's things like the exhaust area, the turbo, the after treatment. All those are potential sources for a thermal event, aren't they?
That's right. So yeah, the two parts of it, keeping the hot side less hot, and then keeping leaks and anything that come in contact with those hot things contained where they're supposed to be, inside the hoses and every place else that they may be. And interestingly enough, is an RP that we just started working on is we're actually talking about dielectric fluids in place of conventional glycol-based solutions for cooling. That means actually using oil to cool. That's going to make this problem even more interesting in the future as we see those things coming into transmissions. Actually, transmissions are going to be cooled by the oils that lubricate them. That's going to be even more of a challenge as we go forward.
Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about another recommended practice that deals with the cab. That's a new one called RP446, in-cab gas detector specifications. This one covers carbon monoxide and smoke detectors for the cab. You have them for your house and for your business. Why not have them for the cab as well?
You would think that would be almost a no-brainer, but we've been working on that RP for several years, trying to get it just right. What's the right standard for those devices? They're common in your house, but they're not common in a Class 8 cab. So what are the standards that those things need to comply with? Where do they need to be ideally located? How loud should they be when they issue an alert? You don't want to deafen the poor driver just because somebody lights up a cigar when they shouldn't have, for example. So that's what that RP deals with. It's the practical application of existing technology into the truck cab.
And this is a good example of where you have to work with other organizations to accomplish a mission. In this case, Underwriter Laboratories, UL. There's a couple standards that they had to modify in order for this kind of a product to come to fruition for the trucking industry. So, for example, there's a standard out there for smoke alarms. That's UL 217. Well, that's been modified recently to meet the needs of in-cab use for over-the-road tractors. That didn't exist before. Also, UL 2034, that was a standard for single and multiple station carbon monoxide alarms. They also modified that one to meet the needs of the tractor environment. And the RP goes through a lot of the details as to what you should look for a carbon monoxide detector or a smoke alarm. You just can't go take one you get in at the hardware store that you're meant for your house and just plug it into the cab. It's probably not going to work properly because of the different power source. You're talking about DC versus AC powered. If you even use an AC power, you got an inverter involved probably. So there's things you need to do for that environment. It's just very different rolling down the road than it is sitting in the house.
That's right, and that's one of the advantages of our system is many of our study group subject matter experts from the OEMs and the suppliers also sit on those other organizations' standard committees. And that's why I say this one actually took several years to develop because there was a lot of back and forth between UL and our various manufacturers and, of course, our fleets. So fleets wanted it, but having it just right, as you said, there are a lot of factors that come into play when you're designing a new component into a Class 8 cab.
There's vibration testing that goes into these special models that you wouldn't necessarily have with one that's in a house environment, for example. There's certain temperature ranges that are probably a little bit more extreme than you would see in a typical domestic setting. And there's an expectation in the recommended practice that says when you're looking to get one of these things, the anticipated life of the monitor should be about 10 years. So if you're interested in getting some of this technology, take a look at the record of practice, that specifications, see if what the manufacturer is offering matches up. And if it does, it's probably a good product.
Exactly.
Another recommended practice that we've updated that goes back quite a ways, but of course, cab designs change, is RP404C. That's Truck and Truck Tractor Access Systems. It basically deals with the entry and egress of the cab itself.
That's right, and there's a lot of upfitting that goes on in vocational as well as modifications across the life of a medium heavy duty truck, and we want to make sure is keeping that RP up to date and making sure that the cabs are accessible but also safe. Safety is always the important thing, making sure that the driver can safely and comfortably get in and out of the cab. So the location of the steps and egress points are very important. So it's not just the current vehicles, but it's also when you're thinking about changing, or a manufacturer, OEM, is thinking about changing a design, is that has to be taken into account in their designs for the future as well. Both the side as well as the back of cab entry and exit points, because, of course, if you have to get access to the back of the cab to get access to your chains and hookups, air hookups and power hook and the 7-pin connectors, and especially if you have for example, if you've got a CNG powered vehicle, then you may have your CNG fuel stacks back there. So all of the access for inspection and maintenance on a daily basis is really important, and that's what that RP does.
Yeah, one of the specifications, for example, just to give you a little bit of a flavor, is we have a recommendation that first step from the ground should be no more than 16 inches getting for egress into the cab. For a medium duty, that's for a Class 8 over-the-road tractor. For a Class 6 medium duty, we say it should be no more than 15 inches. And also, it is also recommended practice that for severe duty vehicles, it should be no more than 20 inches, because we understand some of the severe duty designs have a little bit more accoutrement, so to speak, and it makes it more difficult to meet the 16-inch standard. But maximum heights we just describe in table 1 and figure 1, and we think the guidance is very helpful for someone who's specified a truck, just to make sure that what you're specifying will match up what you're going to get when you take delivery, because sometimes these things don't necessarily match up, and it may put you into an uncomfortable ergonomic situation when you're getting in and out of the cab.
That's right. It's not just the first step, but it's also the last step coming down. You don't, if you're especially now we're going into winter months, you don't want to be jumping down on an icy surface, making sure you're able to maintain those 3 points of contact with the vehicle at all times, so that you're stable and you're safe and under control as the individual getting in and out of the vehicle.
Hey, you think about the depth of the steps. There should be a certain minimum. We say at least 5 inches deep for the steps. A minimum of 6 inches is better because of toe clearance, to make sure that you can step on the ball of your foot and still go in and out and not trip. So there's just a lot of details like that. We think that recommended practice is very good for folks who are looking to specify all different aspects of entry and egress for cabs, including handholds, the storage locations, the back of cab access, like you mentioned. It's a pretty good recommended practice for entry and egress specification. Let's take a look at some of the other recommended practices. There's a couple here that deal with very important topics, and that's the electrical system. And one is RP 139D. That's battery selection criteria. We've covered this a number of times on the program with Larry Rambo, who's one of our leading folks in our S1 electrical study group. What are some of the updates there?
Well, it's just, again, there's new battery technologies have come in. We have an extensive section in that deal with all the different types of battery technology or technologies that you're likely to run into. And again, as chemistries change, basically to get longer life, deeper cycles, quicker load draws, they do change the formulas over time. So there is a section in the first part of the RP really talks about all of the different designs that are out there. Some of them have been around for many years, and some are updated. That's why we do update these RDs. This is a D version. This is the 4th version of this particular RP, and it's necessary to keep it up to speed as you move along, because you really have to understand not only the chemistry, how they work, but then the factors that affect the battery life. And if you're not specifying the battery correctly for your application, and if you're not maintaining it correctly, again, as Larry covered very effectively in his segment a couple weeks ago, it will affect the battery life. We'll get a shorter life, increased costs, lower performance, but also can lead directly to failures, overloads, that again will cascade through the system. You start frying wires, and it brings you into that old underhood thermal event exposure again when you have direct failures, particularly as we go to higher and higher voltages.
Yeah, a good example of the updated technology. So AGM batteries, a lot of people are going to AGM batteries, but they use high compression as opposed to the traditional flooded cell batteries. What that means is that the contents are under compression, and if that AGM battery loses compression, that battery will fail or already has failed. The compression within the AGM is key to its functioning, because the battery doesn't have free flow and electrolyte between the plates like a flooded cell battery. So the acid is absorbed into the separating material and flows from the plate down to the separating material over time. And compression keeps that material in constant contact with the plate so that the electrical reaction is active. It's important to understand that if you are going to spec and use AGM batteries, because if you don't understand that, you're going to wonder, well, why is this thing not performing like it's supposed to? Especially if you're just used to the flooded cell technology. So that's just one of the tips in there you'll find in terms of specifying the new generation batteries that we think are important for folks to know.
Yeah, like everything else, heat is the enemy. It seems to be of all the technical advancements that we have, keeping them cool and maintained, and particularly making sure your wiring harnesses are in good shape, et cetera. That's important in avoiding overloading those batteries and undoing all that good technology. The performance is great, but they've also got to be maintained correctly. So that the RP does get into all of those different factors.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have TMC Technical Director Jack Lawler with us. We're doing a roundup of new recommended practices coming out of the Technology and Maintenance Council. Jack, another one that I think a lot of fleets have been relying on, particularly when they're working with some of their service providers for road service calls, is RP 169A that deals with road service diagnostic evaluation processes. Let's talk a little about why that's important.
Well, again, it's one of those things where you can start chasing down the rabbit hole. Remember old Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd? Every time Elmer would think he had it nailed, bugs would pop up in a different rabbit hole. Well, that's when you're dealing with a complicated system, starting with those batteries, as we just discussed with the new technologies. But of course, a lot of the load on those batteries deals with the starter. Particularly as now we're moving into cold weather, your cranking amperages are going to be higher because it's colder. Of course, the loads on the alternator are always there, and then the maintenance of the cabling in those very hot areas that we talk about, so that they don't deteriorate. It's all a system, and one component can fail or get weak. It can lead to a cascading issue with all the other components. So basically, when you're out there on a road service call, you got to fix it fast. You got to get the vehicle back in service, and you got to get it to at least where it's going to hopefully get to its payload destination, and then basically make it back into the shop for a more extensive repair diagnostic. But at least getting you down the right rabbit hole is a really important thing when you're sitting out there on the side of the road, Lord knows where, and under what type of weather condition, and you're the poor service technician trying to figure that out and keep the driver, get the driver back being productive.
And too often when you do get a road service call, let's say you have a no start condition, someone's going to throw parts at it. Oh, let's just put a battery in there. Let's put an alternator in there, without really doing a proper diagnostic, because they'll, say, well, it's the side of the road, it's dark, I don't have all the tools, etc. There's no real excuse for that. If you've got a vendor that knows what they're doing, they're going to have the right tools to do this kind of a road call. And TMC provides a checklist to go through to verify the no start condition, what tests are needed, what are you looking for, what are the proper steps, so you're not just throwing parts at the situation, because all that does is it delays the inevitable. You're going to have that same failure again in short order as you're getting down the road, hopefully not before the conclusion of the mission, but that could happen. So that's why RP 169 was developed, is just to help fleets work with their service providers. Sometimes they're ones that they don't even know of because it's an emergency situation. They haven't dealt with the vendor before, but they can provide this and say, hey, can you use this step-by-step procedure for evaluating the problem? And that's really what it's all about. Let's talk about some recommended practices that deal with the fifth wheel. One of the ones that have come out is a recommended practice on air release fifth wheel function guidelines. Air release fifth wheels are getting more and more common, and they have their own maintenance and repair issues, don't they?
Well, that's right. Again, there's a mechanical issue, of course. Then you have all the air control issues. So all of the typical things that deal with air pneumatic systems are always important. You're making sure that the fittings are correct, that they're maintained, the hoses themselves are in good shape, et cetera. Because the last thing you don't want to have happen is have, of course, that mechanism come undone while you're traveling down the road. It's one thing when you drop your trailer with your bass boat on. It's another thing when you drop a 53-foot trailer with $1 million worth of load on it because the surprise air release fifth wheel doesn't work correctly. And that can start with installation. Actually, it's very much related to the other new RP, R650A, which is fifth wheel pre-delivery inspection, preventative maintenance, and troubleshooting. You got to make sure that when that component comes in, that all of the components are there, they're installed correctly, nothing is missing. Of course, components never come out of the parts room defective. Making sure that everything is in good working order before it goes out on the road, making sure it's set up right in the first place, it's lubricated correctly, all the parts are installed as they should be, and they're tested before you send that combination out on a road.
One of the things with air release fifth wheels is you want to make sure you don't accidentally engage them at the wrong time. And so one of the recommendations in there is that we say that your release switches should always be located on the dash to the right of the steering wheel, either in line vertically or to the right of any of the parking brake controls. And if you do that, you're going to be locating the switches in an area that minimizes the possibility of accidental activation. So some specification tips in there for if you're going to be using the air release fifth wheel. Pretty important. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the battery electric vehicle stuff. We were talking with Mike Rowan last week, formerly from Duke Energy, now working with EPRI as a consultant, and talking about some of the challenges to dealing with getting electric grid capability to a particular location. If you want to go to electric vehicles, it could be 6, 12, 18, 24 months, maybe longer, by the time you say, I want to, start looking at having electric vehicles in my fleet. And then from the time you actually can start charging them at your fleet. But assuming that the electric infrastructure is there and in place, there are some specifications that we think everybody should be aware of if you're dealing with vehicles that have battery electric power.
Well, that's right. Again, it's kind of like a restaurant, a front of the house, back of the house thing. Now, the front of the house is specifying the vehicle correctly for the application, the duty cycle, the geographic area you're working in, prevailing weather conditions, etc. So basically, those are just a little nutshell. There are actually 10 factors that are involved in planning and scenario evaluation as to exactly what's the right specification for that BEV. What's the right size battery pack for your duty cycle? Essentially, all the good things that come into your normal process of buying an internal combustion engine powered vehicle, conventional powered vehicle, all come into play in an EV. So it's your normal process. It's just with the EV focus on that process. That's number one. That's the if you will, the front of the house. The back of the house is how the heck you're going to charge the thing. And as I talked with Mike Rowan last week, you do have to connect to the grid. So the question is, do we get the power out of the grid? But what happens when it comes through our fence? Is how do we set up the correct infrastructure planning to keep the vehicles charged out on the lot, but also in the shop as we're working on them? How do we keep them charged in the shop? How are we going to get enough energy? So it's not just one department, it's a lot of departments and functions with about an 18-month minimum planning cycle. Like I say, when you take delivery on that vehicle that you so very carefully went through RP 1120 to determine specification, you've also got to be running a parallel process with what the heck happens when we bring it inside the fence. How are we going to charge it? How are we going to maintain it? So all of that goes into RP 1121. Because you've got departments from facilities, operations, maintenance, the technology itself, dealing with the external grid provider. They may have to do installations just to bring the electrons to your fence. And once it gets inside the fence, is how is that going to integrate with the rest of the facility? And then, of course, how the heck are you going to pay for it? Finance is obviously a big part of all of this process. Are there incentives available? Well, there may be not just for the vehicle, but for the infrastructure side. It's how can you get support for all of that engineering and permitting that needs to be done. So that's what RP 1120 was, is the back of the house.
And one of the back of the house issues we have to deal with is the clock. We're running out of time for this segment. We were wondering if we could cover all these recommended practices in just about 30 minutes, and we were able to do that. Thank you, Jack Klegler. Really appreciate you joining us on the program. We hope to have you back on a future program where we can talk about more of these issues real soon. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over back to Jimmy Mack in the studios in New Orleans.
Robert, I don't know how you managed to do it, to be honest with you. I mean, you guys crammed in a ton of information. But if people want to get more of it, they have to actually head on over to your neck of the woods and your website to make sure they get all those recommended practices. Well done, my friend.
tmc.trucking.org. You can find out all about it there at the website.
What do we got on the docket for next week?
Next week, we have Joe Kay joining us from Cummins, who's going to be talking about some brake maintenance and repair tips and maybe some of the latest results from some of the CVSA road checks and all that, see how we're doing on brake maintenance. On Tech Talk with TMC.
Robert Braswell is the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council and is the longest appearing guest in the history of Radio Nemo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
We certainly will. Coming up is Education Station. We are racked, packed, and stacked ourselves, along with the great phone calls, news, Tech Talk with TMC. Missy Blair is going to be joining us here, just in uno momento, friend of the show, longtime friend, young lady. Like saying that, by the way. We'll be back on the other side of this. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road. Yes, sir, yes, sir. 3 bags full.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can do because we are live from the House of Degas, a.k.a. Passport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack.
Thank you, by the way. Big thanks to Robert Braswell. If he hadn't been doing that segment, Dre and I couldn't have raced down the street and caught that inflatable pumpkin.
Yep.
Oh, man, that's something else. By the way, if you weren't here this morning, there is a story out of Ohio about a bunch of police that ended up in not a high speed, but a high bounce chase. A giant inflatable pumpkin unloosed itself from the yard of some Halloween celebrants, and they had to cram it into the back of a squad car.
Just like us, we're rolling and tumbling through the day.
Yes, sir, we are. Missy Blair, by the way, joins us as she's wont to do. She's the academic director at Pima Community College Center for Transportation and Logistics here on Education Station, brought to you by our friends at Carrier's Edge. Missy, one of the things that I love about this segment is that we are a solution-oriented space. This isn't it is National Grouch Day in celebration of Oscar and all of us who remember him. Thank you, Oscar, for your service of being a grouch for us all. This isn't a grouchy space. You and I kind of love solutions, and there's a lot of stuff that people are really kind of aggravated about these days, but you and I are going to kind of break down some discussion in regards to the training space and how maybe we can offer some solutions in regards to non-domiciled stuff, some English language proficiency stuff, how we actually can kind of begin to embrace an automated future and all that stuff. But before I get to any of that, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. They looped me in right during the young lady portion, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't know how that works, how I'm a longtime friend and still a young lady, but I'll take it. Thank you.
It's masterful, isn't it? I got to tell you, my mom is one of 5 sisters, and I was raised around women. I've gotten really good at navigating that particular minefield. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of my aunts who are celebrating many an anniversary of their 29th birthday, far more than you and I are at this point. I'll tell you that right now. It's great to have you. It's great to have you. You know, Missy, I was so excited when I got your notes, and there's so much to talk about. One of the things I am most proud of in my life, I do volunteer work at Catholic Charities, and all I do is I teach English as a second language to people who are on the verge of getting their citizenship. They've gone through the process, and I'm teaching them how to really master English slang. And I don't mean nasty words. I just mean how to talk vernacularly. And a lot of them are getting ready to take their citizenship test, so they're really getting their English down. I mean, to a T. It's something important to me because I got to tell you, having somebody walk in, a Venezuelan refugee, walk in and be able to name the 13 colonies and get sworn in by Billy Idol. I'm not kidding. She got sworn in by Billy Idol, the original rebel, joined the rebel cause. This is something that that trucking and driver training have a real opportunity here, rather than kind of talk about, rather than talk about what the problem is. There are some solutions for those people who are willing to play by the rules and willing to kind of work to make sure that their fleets and their carriers are completely English proficient. I just wanted to kind of start there. There are possibilities in the sector that you work in, correct?
Correct. Absolutely. Yes. And that's awesome that you're doing that work. That's amazing. I bet you it's super rewarding too. So good for you on that.
Thank you very much.
So what we're doing is it actually started a while ago for us so in colleges, typically, for those that don't know, there is typically like a adult education department where they work with individuals for career exploration as well as like basic skills. So we are lucky enough to have one of those departments, and it's a robust department. It has been for a while at Pima. And so we have a shorter term program, of course, compared to other programs in the college. And so we were having some challenges in the beginning, like how to weave that adult ed piece into a short term program like ours. And for adult ed, there are, just to kind of back up a little bit, it does consist of GED or HSE equivalency, preparation, English as a second language, things like that. So just so people understand what the adult ed, because I mean, community colleges could be considered entirely adult ed, right? So, but in the adult ed department, that's a lot of what they deal with. And so we were noticing we have a predominantly Hispanic population in Tucson. And so we were noticing that, the English language was sometimes a challenge once we got them into class. And what was happening is that our state was doing the permit tests in Spanish and other languages. And so it was typically, it was challenging for us to be, okay, we have to make sure they have the English language proficiency even then, right? Because this has always been a law on the books, right? It just wasn't necessarily enforced as much as it is being now. And so we were having some challenges with that. Well, if they're testing in Spanish for their permit, there wasn't really a benchmark for us to know, right, their English language proficiency well in the beginning. And so then the state switched, so they only offer it in English now. And so it was more of a challenge for us and became more of an impetus for us to be able to get the adult ed folks in and kind of work with us on that. And so what we do to finally get to the solution, they do what's called integrated training, and it's called IET, and I don't remember exactly what that means, but it's basically integrated training to where we have a CDL instructor, and then we also have an adult ed instructor in the classroom with us together. And so there are some benchmarks they have to meet in the testing to be able to be in this class. We typically don't have entry exams for our program, but for this, we want to make sure, because there is a lot of reading, a lot of, manual review, et cetera. So they have to be at a certain level for it. And if not, what they can do is just enter the adult ed program to get there and then join we call it an IBEST program, to where the CDL instructor works with the adult ed. And it's really helpful for them in the classroom, to where they're able to learn some terminology. So it's a contextualized English, right? So they're able to learn English a little bit more, and then also in the transportation contextualization aspect. So we are in our 5th cohort now, and it takes a little bit longer because we do have them in class twice a week when they're in their, theory portion. for about 5 weeks, and then they're doing evenings right now for their behind the wheel. And so that takes about 6.5 weeks. So it's about 12 weeks for them to go through the program. But we were finding that it's been a really helpful collaboration and a solution, as you mentioned at the start of the show. So we're excited about it. So that's what we're doing with that.
I want to kind of jump in here because I could hear you almost apologizing for having to give the exposition of how we got there, and you shouldn't, by the way, because I want a lot of people to understand while this particular microphone, the one that I'm sitting behind, has been responsible for making sure that everybody knows that everyone is responsible. I want to make sure I'm really clear on this too. Everyone is responsible, because what happens in a lot of CDL programs, and Missy has done a kind of a great job of kind of explaining what the problem is that many people are coming in never having been held to any sort of English standard. And we're not attacking them, by the way, but that accommodation after accommodation have been made for these people. And so okay, Missy, you're going to totally get this, being that you're at a community college. You're going to completely get this from a community college standpoint. One of the things that people don't realize that happens at community colleges, and it's actually happening at some four-year, non-community institutions, the big universities, is that people often show up without the information that was expected they would have when they get there, in the sense that, you know how many people when they get to a four-year college have to take basic level English that gives them no credit for it, basic level algebra that gives them no credit for it, to get them up to speed. You guys are actually, with such a limited amount of time, are getting people for whom this has never been demanded of them in, taking driving tests, taking all kinds of other certifications. Nobody has asked them to be proficient in English until now. So that you're not just responsible for getting them their CDLs, you are now responsible for making sure they can do it from an English proficiency standpoint. So you're having to kind of, I guess, retcon, as it were, to kind of put an English proficiency course study in front of that, and to actually embed people who are qualified to get them up to speed while still doing the job you were already doing. Did I get all that right?
Dead on money. Like, I could have tears in my eyes right now, because it's just, it's very, very accurate. And I appreciate that you understand that and have put the microphone to it, because it is. And it's a really challenging, and sometimes we can't do that where they're at, which really is one of the worst things that we feel sometimes. And so we do have to send them back to the adult ed, or not back, but we have to have them go through some classes first before we can get them, because we can't do that if they're at a certain level, like you said, because they just don't know. We have to get them a little bit more prepped before we can bring them to college to do that, as do many community colleges. And so I think one of the messages I wanted to get across too is that if you're an owner operator or a company out there, or a driver, even within a company, let your company know that if they're struggling with this, that, there are resources at community colleges typically to help with that. So I would strongly advise them to collaborate with their local community college on any issues they may be having.
And that really is, and by the way, and this is where the words community come in so importantly. Like I said, it's not that any college, and by the way, so many cities, so many towns depend upon the financial injection that an institution of higher learning brings them. But community colleges in particular serve the community, and so it's important that the people in the community, and not just the community college, actually engage in conversation and dialogue. If you can't use resources if you don't know where the resources are and you've never bothered to ask. And that is such a big deal here in the sense. But the other thing is, too, and I'm curious, Missy, and you ain't got to comment on this if you're not in on this side. At some point, it does seem that some of the community colleges might have to remind a lot of people, maybe you should start bringing some pressure on other aspects of the community where English isn't being required. So while I know you guys are up to speed to do this, it might be nice to get a few more people. And sometimes, guys, we're talking about citizens. Sometimes we're talking about people who actually manage to navigate their way to a place where we're talking about legal people here.
who don't have proficiency in this, and that needs to be corrected to a large degree. And it shouldn't. And by the way, while I am thrilled that a CDL instruction is actually making this available and figuring it out, why is it falling to us? We do enough stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. Okay, we've talked about that. I do want to pivot and shift here for a second to talk about the autonomous vehicle program. I know that sounds like, what? How can you have an autonomous vehicle program? But that actually, it's a big thing, because outside of the actual people who make these things, few people understand what's actually going to be required to make these things operate better than people at the educational level in regards to CDL training and in regards to transportation education. Talk about that a little bit, would you?
Sure. So we've been really early in this space, and we'll talk a little bit later if we have time to like how early we are. It's actually created some challenges internally, but not bad ones. We've found some solutions, thankfully, but because we are so early in the space, it's the hiring, of course, is a little bit lower than what we'd like, and it's not bad. It's just we have to figure out solutions and pivot, right? So what we have is we originally built this with a partnership with Too Simple, who of course many will know are not in this space anymore. But we do still have contacts with folks who have worked there and are still in the space. And so our adjunct faculty has been full-time in the space, since 2019 when we rolled this out. So we have a program that basically in the college, and for those that aren't aware, in academia, like programs take typically a really long time to stand up just because of the processes that you have to follow through. And we, from start to finish, we had this stood up in about 9 months.
Wow.
Which sounds probably like...
No, that's like amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Guys, I want to contextualize this so that, because Missy's not tooting her horn enough here, the idea of actually putting together any sort of curriculum program, educational model, a methodology, and getting it through every single committee and every single kind of hoop it's got to jump through in less than a year is an extraordinary act of discipline. I want our listeners to understand 9 months is the blink of an eye in academia.
It is for sure. So thanks for reinforcing that. So we met with, and that includes like meetings with industry, et cetera, and to put the curriculum together. So we met with them. We looked at, and keeping in mind too that this is a startup company, they don't have any idea about job descriptions in this space. Of course, they have some job descriptions set up for, their office, et cetera. But what skills that the drivers will need in the future, or non-drivers, that was one of the changes that we actually did make. We did require a CDL at first, but then they realized as long as someone had the interest in the space, they were willing to find a position for them. So, but what skills do they need? What competencies, et cetera. And we had to, as a community college, work with industry on that, and which is not necessarily the norm. Sometimes people just, we need a job description and then we can figure it out from there. It's our job now to be that, almost like a consultant, to say, okay, what are we looking at? And do you really need a 4-year degree, or do you really need a 2-year degree? Can we do this as a certificate program? And so we ended up on a certificate program that was 12 credits. And how we did that was we had a whole blackboard or whiteboard, blackboard with chalk. We weren't quite at that point, which would have been ironic with AV, right? But we were just, everything all over a wall, basically. And we backed those competencies into classes that we already had existing, and put those in the certificate program. And then we created a new class, which is basically like a 101 class on all things autonomous vehicles. And not just in the trucking space on that class. We also, like, one of the case studies they do in the class is on a passenger vehicle, autonomy. So we had that. It was 12 credits. It was I was so excited by the time we got it rolled up. I actually took the AUV 101 class because I wanted to see, I wanted to learn a little bit more, even though I had been talking with them. And I did. I learned quite a bit actually from the class. And so we had that. We've been running it for, since 2019, like I said. But some of the challenges there are because hiring is not quite at what, so believe it or not, for those that don't know, most colleges should, if they don't, have program reviews. And so every 3 years we go through a cycle where we have to review the viability, et cetera, of the program. And because this was so new, we were, long story short, not viable. But thankfully, we have leadership in the college who have worked on our curriculum architecture where we had other options that we could do. And so we're in the process right now because industry, we're still, of course, we have a twice a year advisory council. And so they were telling us, please don't discontinue the program and please keep us all to where we have this hub so that we can, keep working on this and moving it forward. And at that time, they were saying they weren't going to be really into hiring a lot until like 18 to 24 months, which is a hard sell sometimes within a college, right? Where
Community
it's like,
college,
not
community
viable.
college in particular, man. It's like, can we move these people into integrated jobs within the community? And if the answer is no, it becomes hard to really defend a program. But by the way, but it's one of those things where you're looking at people saying, you have to trust us. You have to just hold on a little bit longer. This is coming. You have to understand. We bought early. Hold on to the penny stock. It might actually take off is kind of what's going on here, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great analogy. Yes. And so we have a marketable skills achievement award that we have within the college. It's not a certificate, but it is transcriptable. And so we're actually in the process of moving it to that as a non-credit MSA, Marketable Skill Achievement Award. So we're excited that we had the option to do that. And we're working now on figuring out how to, because it is now already 6 years old, which is incredible to me because I'm like, it's been 6 years already. So we are working on updating a little bit the curriculum to see where we may need to change things, especially in that AUV 101 class, as well as our, CQI curriculum quality. They want us to explore what other programs might benefit from that AUV 101 program. So we're excited about it. It's a bit of work to get it through the process, of course, but we've already done it once. So we're just to kind of pick up steam to figure out how we need to modify things a little bit right now is kind of where we're at. And so, but it's definitely something that we're seeing momentum on. It happens in spurts sometimes, but it just seems like right now we're getting more inquiries and meeting requests about the program. So it is picking up a little bit of momentum now. So hopefully we can get some more graduates through it.
Yeah, by the way, you guys are both victims and prescient, is a kind of good way to kind of think about simultaneously. Like you saw the future and you saw it in the distance. At the same time, the people who were actually in the automated vehicle sphere had to get out there and start selling, meaning they had to get all that angel investment, that capital investment. So they made a lot of noise and a lot of bells and whistles. They weren't as far along as they had promised people, but they had to raise the capital. The problem is that you get into the space early and set things up, and then it's like one of these situations where it's like, look, we know this didn't go exactly as fast as these guys promised, but you've got to let us hang on in this sphere because at the same time, when the engine does turn over here, Pima is uniquely kind of positioned if they can keep the program viable, if you can keep the program on the books. Then you guys are really ahead of the game, which means you guys can jump in boots on the ground when it really gets started. Because it is going to happen. I mean, Torque, by the way, is finally saying, yeah, we're there. We're finally there at a space now where we can really start having this conversation. It's like that Twilight Zone episode where the guy buys up all the oil lands because he goes back in time only to learn that it's 50 years before the machinery will be invented to get the oil out of the ground. This is kind of what's happening here. It's really a great story, though. It's also about having a vision and having the people in a community college willing to help you stick with the vision. I want to talk about the training. We got so much to talk about here. I knew this would happen, Missy. We've got the training provider registry to talk about as well, too. And this really has a lot of bearing on what's going on in the world right now. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so not necessarily solutions from this end, but we're excited to see, again, for those, just to back up and give some background for those listening. So, of course, back in, I don't even know what year it was, maybe 2022, the implemented the entry-level driver training rules so that all new drivers had to have training, right? And so, but the training provider registry is where providers go in and register themselves. So register themselves, I'll say that again, and they self-certify as a provider. And so yes.
I'm imagining PhD programs being allowed to do that. That's like really kind of perfect.
Well,
Yeah.
they could, exactly.
Yeah.
Or non-PhD, totally, fly-by-night schools, which
Right.
Has been somewhat of an issue. We don't see it a lot in our area, but I know some of my colleagues I got to throw the plug in, I haven't yet, the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving
I've been
Schools.
wondering when it would show up there, by the way. I've been meaning to drop NAP FTDS in there for quite some time. Go on, please.
So, but it has affected some of my colleagues at that at their level. So, but sometimes you get these bad actors, and I know sometimes I hear a lot about training schools and that how why are they putting out all these actors or bad drivers, and it's not all of us. So, but the training provider registry it's had some issues. Like sometimes you have people that are in there, but they're not actually authorized through their state to provide training. And so it's been an issue for quite a while now to where there's been no enforcement on it. And so we're excited that FMCSA has appointed a new administrator, Mr. Bars. So, and he does have that enforcement background. So we're hoping that gets cleaned up. They're already working on it, so that's good. I was just looking at it yesterday, and there's about 95 removals. About 42 of those were voluntary, but it's good to see movement on that to where we are getting some enforcement now, and hoping for that. But that's part of the issue of when we hear why are these schools putting it? It's part of the issue is that they're self-certified in the federal database, and so it's good to see that we have some movement on that enforcement now, and that's through collaboration with CVTA and NAP FTDS. So we're glad to be on the forefront of that and pushing for that to happen. And Martin Garcia has been key in that collaboration. So.
It really is. It's crucial, by the way, because what people don't understand, we talk about the idea that, you hear guys 9 months, which, by the way, is a really accelerated rate to kind of put your program together. But this is what's important here is the fact that people need to understand that this is why we have to stop the fly-by-night schools, because it takes a long time to make a driver. Let's just be honest. I mean, the training and the CDL are just the beginning of it. And yet there are people out there who are throwing together programs and pushing people through, which means the most crucial nascent point, which is a space in which they can learn how to handle a truck, how to back it up, and actually to understand a lot of the theory behind it. There's no way to rush that. And I don't mean the program itself. You can do it in 5 to 8 weeks a lot of the time. But what you can't do is you can't just make it up on the fly. If you're working in those kind of really contracted spaces, Missy, you got to make sure that the information is organized, accredited, and everything is kind of taken care of right to the nth detail, correct?
Yeah, and that all leads back to safety, right? I mean, it's really hard to come up with a program quickly and it also be a safe environment for not only students and staff, but, we're motoring among our community, right? So, you have students out there on the street, and so it's definitely it's concerning, and so it's really good to see that we have some enforcement starting, and hopefully that will continue. So.
Missy, let's get you back on soon so we can actually have a conversation about non-domiciled CDLs. But I know we added that to the conversation. But my sister, my friend, it's great to have you, but we are absolutely out of time. Can you believe how fast it goes by?
No worries. It every time, Jimmy. So I appreciate that. It's always good talking with you all.
By the way, our good friend, and we can say that now, longtime friend, young woman, Missy Blair, by the way, academic director of Pima Community College and big champion of the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, has joined us this morning. Thank you, Missy. We'll talk together soon, hopefully in person next time.
All right. Sounds good.
We're going to come back on the other side of this. Get busy, man. Roll out the red carpet. Get that picture up there because Lawler's coming. Lawless Lawler.
Ugh, great.
Lindsay Lawler.
That's the best grown entrance of all time. Lindsay's here.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Huh?
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
All right, dude. There it went.
Kevin, Lindsay.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Work it out, Lindsay.
Hey, speaking of Quaaludes.
Ludes.
Good morning.
Ludes.
Hey, good morning, you ludes. So I was listening this morning, laying in bed.
The lewd dudes.
The lewd dudes. I was listening this morning, and I was still laying in bed because it was a long night. I've been sick, and it's so nice here in Nashville. It's 70 this morning. No, it's probably, well, my thing over there says 71, but I feel like it's cooler than that. Anyway, it's windows open, sleeping kind of weather. You feel me?
Oh yeah, we're having it here too. By the way, it's 71 degrees outside. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So good. It's in like the high 50s at night or low 60s here at night, and like windows open. However, the people who live catty corner. This is not what I was going to talk about, but I am now real quick. The people who live catty corner from me, they have 2 dogs outside, and that's fine. Dogs, listen, they're animals. I get it. They belong outside. We're the ones that put them inside. But they bark all night, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. How does the person inside, and it's not a huge deal. It's less of a deal that the dog is outside barking to me, more of a deal that the person inside doesn't realize that's probably annoying. And we live in a hollow, so everything echoes. How do you inside not realize that's probably keeping everybody in the neighborhood up?
I don't care. I'm used to my dog's barking, so I don't care.
I guess. That's not, we don't really have to talk about it. I just have to get it off my chest.
How much pot do they smoke?
I don't think any.
Oh, okay. Well, then they're just horrible.
But I don't know. Well, you know what? No, she might be a closet pot smoker.
Ludes.
Now that I think about it.
Pills.
Ludes. Let's talk about ludes. Okay, so I was halfway convinced that you guys were on ludes this morning. You guys had the bumbling idiot energy this morning, and I mean that as a compliment, by the way.
Yeah, you watch your mouth.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You were on Zebulon this morning, and I heard it. I felt it in your energy and your bumbleness, and I liked it. Got to say, I liked it. It was chaotic, and I was here for it.
By the way, I found that story. Surprised. I found that story at the last minute about the bouncing, the bouncing inflatable pumpkin. going down the street, and I just had this image, and I combined it with what my dad was being like. It was so random, Lindsay. I'm at the store, and I'm getting ready to take a video of him being like, listen to Road Gang Radio. And instead, I'm like, I'm not putting Grandpa Ranty Pants on. I'm not doing this. He's like, I hate this song. I hate this kind of music. I'm like, what kind of music? Yacht rock. And I'm thinking, who hates yacht rock? People.
I like Grandpa Ranty Pants. Unfortunately, it resonates for me, so I support it.
I mean, it's like, and it's really funny. My mom said, yeah, I mean, his health is getting better. He's kind of waking up. He's kind of been more alert these days. Got up this morning. He did his physical therapy. The problem with Grandpa waking up, with Da coming back to life, is we all forgot that Da at like 55 was Grandpa Ranty Pants, and he has returned. Lewds. I hate people that do lewds.
It's a great character. I love it. I want to be Grandma Ranty Pants.
Oh, she's so nice. It's really. Oh, by the way, speaking of strange, so this morning I went to go get a one of these sausage pretzel sandwiches at this coffee shop, and they ran out of them. So I had to go someplace else. Rude lewds. I went down to the coffee shop called the Old Road, right down the street from us. And it turns out that the woman behind the counter, I finally introduced myself to the two ladies who were so nice.
Is that the one? Which one? There were two. When I walked down the street when I was there, he said, don't go to the first one. They're mean. Go to the second one.
It was the second one, yeah.
Okay.
So it was the two girls there. And I know them, and they know me, but we don't know each other's names. We finally introduced ourselves. And the woman behind the counter said, my name is, and I heard it. And I said, did you say Kiki? She said, yeah. I said, you're only the second person in my life I've ever met that's name is Kiki.
My best friend growing up was Kiki.
And it was so crazy because I'm like I said, I'll never forget your name. You have the same name as my grandmother. So I was like, really? I said, I got a second Kiki in my life, and I'm actually thrilled to know you. She's this big African-American woman, my grandmother. No, this woman behind the counter. Big, warm kind of presence. And it just was like, just so great. I'm like going, well, the two Kikis I know have some of the best smiles I've ever seen in my life.
I have a Kiki. She and I were head cheerleader together in high school. She was, and she now has 8 children.
We like Kiki. Yes, we do. We like Kiki. How about you?
I guess her husband likes her too. Literally, he calls her and she gets pregnant. Okay, speaking of drugs as well, this morning also, speaking of drugs,
Ludes.
I made my tea, and then I was gonna the honey was kind of stuck, so I was gonna pop it in the microwave to warm it up. So I turned the microwave on, heated it, and I was standing there holding the honey, waiting for the microwave, and the microwave was going, and then I opened it up, and I was like, "Where's my honey? What happened?" And then I noticed I was still holding it, and then I closed it and started again and still held it. Just kept running the microwave while I was holding the product that needed to be microwaved. That's where my brain is at.
You're so tired.
It's right up there with where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? On my face.
Yeah, same thing.
I can't find my phone.
I'm just microwaving air, though. I'm just microwaving air.
Let me use my phone to find my phone. I'll just program in where my phone is in my phone, and I can find. I've done that, by the way. I started actually programming my phone to find my phone.
Yeah,
I've been there. So I understand. I understand holding your honey
while I was microwaving nothing.
While you're microwaving nothing. Really come a quick couple of shout outs here. I'm going to self-certify as a PhD of hard knocks. Marshall, anybody going through a PhD program will tell you that PhD will either stand for precipitously high debt or piled high and deep. And Paranormal Pie Man says that Fox Valley Tech in Appleton, Wisconsin is a great CDL school. I actually would agree with it. I've been there and we've talked to those folks. They are absolutely terrific. And Trucker Bosun, who is number one on the chat, says, good morning, Lindsay Lawler.
Hey, girl, hey.
How you doing? Number one, how you doing?
Love to mean it.
By the way, it's been a great morning on the show. As we talked about, we actually took a little bit of time to celebrate you, and I kind of wanted to pivot. And celebrate Lawler again for a second here.
Yes.
This is so well-deserved. David Owen's going to be stopping by to kind of let people know what it is that NASTIC is doing for you. You are one of the great unheralded ambassadors of trucking. And a lot of people know you're in the space. A lot of people know you're speaking for people in the space. But I don't think people realize the depth of the work that you've done behind the scenes. And the reason they don't know this is because you don't. You know, there's a lot of places you do toot your horn. I want to make it really clear that Lindsay is not always just like, oh, not me. I mean, when Lindsay does something great, she lets people know. But when it comes to doing good,
you don't look up humble and see my picture in the dictionary.
But I will say this. But I will say this in regards to humble. When it comes to doing good, you are humble. When it comes to doing great things that are important to you in the sense of like, I made a song, you should listen to it. I have a show, you should come to it. I've got an album, you should buy it. That stuff you're great at. But when it comes to being like, I don't know, I kind of counseled behind the scenes a couple of people who were going through some really bad grief and was there for them and made an effort to put them together with people who could help them. We don't hear that as much about you, Lindsay, but it's happening, and it's happening all the time. The number of people that you have helped by simply being a connector, by simply being like, there's a program that can help you. Let me get you in touch with those people. There are people that can stand up for you. Let me kind of set you up. And that's an area where you have quietly behind the scenes made a big difference in a lot of truckers' lives. And I just wanted to let people know that this morning, and with you and I on the air together, to kind of say, this lady cares deeply about you folks, sometimes to the point where she will complain about some of the stuff that you guys do because she wants you to be healthier.
Get it together!
Get it together. She's like, these guys have got to take better care of themselves. These guys have got to let people know the great stuff they're doing. These guys have really got to get out there and put the best positive face on the best positive world that they are in fact in. So I think it's really cool that David Owen is kind of coming by. And I just wanted to ask you before David gets here, and you can think about this for a moment, and I'll buy you some time on it, but, there's a turnover point. A lot of people will come into this space, and the truckers are fine. They're good folk. They're just like every other American. They wake up, and they do their job. There's a point where you realize, oh, my God, there's some really exceptional people out here doing exceptional things. When was that moment for you? At what point did you realize, oh, my God, these guys are not only taking care of themselves and their families and their communities, they're saving strangers?
Oh, yeah, easy. That's when I found out about the Highway Angel program at the Great American Truck Show years ago. And I was like, wait, there's programs to talk about good stuff drivers do. And then, of course, found out about Citizen Driver program several years later. There's all these image programs that are, within the trucking industry. My biggest complaint isn't the right word. My biggest, plight in life is, I've told you this millions of times, Jim. I know you agree. It's telling people outside of the industry. We get it. Everyone in trucking knows that trucking is great for the most part. There are some surly ones, but that's in anything. But it's the people outside that need to understand. And I am an outsider. I mean, I do not drive a truck, but I've made a career, half of my career, off of speaking to people that do, singing to people that do. And I just think these image programs are great, but it's like it shows like these. It's getting them on bigger platforms. The Good Morning Americas of the world, or even in the music industry, that concerts don't happen without trucking. All those kind of things. So I think it's the gentle reminder that to me was sort of the wake up call, and was like, oh, there are all these programs in trucking talking about how great trucking is, and I'm like, why don't you tell anybody outside? What's the secret? What are we hiding? And so that's where I hope I'm able to make a difference. Or continue to, I don't know, even if it's one person at a time. Certainly screaming it around Nashville. I mean, around Nashville, I'm known as the trucking girl, but nobody knows what that is. They're like, oh, you're the trucking girl. Your picture's on a truck. I'm like, yeah, well, do you want to know why? Like, ask questions, people. Like if I saw my friend's face on a truck, I'd be like, tell me why. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't add up. Let's talk about it. Why is that? And so yeah, I think it's Highway Angel definitely was my first entrance to not only just trucking, but we also want to promote what they do that's not just trucking related. That they're the good old boys and girls out on the road.
One of the things about being on this new platform that has been really joyful is I'm going to be in a couple of, about a month and a half, I'm going to be the first week of December, before actually we do the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence and the Reads Across America and the Vet Ready Summit. I'm going to be on a baseball and barbecue podcast. I'm going to be making an appearance there. They had a great time on this show. They invited me to be a part of it. I bring this up, guys, because one of the things the previous platform, and I'm now learning more and more, really made an effort to not let us do this, to not let us know when people reached out, is that, one of the things that we're getting a chance to do, Lindsay, and you've done this already, is I promise you guys, we always make time when people bring us on. I've gotten more invitations to be on more podcasts and more discussions since we've gotten to this platform than I did for almost a decade on the previous one.
Same.
And it has been really a revelation. I make a point, I know you do because I've listened to a couple of them, we make a point of telling people who are not in the industry about the industry. And it's starting to happen, Lindsay. I've noticed it, especially when Guy Fieri loses vodka. But it shouldn't just be that.
Biggest tragedy of this century, one might say.
Yeah. Decided to do things on the cheap, decided to actually go through, online stuff as opposed to actually developing a relationship, and got ripped off. What a shocker. But what I'm finding is that we need to, and so do our listeners, need to get the word out outside the confines. Lindsay says it best. If you're sitting around a diner table and you're venting, that's great. It's good to get some steam off. What you need to be doing is the next time your pastor asks you how you're doing, tell him. Tell him what's going on out there. Tell him what's happening out there. Tell him what the road is like. Let your neighbors know. Let your friends know. Don't be the person that people run in the other direction from because you're always complaining. But let people know what it is you do and how it is you do it.
It's actually my biggest. It's what I will say. And if there's anyone on the corporate side in trucking listening, and then we're going to go to the phone. It's what trucking does worst. They spend so much money. Corporate trucking spends so much money on these conferences and conventions, taking each other out to dinner. It's great if you're also doing it outside, and they're not. And it drives me insane. We waste so much money doing the same thing over and over again, telling each other over and over again what we think is great. Stop. Like $10,000 dinners for the same old people over and over and over. Great if you're also doing the other kind of thing outside of the industry. Go spend that $10,000 and get a spot over on, I don't know, something like Good Morning America. You can pay to go get your word out. It may sound gross, but not if you have a good message.
It's not
we
gross
do.
at all.
Trucking has a good message. There's good people here. And stop telling the same people inside spend dumping money into the wrong place. That's all.
It's that's your TED Talk. And by the way, I don't, you guys can't see me, but Lindsay can. When she started that little particular what I call mini rant, I was mini fist bumping. Absolutely. I can't agree more. It makes me nuts, guys. The amount of times I've been places or been to some of these conferences, and I love some of these people.
By the way, don't not invite me to the $10,000 dinner anymore. Just because I said that, I still want to come. Thanks. Okay.
Well, and by the way, I'm going to actually give a shout out to our studio sponsor here in New Orleans. He's great at that, by the way. He is constantly putting people together at tables who are not from the industry directly and getting those people talking.
But they do. Fastport and Brad Bentley does exactly what I just said, in the good way, though. Yes, they do those big dinners to celebrate good people, but they are of anyone doing it maybe best of anyone we've seen going, like obviously working with veterans. That's what I'm talking about. Get out of trucking. Get veterans over here. Tell veterans, because then you get veterans' families. Veterans are the other unsung heroes, of course, of the world. So Fastports do it. They are not my quip at all. My problem at all. They're killing it.
Grandpa Randy Pants story, by the way. So when I was up in Anniston, Alabama, and got that Patriot Award, my mom and dad came up. They surprised me. I didn't know I was going to get the award, and I didn't know they were going to be there. And they asked my father to speak. Lindsay, they asked him up there to speak, and you know what he spent the time up there doing? His speech was entirely about my mom. Aww. He spoke entirely about my mother, and he said, I'm bringing up my wife, he said, because I really want people. He said, we spend a lot of time in this veteran space celebrating the men and the women who have served, and he said, we should. He said, let's find some time to really celebrate the women and the men who stood by the women and the men who served. Let's find time to do that. And here's why. Because if trucking as a veteran's space becomes a place where the spouses and the children think it is a safe space for them to exist in, that it is a living to be made, and that there is a respect that comes with that living, you will find that people will flock to that space in a heartbeat. And what is going on in the country right now in regards to the trucking space right now is one of the greatest apple cart turnovers of all time, Lindsay. And if enough people become convinced that we're headed in this direction, we may get that better driver that everybody's been looking forward to join the rest of you great drivers that listen to this show.
Yeah, buddy.
And that's really what it kind of comes down to. We got to get on top of this. We got to get the word out. You know, I'm glad we all know how wonderful we are, and I'm glad the people in the suits tell you how wonderful you are. I want the people in the suits to be going on places and telling people how wonderful you are. It's like, you know, I'll give you another example. Somebody doesn't
up off of that thing.
Somebody else that doesn't need that speech either is Louis Pugh. He's like, give me a microphone. Give me a microphone. I'll go right at him. Marty Ellis, another one. Give me a microphone. I'll tell people what's going on right now. I'll find somebody who ain't in trucking. I'll tell them, you know what's in this truck? Your life.
Yeah.
Everything you need.
You want all your crap? You want all your stupid crap that you didn't need? We should go to the phone before I find something else to complain about.
Hey, Pack Rat, good morning. Welcome to the show, man.
Good morning, Miss Lindsay, Jimmy Mac. So,
good morning.
Hey, I come up with a name for my fantasy league team if I ever to join the draft. I call it the Pack Rat Mafia.
Oh, I like it.
Mafiates? Is that what we said?
Mafia. Mafia.
Oh, Mafia. That makes more sense.
Pack Rat Mafia. Pack
PRM.
Pack Rat
Hashtag
Mafia.
PRM forever, ever. I like it.
I kind of like it too because it becomes kind of a subsidiary of the Road Gang. Wait. Pack Rat Mafia. Oh yeah, those guys who were aligned with the Road Gang. You know those guys. Those guys. You know they were a subsidiary of the Road Gang. They were like the old Lakewood Road Group from Cleveland. Those guys. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. By the way, who's on your fantasy football team if you're getting one?
Hello.
Pack Rat.
Oh, you caught me off guard. I really haven't given that much thought. Well, the quarterback would obviously be Josh Allen.
Of course. Give me the ball.
And line him up, and line him up with like a Justin Jefferson. And I'd like this guy from the Raiders, Brock Bowers, running back.
Yeah. I'll tell you who not to get.
That would be a start.
Don't put all your eggs in the Lamar Jackson quarterback category like I did, and then
how's that
get
working
hurt.
out for you? How's that working
Dude,
out
now
for
I
you?
have to. All I could pick. Dude, and I didn't get a backup, so now I've got Taglia Craplia. How do you even say his name?
He had a good-
Tagliavia.
Oh.
But
he didn't do crap last week.
Well, if he's playing in Miami, he does great. In Miami, he plays lights out. But the problem is he is a hold me closer, tiny concussion. I mean,
Yeah, and that's what I didn't do. I didn't think about who they were playing. And I'm actually playing my husband this week in fantasy. We're up against each other this week. And even Seamus last night was like, Lindsay, figure out your team. I don't want to just beat you easily. Get it together, dude. I'm like, I'm trying. Everybody's hurt.
Everybody's going down, man. Everybody's going down. I actually think I said we have to. The other problem is too in regards to coaching. I'm going to say this right now is the fact that people aren't developing their backups. People really aren't, man. People are not developing. I don't just mean quarterback backups. I mean offensive line backups. I mean the Saints last year lost their center, Lindsay, and that was 2 years ago. Yeah, last year lost their center, and that was the ball game. That was it. Once their center went down, that was it. And people just don't do that. They just don't have the backups they need. It's just the truth. Pack Rat, what else is going on? Talk to us.
Well, I'm scared. I'm hearing rumors that Dak is considering retirement.
Oh, that's got to be a rumor.
That's
You can't.
That's ridiculous.
After getting the $60 million man and then playing like crap this year, nah.
He's not playing like crap. What are you telling me? He's
No.
playing lights out. He's MVP quality.
Everybody's crap to me right now.
His defense. I'm actually, Lindsay. I tend not to contradict you on the air, but Dak Prescott, who often
No, I know.
criticize, lights
Well,
out.
not this past game. The past two games he did. Yes, past two games he played well.
Everybody's saying he's one of the leading candidates for MVP. The Cowboys' defense just has to stop somebody. Man, if they could only get a good defensive coordinator, if there was only somebody. Oh wait, he's over in Washington as the head coach. Never mind. I know. All right, Pack Rat. Last word before we throw you out of here. What's going on?
Jimmy Mack, this is for you, okay?
All right.
A bad day with a bald head is still better than a good day with a man bun.
Yeah.
Aw, them's fighting words.
Oh, I like that very much. George Carlin manages to make the worst of both worlds, or at least did. Thank you. Get out of here, man.
Hey, wait, Pack Rat though.
All right.
I am seeing something saying that Dak is saying, assuming he can stay healthy, he plans to play until he's 40. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Don't believe the hype.
Say it again,
Don't
Lindsay.
believe the hype. Don't believe the hype.
Thank you, Pack Rat. Good to talk to you.
Love you, brother. Hey, Dave Nemo's speaking of backup quarterback, Dave Nemo's texting us. I don't know why that
That's pretty good, actually.
connected. Thank you. Two things. Funny, but the reminder of because of your dad's speech about your mom. Red Sovine did a song called, of course, "The Woman Behind the Man Behind the Wheel." Great song. And we need to, that's a great one to pull back in. But then he said, I love this too. He said, oh, that's where I shop. www.stupidcrapyoudontneed.com. AKA Amazon is probably what that means.
Oh my God, I love that, by the way. I love that. By the way, Amazon is very much in the news. The Supreme Court is listening right now to a case, has actually accepted a case where they're going to basically decide whether or not Amazon is responsible for the stupid stuff its subcontractors do. They're not employees of Amazon. They're just private contractors. We're not responsible for how they screwed that load up. Oh, really? We're going to find out, by the way. We're going to find out if, in fact, this country is run by just greasing people's palms, because I think they're on the hook for it. Straight up. I think they're on.
Do you use Amazon?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, don't say of course. I've got friends over here. They're like, you can't use it. Whatever. They're making political statements. I'm like, dude, if it makes let me just be honest. If anything makes my life easier, I'm using it. Period.
Yeah, unless it's called www. This Nazi makes things easier.
Well, right. Or if you're like, if you're if I'm well aware you're also, smuggling small children through your business. Okay, maybe not. But listen, Amazon, it gives me life. It gives me life. I just ordered my office chair from Amazon yesterday. I'm very excited about that. And also, this oil diffuser, guys. This is what you're all getting for Christmas. It's because you guys cook. It's for olive oil. Do you already have this, Dre, where it sprays?
Yeah, don't get it because Dre and I both have it.
Isn't it great?
Oh my God!
It sprays instead of pours. It's changing the game on how I cook vegetables.
Go ahead, Dre.
Sorry, I gotta jump in because you made me extremely excited. And hi, Lindsay. Good morning. So I got a little crazy, and I went and found this one because I was gonna get one off Amazon, but I found one in another store that has two functions where you can spin it, and you can make one where it sprays the olive oil, and then you have the other one where you pour it.
That's what mine does.
Yeah.
I don't even have to spin it. I don't even have to spin it. It's one button to pour, one button to spray.
Yeah, I spin.
And
the
I got
top
it on
is what I
Amazon.
mean. Yeah, nice.
Isn't it funny? And the small joy, actually the massive joy, things
Massive
like that.
joy.
And when you go this changes the world, man. This
Changes my life because I always get my vegetables that I'm roasting too soggy. Always, always, always. Or if that we're putting on the grill. No more.
Girl,
No
you know
more.
what was a beautiful thing? Because the other day, every Sunday when we get the girls from their dad, my girlfriend's kids, we do a little grill. Like, they love it. I put them in the backyard. They paint.
Love it.
Little water slide,
Love
whatever. We make it work. We'll have a smoker and have a flat top. I went up and flat topped those veggies, man. Put a little Brussels sprouts, a little squash, and some zucchini. And then and mushrooms, and then I took those and put them in the in the not the plate but the pan in the smoker and finished it out that with some lemon on the end. Woo!
Come on.
Holy
He's marrying material.
He is, man.
That's why they call me the
Just
wife.
saying.
By the way, guys, you know what I have, Dre? I have the grill that I have has a flat top where I can actually take the flat top and put it on top of the grill.
Talk dirty to me.
So what I do is I just take it's 5 grills, of course, and I take 2 off and put a flat top in there. So what I'll do sometimes when in New Orleans, it could be like you get a 40-degree morning. I'll go out there on the grill. I'll set it up the night before. I'll make breakfast. I'll make pancakes and bacon on a flat top outside on the grill.
Speaking of flat top, I'm gonna get David Owen on the line.
We're wrecking everybody's morning, by the way.
Paranormal Pie Man says he just drinks butter. My father-in-law would eat butter, just like a stick of butter. He would just eat that.
Keto diet.
Yeah, by the way, I just saw somebody actually was at the store the other day, and somebody's like, I saw this thing of like, fresh farm cinnamon butter. Somebody literally, it's cinnamon butter.
Cinnamon butter talk.
Oh my God. I go, by the way, Joe J says, I only use Amazon when I need something fast. Absolutely agreed. Otherwise, I'll order it direct from manufacturer. I'll do that a lot too.
But the thing is it's so much, my info's already in Amazon. You already have my card. You already have my address. That's what it is. And I know that sounds really lazy, and I'm not a lazy person actually, but in some things, but it's that if it's Amazon versus something else, Amazon's going to get it to me quicker, and B, I literally all have to do is click a button. But there was a thing where they had to recall it because there was a button you could have on your counter when and you could just say Amazon order whatever, but kids were ordering stuff all the time, so they had to recall that. But now it comes up if you're watching anything on Amazon Prime. When the commercials come through, there is a QR code right there where you can just scan it with your phone and it'll be at your house. They're making it. Did we think it could get easier? They're making it even easier. It's a blessing and a curse? ?
By the way, I'm going to agree with Marshall. I'm going to semi-agree. Never use Amazon. It's killing small biz. It's helped some small businesses. What I really think needs to happen. You want me to be a little political here, Lindsay?
I also use a lot of small business. I do go to brick and mortar businesses here around Nashville and Franklin.
You want me to
FYI.
I'm going to be a little political here. You know what would be my dream? My dream is to literally have a trust bust, to do some real antitrust stuff and just break Amazon up into like 3 or 4 pieces, break Facebook up into 3 or 4 pieces, break them all up, man. Let's go back to the free soil politics of the 1850s. You got a dream, pick up your stuff and go make it happen.
We do support the small guys, small businesses. I certainly use them locally. Small guys, just like Nastic. Come on, small trucking companies. We love those. That's one person. You could be one person and own a trucking company, and that's what Nastic's doing. That's what David Owen's going to talk about. Good old friend joining us next. Stick around.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Oh, yeah. By the way, we're talking small businesses standing up for the little guy like we always do around here. We are the little guy, by the way. We've always been the little guy, always punching above our weight. That's what it means to be a member of a road gang. I am sitting here, by the way, with some of the original members of the reconstituted road gang. Madison with a T is in the back listening with her hawk-like ears. I don't think those actually exist. And Phone Master Dre is to my left here at the Degas House in the city of New Orleans over at the Fastport Studios. And then, of course, over in Franklin, Tennessee, in the Franklin Studios, in the what I call the Riverboat Gambler Studios over there in Franklin.
Soon to have a name, by the way. Soon to have a name.
Soon to have a name. Really excited about that. Things are looking up. And by the way, seems like all the old friends are coming back, Lindsay. I will turn this over to you because this is really, as we were saying all morning long, so much of this is about celebrating a person who doesn't actually, when it comes to being an ambassador for trucking, celebrate herself. Lindsay, do the honor of introducing our old friend, would you?
I would be so honored to do so. We're excited to be talking to this man again. This guy and I, we've had some fun times, and we're going to talk about that as well. Our next guest, someone that we know very well. He and I have shared plenty of laughs over the years. David Owen, he's the president and co-founder of NASTC. That's, of course, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, based right here in Tennessee, up the road from me. And if you're not familiar, NASTC was founded back in 1989 by David Owen and Buster Anderson, rest in peace, kind soul, with a pretty powerful mission to support and advocate for the small trucking companies that keep America moving, something that is very important. They've built this incredible network now, over 13,000 companies strong, operating more than 156,000 power units nationwide and growing. I'm sure that number is way higher, actually, at this point. And what NASTIC does so well is give those smaller fleets a collective voice and a collective buying power, actually. So, they negotiate with vendors to help their members save money, stay compliant, stay safe, stay ahead of the curve with new technology. You can correct me if I'm wrong, David, if I'm saying anything wrong here, but I've had the honor of performing for NASTIC events over the years and even writing a few trucking songs for and with David himself. He's become a co-writer because of that. I've seen firsthand how much this organization means to its members. So David is joining us today to talk about their upcoming annual conference, because he also has a special announcement that includes me, which, I love that. So stay tuned. We're talking trucking. We're talking celebration. We're talking David Owen. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio.
Thank you for all of that. It is great to hear your voice again, and Dre and Jimmy Mack. It is kind of an homecoming for me. I'm pretty slick when it comes to things. I've figured the best way to get back into your good graces is to give you an award. So
listen, I'm easy. I'm easy. You knew
she's
the
the
key to my heart.
She's the Sunday morning of radio, by the way. I mean, basically, she's easy. I want to also add that David Owen has one of the greatest, most distinct, wonderful voices in all of trucking radio.
Yes.
And it's just good to hear it again. Welcome back, David. Good to have you, man.
Thank you, Jimmy Mack. I really am. I really am pleased to be having this conversation, and I'm really. I didn't just recognize Lindsay as one of our first ambassadors, life ambassadors for transportation ambassadors. We started that new category this year, and we're recognizing Lindsay and Tony Justice and Ingrid Brown as our first three inductees into that grouping of people that we want to thank for all the things they've done for not only NASTIC and David Owen, but for all the trucking companies that we represent and all their drivers. And Lindsay, you're right. I'm looking for my royalty checks on those 4 words I put into that song.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both. I didn't get into music to make money, clearly. So if I find it, you'll be the first to know. Don't you worry. Well,
anyhow, we had some fun with you've been an integral part of our best 3 days in trucking, as the whole Dave Nemo crew for years, and been a big part of this week that's coming up next week. And I'm excited to see you. I hope you're going to be there. And I don't know who you're bringing. Are you bringing your husband?
I am. I'm bringing my husband.
Good.
Yeah.
He's not off on the other side of the world right now.
Not yet, but it changes daily around here. So as of now, I'm bringing my
constrictors.
Yeah, as one does. As of now, he's coming. Well, let's talk about the conference. I want to say though, so David, over in the chat, people are talking, and Trucker Boson says that NASTIC's fuel card saves him thousands and thousands at TA Petro. So there you go. Boom.
Well,
from the callers themselves.
We're real pleased and real proud of the way we designed our fuel program and the way it evolved. And a lot of that has to do with the fellow that you met at our shows, and Bob Kelso. Bob was he managed fuel for some of the largest companies in the country, and taught us how to manufacture a relationship with not only TA Petro but another 1,200 stops. Our network is about 1,300 stops now. 300 of them are TA Petros, and that's our main squeeze. We put most of our fuel volume into TA Petros. And we were attracted to TA Petro for a lot of reasons. At the time that we started all of this, they were the only publicly traded truck stop chain of I think maybe there was Speedway may have been publicly traded, but anyhow, they were the only publicly traded stop, and they also tended to have the amenities, big parking, more maintenance bays, and a good nationwide network. So they've been a natural fit and a fantastic partner for us, focusing fuel into their network. And the more fuel we focused into their network, the better our deal got. And Bob Kelso just made it clear to me when he said, "I'll do this, David, but we're going to do two things. Number one, we're going to keep our promises to the truck stops that are going to give us these deals, and we're going to focus fuel in their stops." So we've absolutely done something that no other aggregator, if you'll pardon the word, has ever been able to do, and we've actually focused fuel. We've moved fuel into our partners that give us those deals, and in return for that, we're enjoying about a 90 to 91% focus rate in our network, which is unheard of in the industry. Nobody's been able to do that before. But our little guys really respect. The other thing Bob told me when we started the deal is we're not going to cut discounts. So when Flying J went out of business and the margins went into double digits on a gallon of fuel, we took the same piece out of the equation that we did, whether the discount was 40 cents or whether it was 3 cents, and that voted well for us and Kelso told me, I said, well, why would we do that, Bob? Why wouldn't we take a little bit more? I mean, what's the difference to the carrier between 30 cents and 27 cents for example? He said, well, you'll find out. They appreciate the fact that they're getting the discount, and they also appreciate the fact that it's them that's paying the bill and not you and me. So that's one reason why our fuel program, one of many reasons why our fuel program has lasted for 25 years and continues to grow. Unfortunately, our industry has cut back and lost a lot of capacity. We've lost a lot of really good small operators, not going broke, but just deciding that it's not profitable anymore. They can't find profitable freight. So we've lost a lot of small carriers, but I have a feeling that's going to begin to change here in the next maybe the first quarter of next year.
Mm-hmm. David, the thing is, I wanted to kind of bring this up as well because you've really kind of been going through what you've just talked about here. David Owen has joined us, by the way, the guy at the center of NASTC, although he would actually give credit to a lot of other people, and that's really exactly what we're talking about today, because you just talked about the partnerships. We always say that you're only as good as your partners, and you really have kind of made that kind of a credo of your life, the idea that you provide a partnership with these folks, and then you provide them with more partnerships with your partners as well. And one of the things about the award that you're giving to Tony and Ingrid and Lindsay, of course, here is the fact that you are always kind of focused on what puts trucking in the best light. You're always kind of looking in a positive way about how can we let people know that trucking is about everyone and that trucking is about the people who actually put trucking out there so positively. Can you talk a little bit about what it is you are kind of, we know what these wonderful people have done, but can you tell people why it is you're honoring these three great ambassadors for trucking?
Well, as usual, I'm pretty selfishly motivated. We wouldn't be worth a nickel if it weren't for these guys. I mean, if they don't make it, we don't make it, and we've always assumed that. Lindsay and all the people that helped us, you guys, you and Dave and Dre and everybody at Nemo has helped us build something that is truthfully not designed to uplift the image of trucking and trucking as much as to recognize it. They don't need any uplifting. They're great people. They get it done. You can count on them. Their word's their bond. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, big trucks and large trucks that have to move to make the supply chain work are not politically correct to like. So our industry is, I call it, we're in a politically incorrect business. It's real easy to be afraid of a big truck. It's real easy to pick that one driver out of 10,000 that's here between here and Atlanta that did something wrong, and paint with a broad brush that all these old truck drivers are horrible. But and we fight that battle every day. So yes, we don't have to work at trying to we don't have to gild the lily, so to speak, to talk about trucking and truck drivers and small trucking companies. They do the job every day, and if people would just open up their eyes and try to regain some understanding and appreciation for what they did during COVID, they'll get a pretty good idea of what they do every day.
Well, and Dave, I don't know if you heard my rant earlier this morning, but I went on a big rant because it's always been well
off the reservation rant. But go ahead.
Well, because I've been so frustrated over the years in trucking. I'm not a driver, but I speak and sing to those that are, and I've always been really frustrated that within trucking on the corporate side of things, everyone does a really good job of spending a lot of money telling each other how great it is. And I'm like, you guys are missing it. It's going outside. We need people outside of trucking to understand the necessity and how great it is. But you are good about that, and you're a man that balances it out. And I've seen you split your resources across many avenues to, without running it thin, to make sure that the message is getting out there. And especially with your conferences that I've gotten to be a part of it for several years, pre and
other
post being
people
here
are
with
there.
Nemo.
Other people not in trucking are there.
Yeah, other people not in trucking are there, and you're putting people up on the stage. You're supporting people like me and Tony Justice, who then we're like, you bring us in, we see how great it is, and then we can go out and sing the message. People like Ingrid Brown, who is a driver, but she's also an advocate. She's on top of cancer research. She's an advocate for women. She's so much more than just a truck driver. Tony is also a truck driver and a singer. I'm a spokesperson in trucking. So whether it be this award, this trucking ambassador, which is a total honor for me. I thank you so much for it. But you're doing this all the time. So if you can, and we're going to bring Dave Nemo on here in a second, but if you can before that, Dave, I would love your take on that, if you agree with me or not, and how you're doing that to split. It's getting the message outside of trucking. It's like trucking understands trucking's great. Check. Now we got to tell other people.
People got to know.
With that?
Yeah.
Well, we've got to. I would love it if we could all get back into the situation that we were, I don't know, a decade back maybe, when we all were pulling. We seemed to be rowing in the same direction, not just in trucking, but in a lot of things, and. It's really frustrating for a dinosaur like me to get used to the fact that you can't trust an email, or you don't know whether you're being spammed or not. One of the things that we've been very, very fortunate with, and I think I'm a pretty straightforward guy. I don't cut many corners, but you'll know it if I don't like you, and you'll know it if I like you. And we've been able to establish relationships over the years, like Bob Kelso, like Buster Anderson, like David Donald Broughton, Kathy Dazzle, Jim Edwards, Jeff Davis, a new lady that we've been affiliated with here a brief period of time. I'm so excited about her being another part of the younger generation of NASTIC. She doesn't work for us, but she's going to be writing some columns and doing some data digging and stuff for us. Is Danielle Chaffin. And I don't know whether you've met Danielle or heard her speak or watched or read anything that she's written, but she's an amazing addition to our family. Rick Gobble, Joe Rakovich, Ellen Boya, those are people that we've been able to, and of course Dave Nemo. I'm glad he's there. Can't wait to hear his voice.
Well, that's funny you should say that, David. That's funny.
Say it 3 times. He's like Beetlejuice. Just say it really quick.
Just say Dave Nemo 3 times. Say it.
Do what?
Say Dave Nemo 3 times and he appears. We've said it twice now. You can say it once.
It's a magic show. Oh my
Dave Nemo,
God.
Dave Nemo,
The
Dave
magic
Nemo.
hasn't left. Dave Nemo, Dave Nemo, Dave Nemo. Thank you, Dave.
Dave, you there? Good morning.
You rang?
Go on.
Go on.
So I'm
how
listening to David. I want to say, wait a minute, I need to be on this show with this guy, man. Good Lord have mercy. Good morning, David.
We're getting the band
Good to
back
hear your
together.
voice. No kidding. Yeah, we about 15 years, I think, maybe longer, maybe even 18. I'm not sure that we talked on a regular basis, and I think we were just off the record. Of course, I'm not speaking to many people, but we probably had a lot to do with Ray Martinez getting fired.
Well, there's
but before he got fired, he did get 4 or 5 changes in hours of service that I think were positive. And I'll tell you, I'll say this. Not just because it's your show, but Dave Nemo had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like turning an aircraft carrier in this industry. You know what I mean? Takes a long time to do a little bit of stuff, and by the time you do it, everything has changed, and you need to revisit and do it all over again. There's so many things that have been dropped. One of my pet peeves is like the 5 and 5 sleeper berth rule for the. Remember the husband. How many husband-wife teams left the industry when that went away? And we lose so much, and you can't regain it. But I don't want to talk negative. I just want to say, man, you couldn't have picked a better person than Lindsay, Tony. Ingrid. She's voted for citizens. Ingrid, yeah, I'm trying to say Ingrid, citizen driver. I mean, just a great kickoff to a wonderful award program, David. That's awesome.
Well, I woke up in the middle of the night, Dave, and I said, about the only way I'll ever get back on the Nemo show as a guest even is to give Lindsay an award, and I'll work through her and get to
We're so easy.
Well,
why do I feel like it's like a Jerry Lewis telethon right now, by the way? I feel like it's a telethon.
And quite frankly, you're right. I don't... but Dana and I were sitting in our office, and she said, "Well, David, who are we gonna recognize as our transportation person of the year this year?" And I started thinking about it, and of course, we recognized you one year as our transportation person of the year.
Oh, the year I totally lost my voice. Was that? Thank God. Doing some videos on YouTube wasn't a thing at that point, because yikes, man, that was so bad. It was so embarrassing. Lindsay, I get up on the podium and I couldn't speak.
Anyhow,
couldn't speak.
We
That's
couldn't
the
have
worst.
we could not have and those 3 names came to me for a couple of reasons. I'll have to tell you. We decided, of course, we've been negatively impacted by the recession, the trucking recession. I'll call it the trucking recession, whether the country's in recession or not. Small trucking is certainly in recession, and it has been for almost 4 years. But so when we were planning,
don't have a chance,
Beg your pardon?
Us canaries don't have a chance in that.
Yeah, canaries in the coal mine. That's correct.
Yeah, for sure. How many times have you said that through the decades? So it's that up and down thing all the time. A little bit different now with a lot of extra baggage attached to everything, but yeah, that's trucking, ain't it?
Well, you know what?
That's trucking, ain't it? Sorry.
It sounds cruel, but all industries go through pruning. It just happens to be it's tried almost to say it was a perfect storm, but you take the combination of the tsunami ripple effect of COVID and the buildup of inventories, and then all of a sudden the over inventoried and all the money thrown at EVs and stuff that was way ahead of its time, or being forced on the marketplace when nobody was ready for it, or the infrastructure wasn't ready for it. And all of that, you put all that together, and the economy went south for a while. And then all of a sudden you couldn't get freight. And one of the things that's coming to light, Dave, now we had no idea whatsoever the impact of open borders on trucking. And we're beginning to figure it out, this thing about uncredentialed drivers that got CDLs and have been driving, under the radar, not having to comply with any rules whatsoever, hauling freight for $1 a mile and stuff like that. We had no idea that the extent to which that was going on, but they're talking about 200,000 drivers. I think that's way low. I think that's 200,000 we know of. I think there's another group at least that size out there that we don't know of. But anyhow, that's going to almost immediately when that started happening, freight rates shot up.
Yeah,
up like
and
6 or 7%.
And the safety.
And something else that happened that I didn't even think about. Parking got easier because those guys were living in their trucks and taking up parking places, 24/7, 7 days a week.
Yeah, it's and by the way, and the safety improvement too. By the way, David, that's the other thing. And I think that's going to be really interesting next year with the safety.
It's horrible that we had to go through those 3 horrible accidents, and 6 or 8, 10 people lost their lives. To bring it up to the surface to where there was a level of awareness. Wait a second, what in the heck is going on in our industry? And it's just one of the it's one of those symptomatic things that takes place, and we're regulating down to the level of perfection in some areas, and then we get states that really. The stat that scared the heck out of me was the state of Illinois, supposedly, from what I heard, all the CDLs they registered in 2023, excuse me, 40% of them were to people that they should not have issued CDLs to for whatever reason.
We're talking with Dave.
Well,
oh, go ahead.
Going back to the origin of the CDL, and I thought, and I think everybody thought for about 10 minutes that, finally, at long last, a federal driver's license for an over-the-road professional truck driver, so that state lines didn't mean anything more than a dotted line on the highway. And that lasted for about 10 minutes, and then we realized, no, it's the same thing, only different. And now we got a whole nother layer of confusion, really, and back and forth between the states, competition almost between the states and the feds. I mean, so the CDL was almost like, to me, it was almost like a mirage there for a while.
Nemo.
I mean, did you feel the same thing at that time?
Dave, hold on. Put the brakes on both of you. You guys got to, you know what? You guys ought to talk together and figure out a way that you guys can do this on a regular basis, because you guys have run the clock out. David Owen from NASTC has joined us this morning. Dave Nemo has joined him. I feel like we're on the Jerry Lewis telethon when they brought out Dean Martin. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, and I just want to say we're about out of time, but David Owen, we'll get the Daves back together. We're getting the band back together. This feels like the great building the bridge. But the conference is coming up. I Dave, I like to talk about the sexy things in trucking. I think the S in NASTC stands for sexy. You do the fun things, the conferences. You're right here in Nashville. It's a cool thing to be a part of. So we got about a minute left. Just tell everybody this is one of the things. Actually, it's a gift. If you're a part of NASTC, you get to come to this amazing conference convention in the heart of downtown. You do great things. It's both educational and entertainment. So real quick, as we have a minute left, talk about the conference and what people can expect.
We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the real purpose of the conference, which we centered around our drivers of the year. We picked 20 drivers of the year, and they're all multi-million-mile drivers with a safe record, perfectly safe record. We also try to bring those relationships that we've had over the years, some of the names I just threw out there a while ago, into Nashville. And we've started calling it the best 3 days in trucking. And quite frankly, I think it is. And we'll be in downtown Nashville at the Omni Hotel Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of next week, which is the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Early this year, early in October. Normally we do it in November, but we're kind of at the beck and call of the hotel. But it is the best 3 days in trucking. We have a good time, and we have so much. We have probably 15 breakout sessions, tremendous speakers, great entertainment, great food, and you need to come and join us.
By the way, David, I can't tell you how good it is to hear your voice. I wasn't kidding when I said it, Lindsay. It's one of the best voices in trucking, one of the most distinct, and it's a voice. And it's more, and it's one of the largest voices in trucking too. The head honcho over at NASTC, David Owen, has joined us. Dave Nemo has joined us. Lindsay Lawler, as always, the great connector, as I talked about at the beginning of the show. Congratulations!
You're welcome, America. You're welcome.
And congratulations to you, David, on all your continued success and the best 3 days in trucking. Thank you, my friend. It's good to have talked to you. Thank you, Dave Nemo. Thank you both. Road Gang Radio continues. That's where we first met Trucker Bosun. That's where we met Trucker Bosun. It was the NASTC conference. Remember?
I love the NASTC conference. I'll be there next week here in downtown Nashville.
Coming.
Looking forward to that. We got another fun guest coming up. We're talking about Get in the Zone. I'm not talking about Out of Zone. I'm talking about the gaming zone. I'm talking about horror. I'm talking about it's okay to lose and die as long as it's a game, right, Jim?
And by the way, it's a beautiful looking game, isn't it? In a creepy way. It's the Zone.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are lifting off into a creepy old good time of storytelling with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler on Road Gang Radio.
A creepy old good time. That's what we are around here. Welcome back. We're talking games, but we're talking this time. This is when you want to lose. You actually want to die. It's okay, guys, because it's fun. It's what keeps it going. Jim, talk to us about who's joining. I need to know why it has to be in the dark, but we will dive into that in a minute. I'm sure.
By the way, one of the things that's happened this morning on the show is we had some of our old friends come back to us, not just David Owen phone. It was great to hear from him. But our good friend Santa found us. I hope Stroker Ace finds a way over to us as well, because this is something our good friend Stroker Ace, who is such a fan of the game Gloom, one of my favorite games of all time, a game where it's designed that if you lose, you win. And the person who goes first in Gloom, by the way, is the one who has the worst day. He would love what is coming up here. Rafe D'Amico is joining us this morning. By the way, I'm from New Orleans, Rafe, so straighten me out here about how to pronounce your last name, because I will say it New Orleans style with 3 syllables. How do you say it, by the way?
I say D'Amico, but New Orleans style sounds good to me, too.
Oh, good. Fantastic. He is, by the way, the gentleman joining us is an award-winning game designer out of San Francisco. He's best known for his magical realist game of mutational horror, The Zone. He loves making play-to-lose story games that bring people together in person and online. He got into games through UX design and improv and loves metaphors, mechs with a heart, and New Weird. I'm a big, big fan of the New Weird, Lindsay, as you know. New Weird Horror. You can find him, by the way, over on the tweets of Twit at RAPHDAMICO, and publishes all his games at laughingkaiju.com, and most of our listeners know how to spell kaiju. Good morning to you, Rafe. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, I want to start with storytelling because it's actually in your bio. Even the whole idea behind your work is that we're all natural storytellers, which I love. I'm a songwriter, so I love the connection piece here that you're talking about. I'm not much of a gamer,
Amen.
but I'm open to it, especially when I would play your game because you just pitched it to me as storytelling. So I'm like, okay, I'm listening. So you say that games can actually make storytelling less intimidating and more communal. I love that. Walk me through that. Let's start there, because to me that's the best entry point to be like, okay, this is really a community thing, and it's a through line to actually get maybe people over their fear of speaking or talking or opening up around others. Was that a fair statement?
Oh my God, yes. That's such a great question. I love storytelling games, and I think everyone is just a natural storyteller. This is one thing that I've been finding over and over again making storytelling games, is that the people who, when you tell them we're going to play a storytelling game, they have this like look of terror in their faces, and they kind of freeze up and they go, am I going to have to tell a whole story? And it's scary. You feel like you're going to be on the spot. You feel like you're going to have to talk for half an hour, like you're going to get judged. But one of the things I learned in improv is that stories are built just one little brick at a time, and that every single person, every day, we're just going around, we're telling stories. When we come home to our partner, like, how did our day go? When we're at work, just talking around the water cooler, we're telling stories. And a story doesn't have to be this big epic thing. The thing that's epic about it is what comes out of everyone just adding one little piece at a time. And I think games just have this amazing power to break it all down into those little pieces so that those pieces feel approachable. And at the end of it, 3 hours later, sitting in the dark, you've all spooked yourselves out, creating something that none of you thought you could have created by yourself. Mm-hmm. But each adding a little brick, each one little piece at a time, just creates something amazing.
Brick by brick, Jim, brick by brick.
As you noticed at the end, I told you that I'm a big fan of something that Rafe is a big fan of as well, which is the New Weird. And I kind of want you, and we've talked about this on the show.
Jim's the old weird, so now we're celebrating the new weird.
I'm happy to have the new generation of weird to be actually showing up over here. But what's really kind of cool is that there are video games like Control. There are podcasts like the Magnus Archives and the Lovecraft Investigations. There's a lot of stuff like Returnal, the video game as well too. This really falls neatly into that world, and I was kind of hoping that you would unpack before we get to the game itself what you think of when you think of the New Weird and why it's new, because I think when you talk about it, we'll know why it's weird. So kind of unpack that for us as well.
You're speaking to my heart, Jimmy. I love Returnal so much.
It's so good.
And Control. Yeah. The Zone wouldn't exist without Jeff Vandermeer and Annihilation. I think, to me, Jeff Vandermeer is kind of the avatar of the New Weird. And what is the New Weird to me? I think of the New Weird as the way that I've experienced it is about how, I don't know how to put it other than to say that society has become incredibly weird. And the New Weird just goes, here's how we're going to deal with this. We're just going to make it even weirder. So if you think suburbia is a little bit weird, let's make it even stranger with something like vivarium and just go into every little crack of what makes it feel weird and just step into it, amplify it, make it wider and wider and wider until you're in some pocket universe with no clip into the back rooms. Jeff Vandermeer, eco horror is a big part of the new weird for me, because I think we're realizing that we're not quite as separate from the rest of nature as we kind of thought we might be in the 60s when we were taking control of the world, or at least as far as we thought we would. And so the new weird plays, I think, with this intrusion of nature into our bodies and into our psyches, into our homes, and just into that existential terror that we're actually not that separate. We're not as in control as we thought we were. So for me, Annihilation is a real touchstone for the zone, because it's about a group of people who go, well, there's this place called the Shimmer. We know that people don't come back out of this thing, but we're still going to go in there because we kind of just have to know. We just have to know. And I think the new weird is just beautifully about that.
I love that, by the way, Lindsay, that have to know. In case you guys haven't seen it, by the way, Jeff Vandermeer's book, The Annihilation Series, is a trilogy of books. It was turned into a movie with Oscar Isaac and Natalie Portman. It's really good, and it's really, really creepy. I've always kind of said that the new weird, Lindsay, is that the children who grew up watching, the teenagers who grew up watching both Twin Peaks and the X-Files kind of came of age in the same way that Spielberg and Lucas came of age watching all those Saturday morning serials and a lot of really fun TV where you had to use your imagination. And I feel like this generation is in the same way, kind of sitting there, and it's like, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's about really going inside and really kind of exploring the inner space as well, because so much of it is about the invasion of our bodies and that we can't even control our own selves. That everything is kind of invasive. And by the way, mutate your friends may be one of the best catchphrases of all times for a game, isn't it, Lindsay? Mutate.
I have a few that right away I was like, I know who I'm inviting over. I know who I want to mutate. I know who I'd be okay to lose to. So let's talk about that, because play to lose, I saw that and I'm like, why would one do that? I mean, I get it now after diving into your game, but let's go there, because we're always, of course, used to hearing about winning. So what's the appeal of creating something that celebrates losing? In my head, I was thinking, I was thinking two things. Simon Cowell of American Idol being like, you're not that great. But also, like, when I go to the baseball game, my 6-year-old's softball game, and I'm like, we need to let them know that not everybody wins. Not everybody gets the game ball. And this is kind of what you're doing here, but it really is about losing because you die, if so. So let's talk about it. Is it more about release, like storytelling? Is surrender really the heart of this in this game when we're losing?
It sure is. It sure is, Lindsay. I love that phrase, surrender, release. And I wonder if you experience this as a musician, but what I've experienced with creative work, and I think of these games as basically putting anyone in a position where they can create something. The thing that stops people in their tracks is this question: Am I good? Was it good? Is it good enough? Mm-hmm. Did it suck? As soon as people start asking themselves that question, they freeze up and they never discover their potential, the potential of the thing that they're creating. So play to lose is this trick that if you tell people, well, there's no winning anyway. You're not competing with each other. The question, is it good enough, is kind of irrelevant, because you're not going to win this game. Your character is going to die in a way that you can't control. So you actually can't mess up. Weirdly enough, with a lot of games, people, especially storytelling games, one of the places I think people get stuck, I used to get very stuck in this, is people are worried about, they hold themselves back because they're worried that things will escalate too quickly, that if they have to come up with a mutation, the mutation will be too crazy and then their character will break, or they won't understand the rules behind it or something like that. And so if I tell people at the beginning of the game, no, you actually can't go too hard. The game will support you. They they come up with really, really incredible things. So play to lose is kind of a magic trick. I think of it in that way, where you just take that judgment off the table, and I think it does bring a lot of release for people.
By the way, really quickly, Lindsay, and I'm going to make a baseball reference here. It's going to sound like it's out of left field. See what I did there? But we go in every direction. So yesterday, after the baseball game, the Dodgers played the Brewers, and the starting pitcher for the Dodgers threw one of the most amazing games in playoff history. He threw 111 pitches, a complete game. It never happens anymore. And somebody was talking about what the problem with the Milwaukee Brewers were. And one of the other people said, he goes, "Can we stop for a second?" He said, "Does this have to be about the Milwaukee Brewers not playing well?" He said, "Maybe they had a good strategy, and maybe they're really talented, and maybe somebody got on the mound and was just great today. Maybe he actually used the term, he goes, a genuine mutant." He said this 5'10" diminutive Japanese man got up there and just mowed them down. And he said, can't we take a moment to celebrate the fact that somebody else was extraordinary? Does it have to be about why you suck? Can it not be about somebody being great today and that you're very good? You're just not as good as them. And I think in part of what you're saying, too, despite the fact that we're talking about mutating your friends here, there's a real value lesson of enjoyment, too. Because the whole point of playing a game is not to win a lot of the times. It's to play, right? I mean, that's the point, is to play and to maybe actually enjoy the skill and the quality and the company of other people as well as trying to wipe everybody else out. Is that fair?
Amen. Yeah. A lot of time when people are playing game, there's a game that's being played underneath the game where it is just the play of it. And we're all naturally really good at it as kids. We're great at it. It's the natural way that we show up. I think the older we get, the more we need some excuse or some alibi to get around a table and do something that felt so natural. So anything that brings us back to that state of flow where we're just feeling in the moment, that's what it's about for me. For sure.
Like the state of flow, and then also the creative side, because, you know, you talk about how storytelling games are way less known than they should be. And I would agree with that, because my brain wouldn't even go to think about that, like a storytelling game. That's just for whatever reason. But I haven't been a big game person. Although as I get older and don't want to leave my house, it's probably something I should look into.
Becoming very attractive, isn't it?
Yeah,
very
right.
Attractive, yeah.
It is. But so I'm curious to you, that how can games like this help people get back in touch with their creative side as well?
Yeah, I'll tell you a story from when the game was still being play tested. I had a friend of mine who's a journalist, and she was really excited for this game her friend was working on. You know, she didn't really know too much about it. She's like, "I really want to host a play test for you." And I don't know that she'd ever played a game like this before. And she invited a bunch of people and told them nothing about it. Didn't set expectations it was going to be a horror game or even a storytelling game. I think people came over thinking they were going to play a board game. Her boyfriend was making soup the entire time. He invited his little cousin. It was incredibly chaotic. And when we sat down to play, I started describing the game. This is a horror game. We'll be doing some storytelling. I could see on people's faces, especially my friend's cousin. She was like, she had this look on her face that basically said, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't know I was going to tell stories. I was going to play Settlers of Catan or something like that. Boyfriend's like, I just thought we were going to like hang out. I was going to make some soup, or we need soup. I don't know why the soup was so important that evening, but he was really into the soup that night. And so it was a completely alien experience to everyone there. And there's this concept in these kinds of games of an alibi, where if you come as yourself, like maybe you come from the outside world and you think of yourself on a day-to-day basis as someone who maybe doesn't create. Like someone asks you, like, do you do any art? Do you have any creative hobbies? You might go, no, I'm not that creative. A lot of people will say that. But when you come into the game world and you get assigned this role, and the role is, I'm a player in a role-playing game. I've got this character. I just have to answer some questions. You don't even think about it as having to be creative. You just think, well, someone gave me these rules. I want to be a good friend or player. I'm going to follow these rules. And you end up doing things that later on, if someone were to ask you, was that creative? You go, yeah, that was creative. But people get held back by their identity as someone who isn't creative or something like that. And so again, it's just kind of, it sounds wrong, but tricking people into being able to wear the clothes or adopt this identity, this alibi as someone who is creative kind of works every time, because inherently everyone is creative. We're creating the whole world through our senses every single second of every single day. Every sentence we put together when we're talking to someone is a creative act. I believe this in the depths of my soul. So
I'm glad you said that, Jim. I'm glad you. I'm sorry, Ref. I just have to. I love that you said that, because I agree with you. We're all, people are like, I'm a creative. I'm like, well, everybody is. Don't be dumb like that, or because we're all creator. We're creating our realities around us by everything we do, everything we're interested in and not interested in, vice versa. So I'm glad you said that, because it puts us at this equal playing field here. So I love that, Jim. I know you agree with that as well.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to kind of give Rafe a sense here of some of our listeners and what some of our guests are like here. Just on Monday, we had a guy named Ben Wilkins, and he is the chief of cybersecurity over at the National Motor Freight Trucking Association. And he was talking about they have a conference every year where they actually, talk about cybersecurity in the supply chain. The biggest request, the biggest change they made this year, Rafe, was that all the attendees requested that they have more time around a table to game out worst case scenarios. Is that people wanted to go into rooms and kind of form these little groups of 5 and 6 around circular tables. And the moment he said it, I said, Ben, you realize you suddenly sound like a gaming conference, right? And he said, oh, absolutely. And this is one of those places where, from a professional standpoint, sometimes when we give ourselves permission to play, and I don't want to talk about, I don't want to mean that you have to do this if you want to be great at your other job, but sometimes by playing games like this at the most practical level, we remind ourselves that sometimes on the job, when we're gaming stuff out, there's a reason why it's called that. And this stuff can help us in our day-to-day life become better people and more imaginative people and more forward-thinking people, even if it deals with phobias and mutating your friends, right?
I love that so much. And I'll just add to that and say, especially, I think, if it deals with phobias and mutating your friends. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think when in the real world, when something bad happens, it's generally a bad thing. You don't want to get mutated or go into these horrible places. But being able to explore those sides of ourselves in safe places, like that's one of the beauties of horror. It's one of the beauties of storytelling. It's one of the beauties of having these containers where you can take on this alibi as a character who maybe is a little bit different from yourself. And it's I'll just say it's better to explore those things in the imagination, especially if we're talking about cybersecurity and all the apocalyptic things that could be possible there. Better to game those things out around the table than the real world, I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great example.
Oh, yeah. Lindsay, by the way, some of these pictures, by the way, and I know what he means when he says so much of this is inspired by Annihilation. I keep thinking about, I don't know if you've seen it, Lindsay, there's a moment where Tessa Thompson actually decides to kind of surrender to the shimmer, and literally before our very eyes, slowly but surely, transforms into the flora and the fauna of the world around her. Let's talk about this, by the way. I just want to ask, because I know Lindsay brought it up about playing in the dark. Explain how...
Yeah, why? Why do I have to be in the dark, Rafe? Why?
Explain the dark aspect of it to us. It's really cool. Speaking of Returnal kind of stuff, go on.
Speaking of phobias, why, Rafe? Why?
Oh, yeah. The thing about the dark is that it'll sound cheesy, but you do need the dark to see the light. You need the contrast. And there's something that I've found as a game designer is that, and maybe, I don't know, maybe this is a similar thing with music, is that there's certain things that we permit ourselves to do when we feel like we're not being watched. Is that I imagine it'd be the difference between performing a show with all the lights on, and performing the same show with stage lighting and atmosphere and a little bit of smoke in the air, it changes the way that we feel. I think there's something really primal where we grew up out in the wilderness. We discovered fire. It let us conquer some of the night. But what do we do when there's darkness and there's a little bit of light? We huddle together against the dark, and it literally brings us together. And there's some part of us, I think, that feels more comfortable going to these places when it's under the shroud of darkness. I don't know why that is. I have my ideas for it, but I think it loosens the veil of reality, and it kind of takes us away from our task list for the next day, and it's and most importantly, there's this moment at the beginning of the game. It's not just about playing in the dark. There's this ritual moment at the beginning of the game where you learn the rules with the lights on, but when the expedition begins, that's when you turn the lights off. You're playing with glow sticks, you crack the glow sticks or flashlights or whatever it is. That ritual moment is pretty powerful. Every time that we played it with it really lets people drop into the game. Especially, we've all had the same, like you're explaining the rules, and after 20 minutes, everyone's just like, all right, are we ever going to actually get to play this game? It just kind of resets that, flushes it. And I have to give credit to a friend of mine. This is the very, very first play test. I had the materials out on the table in my friend's living room. We started playing at sunset, roughly like half an hour before sunset. The sun went down. The lights were already off. And one of my friends who we were playtesting with, I was like, let's go turn on the lights. And he's like, no, keep the lights off. I'm going to go get a flashlight. And so it happened accidentally, and it was just kind of great from the very first moment.
It's like
part
anything.
Of the fun, and I love
setting,
playing with it.
Yeah, you're setting the scene. It's like same thing when we're having people over. I mean, we turn the lights down. We're having dinner. I probably have people eat in the dark actually if they didn't need to see their food, because it's maybe not complete dark, but when it's a little bit darker, we have a setting on our lights to get a little bit darker. It just when you have people over, it sets the scene. But which I also think there's a lot of metaphors going on here. So I mean, do you think that the play to lose has a metaphor to life? Like when we stop trying to control the story or control, maybe that's with light too. When we stop trying to control the story, that's when real magic happens. Is that kind of, is there a spiritual metaphor hiding in your horror game? That's what I'm trying to ask here, Rafe.
I will say some of my favorite emails that I get about the game are from therapists who they'll drop me a line. They'll say, "Hey, I think you're doing this thing that happens in therapy. Did I get that right?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am."
Ding, ding, ding.
Absolutely. There's no question that. There's a concept in Buddhism that everything is impermanent, and recognizing that is a big part of life. Like every single thing that we ever will have will eventually be lost. And I think that's a very, very interesting thing to play with. It's this fundamental question at the heart of so much of life. Just, light topic for evening of gaming, right?
I love it.
Well,
I love it. Everything is temporary. I like you. I'll play your game. All right, I'm in.
This is really cool, by the way, and I don't think for a moment he wasn't aware of this. We've all heard the sports term being in the zone. Actually, the first time it ever got identified, before it became the zone, it shows up in Victor Turner's book From Ritual to Theater. It's called the flow state. If you were listening earlier, our friend Rafe here referred to, in fact, getting into that flow state, which of course is where his game The Zone lives, because so much of play is about being in flow state, which means it's about being in the zone, which means this is a meta game of a meta game. And we're out of time here, Rafe, but you are welcome back. Absolutely. Anytime you got a new game cooking. I want to encourage everybody to go to thezonerpg.com and make sure when you go there, make sure you got a couple of people that you know will play with you before you go racing out to get it. But I know you've all got friends out there. Rafe, thank you so much for making time for us.
Such a joy. Thank you for having me on.
If you can't remember the website, by the way, thezonerpg.com. It's the Zone, realprettygame.com, because it is. It's real pretty. Thank you, Rafe. Get in the zone, the Rafe zone.
Fantastic.
We're in the zone. We're taking your calls on the other side of this break, by the way. I've got something I want to bring up about things truckers collect along the way out on the road, Jim. I know you got stuff you want to talk about. We're taking your calls. What's the phone number?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Call us. We'll be right back.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reese Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reese Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reese Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reese Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reese Challenge at readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Woo! We is seizing that day because we're in the last, well, I wouldn't say last live version because we have one more show after this on Road Gang Radio.
Yeah, this is not the closer. This is the setup. This is the half hour before the hour of power. Back-to-back hours of power replay and then live in the now. I think one of the best talk shows about the power of writing. I think maybe right. I mean, absolutely right. We turn it over to our good friend Lindsay LaRue now. Give us a little bit of preview of what is coming up to we can expect from you today at Noonarama.
Yeah, well, at 11, as soon as this show is over, we'll be playing last week's episode if you missed it. It's with Sandy Knox, who's a Grammy-nominated songwriter. It was the most, it's probably the most charming conversation yet. I think Larry's been the most charming, Larry Gatlin, like on his own. But as far as conversation, two old broads just having coffee, talking about their stuff. That kind of
it
vibe.
was just ridiculous. I mean, about halfway through the first half, I'm like, going, this. I don't even know what they're talking about anymore. These just voices just put me in a real kind of flow state. I'm just listening to people talk, and they're just kind of shooting the breeze, and I just got this warm smile on my face. And yeah, it's a great episode. So it's a great setup for what is to come after that. Go on.
Yes, Dre.
Well, I was going to say that last one, that next interview, it's going to give us something to talk about. Ain't that right, Lindsay?
It is. I heard you saying that's one of your favorite songs this morning, and that's the song that she'd like to play. So Sandy Knox will be coming up at 11 o'clock, and she has written, tons of hits for Reba, Dolly Parton, Neil Diamond, Liza Minnelli, you name it. She's a hoot, and she has a new sort of boozical, she calls it, book musical out. That was a really fun conversation. Right after that, we'll have a new episode with Sarah McCoy, who is a fictional author. She's actually been on our show before, but she actually asked if she could be on We Should Write. So that was a fun element. And it's interesting. This I loved this book, Jim. This is the first fictional book I have read and finished in a very long time. I haven't. Not even because she was going to be on We Should Write, something in it, and we're going to talk about it, kind of shifted something in me. And so Sarah McCoy, she's a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author. She's a former NPR host. She's a writing professor. She's founder of the McCoy Grant. She's known for she blends history and faith and mystery all into her work.
So you have no interest in any of it?
No interest in any of it. And her book that I finished recently called Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, it explores like the inner life of this Hollywood starlet who walked away from fame in search of meaning and joined a convent because, oh my gosh, there's so many things to unpack here, of course. But Jim, what's cool, and it was really funny too, Jim, I asked her, what's a song, can you read a passage from something on the show? I asked her to pull some things, and she said, actually, I have this passage that somebody reached out to me and said, hey, this and your writing really shifted something in me. And she was like, oh, I wonder why I didn't think about that. And she goes, I realized, oh my God, that's from my childhood, and I didn't even realize it. And I'm like, ding, 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 that is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Enter Sarah McCoy, New York Times bestselling author. She will be joining us at 12 o'clock today, so very much looking forward to that.
I am as well, too. And like I said, it's becoming one of my favorite things to do during the week as we roll along. We're going to get Trucker Bosun on here in a minute, Dre. Let you jump over and get some stuff done because I want to talk about something that he said. Actually, you can bring him on. Let's just bring him on right now.
What did he say? What did he say? Over in the chat, you mean? Or
yeah,
what?
Over in the chat, by the way. We need jump scare moments in these horror video games. In the video games, by the way, there are jump scare moments. Straight up, let me tell you something. In Control, in Resident Evil, in Silent Hill, there are genuine sort of, those YouTube videos where you're watching something and then a scary face pops into the frame, Lindsay?
Rude.
Yeah, there are moments in Dead Space and the games I've already named where there are genuine jump scare moments. If, in fact, Trucker Bosun, you were referring to jump scares in tabletop games, that is one of the great things about the kind of games that Rafe is talking about and that we've talked about, with Joey Royale. When we got a chance to talk to him. And, what is that marvelous name of that beautiful tarot card artist? Inkwell. Finn. I couldn't remember
Finn
the first.
Inkwell.
Finn Inkwell.
Finn Inkwell.
Yeah, one of the really cool things about it is that you have a choice as a dungeon master, as a game master, to do that. You can do it, Lindsay. You can actually sit there at the table and plan out the game you want to walk people through and jump scare the living hell out of them. It's good stuff, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. Trucker Bosun does, though. Good morning, brother. How are you? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't play games like you guys do, but I'm learning.
Yeah, and I was actually talking more along the lines of like table games.
Yeah.
Because I've been a dungeon master for 30 some odd years, so I try to put some of those elements into my games when I'm planning out a game campaign. But it's a little trickier. And my son plays a lot of the horror games like you were talking, Silent Hill and all that. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of jump scare moments.
I actually got.
But I'm thinking. I was thinking like some of the war games, the first-person shooters have like a zombies.
Yeah.
Addition to the game, and I don't really see a whole lot of jump scare moments in those.
I mean,
how great would it be? You sit there, you blow away 12 zombies, and then turn around, and all of a sudden, right there in your face, knock you out of your seat.
Yeah.
Something like that would be freaking awesome.
Now, I actually agree. And by the way, I've always said that you should always steal from something else that doesn't resemble the thing that you're doing, and that kind of works really well. Lindsay's never played any of these games, but Lindsay, in Resident Evil 7, and by the way, those games are all completely different. They're not like the same thing over and over again. But in the 7th one, you're being tracked through this house by this giant man with an axe who just can't be stopped.
Sounds fun.
He can't be. And what they do in the game occasionally is things will come up behind you in the game and just spin you around and scare you out of your pants. And I think you're right, by the way, so then a first-person shooter would be really interesting at some point, which is what they try to do with VR to some extent. It would be interesting if they could create moments where things simply pop up onto the screen and you have like maybe a second to react to it. would be really cool. I wanted to give you a tip if as a dungeon master, what's really fun. If you have a game, Lindsay, where as the game runner, the show runner, the dungeon master, if you have a game like that, a lot of people don't do this, is you can call somebody before the game starts. And this is what they do with the people who made the White Vault with their Dark Dice games. They will actually call one of the 6 players and say, I'd like you to play a character, I'd like you to play yourself rather than actually play the game actively, so that they become a character in the game, Lindsay. And at some point, we realize that they've been working with the dungeon master all along, and they betray the company or they kill somebody in the company. Are you following me, Trucker Bosun?
Oh yeah.
You know,
That's a great idea. Actually, I'll try that with my son and some of his friends next time we play.
Yeah, it would be really great to kind of do that. Lindsay, do you follow me? Where these 5 people are playing, you're taking them through the game, but one of the players you call in advance and say, "You're not playing. You're playing with me. We're going to play with them."
Literally, honestly, guys, my brain just doesn't compute, doesn't work this way. I don't know what it is. Like, it's not for lack of trying. Like, my brain doesn't compute with how these games work. Why is that?
The thing is, too, in all fairness, is that we're maybe not the best explainers of it in a large way because we grew up with it. It's kind of like, how hard it is to explain music to somebody when you were simply born with the ability to carry a tune. How often natural athletes are like, well, you just hit the ball. And I think maybe...
Probably because you're like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, no, I don't. I really don't. And not because I'm not listening or trying. I'm like, it's also like me trying to pick up a guitar. I've had a guitar in my hand forever, but it does not, certain things just don't compute. I can type without even looking at a keyboard. I can play a piano or sing without even looking at it. But this game, it doesn't transition in my brain.
Do you know Deborah Ann Wall, the actress?
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever seen Daredevil?
Probably not.
You would know her instantly if you saw her. She's a tall drink of water redhead. There's a great series of YouTube videos where John Barenthal, of course, right?
No.
You don't know John Barenthal? Yeah, you know John Barenthal from Walking Dead and from the accountant with
I don't
Ben.
know names. Here,
okay.
Let me look him up.
If you look up, so John Barenthal plays the Punisher. John Barenthal plays a lot of really groovy stuff, and you love this too, Trucker Bosun.
Yes, I know who he is.
Okay,
yes.
So Deborah Ann Wall has videos where John Barenthal doesn't understand Dungeons and Dragons at all, which she finds shocking because he's an actor. He doesn't understand how you play. And there are literally video upon video of Deborah Ann Wall explaining to John Barenthal how to play Dungeons and Dragons. And I think you'd love them, Lindsay, because he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't understand.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons doesn't register with me either, so
but
I feel that.
It's all the same kind of game mechanism where somebody is actually basically the way, and tell me if this works for you too, Trucker Bosun, is that I am going to tell you a story, except you get to make choices. I have to lay a story out in such a way that when you start making choices, I have to change the story to fit your choices, and then I'm rolling the percentage at which you succeed in your choices. How about that?
Well, you kind of have to do that anyway. You kind of have to plan your campaign around what different situations could occur and what you'll do if the player decides to go one way versus another.
Choose your own adventure.
So it's like when I'm planning out my games. Yeah, I'll already have an idea of what I'm going to do depending on which way they decide. So I've already got that planned out a little bit ahead of time. It's like, are you going to go in this room or are you going to go in this room?
Oh, my God, I know how to teach Lindsay. I just figured it out, Trucker Bosun. I know how to do it. Lindsay, I know how to do it. It would require a little bit of writing on my part, but I could sit down and write a choose-your-own-adventure, except rather than just having one option or two, I can give you, it's complicated, but I could do it for you could do it for a short kind of thing, where rather than give you one option, give you anywhere from 5 to 6 options for each tough decision to make, and then see where it takes us to what different pages based on what you chose. It's choose your own adventure with more than 2 options is what it is. That's the best way to think about it.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. All right, Trucker Bosun. Thank you for coming to our Trucker Bosun and Jimmy Mack educate Lindsay on role-playing games and to help her get her head around it, by the way. Lindsay, you can also have it about a meal. You could actually do a whole game about a meal. There are games that are actually based around making choices about food. All right, get out. We love
Wait,
you.
before you get out, Trucker Bosun, I have a question for you. And first of all, thank you for always being
ma'am.
so. I know we dote on you, but we really appreciate what you're doing, being here. And I know it's as much for you as it is for us, but we really appreciate the relationship and what you're
Amen.
doing. But I just want to ask you, because I'm sitting here holding, I just noticed I was sitting here holding, sort of stroking this little turtle that I got years ago at a truck stop out when we were on the road. And it became a little trinket that we would put on the dash of the tour bus. And everybody, when they got back on the bus, they'd have to pet the turtle. It was like a good luck thing. But we found it at a truck stop. It was really, actually, a driver gave it to me at a truck stop at one of my shows. And it came endearing. But as I'm sitting here touching it, I was just thinking about, truck drivers who collect something unique along their routes. And, drivers pick up souvenirs or little trinkets, postcards, coins, patches, whatever. Do you have anything that you've collected along the way that is in your cab that reminds you of it? I mean, I think things like that take us to a certain place or time. Is there anything that you have in your cab that you look at or that you've collected along the way?
I've got several pieces of Southwestern art, like small things that I've collected from different places we've gone when Penny Lane was riding with me. We went to the area where Billy the Kid was killed. They're around Fort Sumter, and we got some souvenirs from Fort Sumter and from the Hot Air Balloon Festival that they do over there in Santa Fe. And just little places like that. We'll get like little knickknacks from the different places.
Cool. I love that.
But, and I've got a few of them in the truck.
I love that.
But I wanted to tell you,
memories.
Lindsay, your show, that piece I sent you on Messenger, your show actually is what got me to send you that. Because that was actually the first step in my healing from that experience.
Wow.
Was writing that.
That's awesome.
And it was a pretty terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Yeah, that part's not awesome. But getting it out is...
No.
Do you feel, dare I say, a little lighter after writing it down and getting it out? And like sort of... I feel like it sort of detaches us from the thing, if that makes sense.
It kind of does. But, I mean, you talk to anybody, any woman who's had that experience, they'll tell you, it takes years and years to get over it. I mean, it's like, she'll tell you they always feel dirty no matter how many showers or baths they take. They can't get that stain off of them,
Yeah.
But,
well, I see it as a release.
But yeah, that's a psychiatrist. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to say don't go to therapy, but I think they're equal parts. It's a balance, doing anything we can, and I appreciate you sharing. I'm gonna go back and read it and spend some more time now that you've actually said this as well. But I think we all have things it's all relative, right? And we all have things from the smallest to the biggest that have come through our lives that maybe we don't even understand or sort of stuck inside of us. And I think that's what pain is, personally, outside of like tripping and falling and actually physically hurting yourself. But I think a lot of unexplained pains in our bodies, I personally believe, are things that we've stored that we don't realize are bothering us. I don't know if you've, Trucker Bosun, are you much of a reader or even an audible book guy?
I don't do Audible. I prefer written word. But
Okay.
yeah, I've got a library of over 1,200 books.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I
He's
thought
reading.
so. Yeah, I figured. There's a book called, I don't know if you've heard of it or not, but there's a book called The Body Keeps the Score. And if you haven't read it, I would suggest that for you, friend, or anybody listening that is, it's in there. It's stored in there. If you've got an unexplained pain, there's a reason for it, is all I'm saying. There's something in there. And I think writing, it just helps us process it, especially when you don't sit down to really think about what you're going to write. You just sit down to write and just like bleh, let it flow out, automatic writing or flow writing. So I appreciate you sharing that with me. And listen, if nobody else listens to this show again, I feel like I've done my job if it helped you to start a process in something. So thank you. I appreciate you, friend.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
All right, brother. Get down the road safe.
Time to
We
get
love
to the
you.
music news. See ya.
See you, brother.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, sir. Always good to talk to Trucker Boast, and thank you for keeping him on, by the way. That's one of the Lindsay's superpowers, too. I'm often kind of moving on to the next thing, and Lindsay said, let's just linger here a moment. Let's just kind of... And by the way, that would be like what your great superpower in a role-playing game. It's like, you know what, maybe we should investigate these woods here a little bit more.
Yeah, why is nobody talking about the guy with the chainsaw behind the tree? Why is no one talking about... That's what I'd be. You guys gonna ignore that?
No, actually...
You ignore that guy behind the tree?
At which point I would say, no, we're trying to keep our voices down so he doesn't notice us. Too late.
What's the commercials? It's not Geico. One of the commercials where they're hiding from it's like the horror commercials, and they go and they hide behind all the chainsaws.
It's a car. I think it's either a Toyota or it's some kind of car where all they have to do is jump into that car and drive off.
Yeah. They're like... There's a guy with basically like Mike Myers chasing them, and they run into the barn where there's no way out behind all the chainsaws, and they're like, maybe we go in here. And the one girl's like, well, what about the running car? Why don't we get in that?
What are you, crazy? And the guy literally is behind them. He actually takes his mask off, and he literally has the why me look on his face.
He's like, guys.
Come on.
Now I'm going to have to kill you. Oh, my God. I was going to let you run.
By the way,
stupid.
If like I said, if you don't like those kind of movies, I'm recommending a movie for you never to watch. I'm not kidding, Lindsay. If it ever comes up and somebody says you should watch it, tell them no. In a Violent Place.
Literally nobody would ever recommend that to me. That's also a funny segment. Like, here, we'll tell you things not to watch.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, in a Violent Place you never want to watch. It's masterfully made. It is, and it's one of those films that I'm glad I saw it once. I will never watch it again. It is literally a classic horror film, except we see everything from the perspective of the killer, meaning that the camera's always on his shoulder. Does that make sense? That we're following the guy with the mask and the machete for the entire movie, which makes it incredibly slow at the beginning because we watch him come out of the grave, we follow him down the road.
Pass. I will say what's been fun. All of a sudden, because it's Halloween season, and I've made Freya wait. I make Freya wait until we can't watch Christmas movies until it's Christmas time, even though she so desperately wants to. But we
Good
watched
for you.
Yeah, we're not doing it. She watched It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, the other day for the first time, and it's gotten her so into Snoopy and to Charlie Brown right now. She's wanting to watch a different Charlie Brown every night, which has been really sweet. It's been very sweet and nostalgic for Seamus and I as well. We watched the one last night about when their summer camp is ending.
Oh, Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown.
Oh, my God. You are such an encyclopedia. And is that what it's called?
Yeah. Cool as running water, fresh as morning dew, race for your life, Charlie Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it last night, and I already don't remember that. But, yes, that. And he saves camp. He saves summer camp.
Oh, my God.
Because it was funny timing because my friend just texted me and said, hey, it's registration this week starting today, actually, for a summer camp, next summer, 2026, getting our kids involved. And it's a sleepaway camp, and she's sending her 6, soon-to-be 7-year-old. And so I was like, oh, my gosh, Freya could maybe soon. I mean, she'll be almost 8 by that point, go to a sleepaway camp. And then, of course, I started fantasizing. I'm like, 5 nights alone? What would I even do with myself? Everything. But yeah, it's all the through line is Charlie Brown. So I've been thinking about, what are some other kid-friendly Halloween movies we should watch?
Oh, God almighty. I can give you a couple of TV shows. The Worst Witch is really, really funny. My babysitter's a vampire. Although I just watch the pilot episode of that before you dive in with Freya. That's the one place I can't gauge is I'm not really good at that one. Especially if they're 8 or above, I can make a whole bunch of recommendations.
Yeah, she's in that in between where it's like we're still in cartoon land. The real people shows we're not fully there, but almost. We're almost. There's 1 or 2 she'll watch, so we're right in that in between space of it. So I can't wait till we pass that hump.
When you get past 8, I can give you a list. When you get past 8 years of age, I can give you a really fun list of stuff that is like creepy and spooky and at the same time not traumatizing. But scary things are scary things to kids like that. Can I say really quickly, guys? It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, I think is as moving as the Christmas one is. I think the writing on It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, how they're able to take Snoopy as the World War I flying ace and then slowly kind of take that story and walk it right into him as being mistaken for the Great Pumpkin is just a beautiful piece of bringing the whole thing together.
We had somebody from the Charles Schultz camp on a while
2
back,
guys.
remember?
2 guys.
We had a woman on. A woman on who runs that camp. I'd like to have her back.
Oh, yeah. We had her, and then I got a chance to interview those 2 wonderful maniacs who own. Their dad was one of the 4 producers of the original Charlie Brown Christmas special. Oh, it's so good.
Do you have some Halloween kids shows you're watching with the girls, Dre?
Oh, dude. All right. So with the girls especially, but just growing up in general, the ones that I remember, so I got them into it, and so did Chelsea and I, and then also nephews and nieces. But you know what's really good about Disney is you go in on Disney.
Yep.
And they basically have it set up to where they have the Halloween area, but they also have all the Halloween episodes from like old Lizzie McGuire and like Roly Poly Oly, like all of them. So you can kind of show them then, like Kim Possible, all that stuff. But man, you know what's like, all right, so an old school one, you can never go wrong with showing Hocus Pocus. I feel like that's a little bit of like
And they're remaking it.
Yeah, well, the second.
Didn't I see that? Oh, no, they already did.
The second one was tastefully done. I'll give it to them. It was really good. It was well done. But Hotel Transylvania is a fun one.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's fun.
And then like, oh God, what's the other one? Like Curious George, and then like the Muppets. Like those are all fun ones. And there's a couple other good ones.
Isn't it Halloween George? Curious George Halloween Boo Fest? It's something like that.
I think something. Yeah.
Freya loves Curious George.
Yeah, she'd like that then.
But yeah, there's a killer list. But like each streaming thing has it now, where it's like Disney, Hulu, and Peacock. Those 3 have really good like kids Halloween movie setups.
Love it. Yeah, I'll go into Disney. We did watch Hotel Transylvania the other night. I can't remember if she watched the whole thing or not. Seamus and I did. We found that too. We'll start it, and Freya will leave the room, and Seamus and I are still locked in. We didn't even realize our child has wandered off into the street. We're like, wow, this is great. I love it.
And there was, I think, a babysitter's guide to monster hunting. But like I said, I don't want to make that call with a 6 to 7-year-old child.
Yeah, we're still below that. I mean, she does like Monsters, Inc. She loves those shows, which I guess could be sort of Halloween if you want to go there.
Yeah.
Those are very sweet. But they make monsters lovable besides the bad guy. But that's with anything.
Just don't let her see the Disney movie. What was it, Jimmy? What's Under Your Bed, or the not Monster on Your Bed, or oh God, I forgot.
Stories to Tell in the Dark? Not that one.
No,
oh
not
my God.
that one. This one they didn't. I don't even think they really have it. I think they just put it back on Disney Plus because like it haunted kids, like the makeup and everything. Like it was a Disney movie, but it wasn't no Smart House or Hocus Pocus. It literally, I was like, I can't sleep.
It's a tough call, man. It's a tough call. It's like the hardest call. I can make Thanksgiving recommendations. I can make Christmas. I can do all of them. It's like the one place where. And it isn't a boy or girl thing either. I'm not recommending that to 6-year-old. There's some stuff, like I said, 8 or 9, rock and roll, ready to go. But yeah, and you're raising her right. So having spent time with that child, she's not like a wilting wallflower. So I know she's got, I know she's tough, but there's tough and then there's trauma.
Yeah.
I got one more, and I'm done. Halloween Town, dude.
Oh,
I thought you were just going to say Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm glad you had a town at the end of that.
Let's get her ready for them. Yeah, no, Halloween Town, even all the way to all 3 of them. Like the first one you can't go wrong with because of Carrie Fisher's mom in it. What's her name? She plays the witch.
Debbie Reynolds.
Yeah, it's awesome. It gets a little creepy, but not too bad.
Okay.
Can I say that I am very proud of the fact that you guys will always go, what's her name? And I'm like, okay, what's the title of that? Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel pretty good about that. Yeah. I feel pretty good about that. One more time.
Your mind works. Your mind still works, Jim.
It's on. It's on at least. One more time, tell us who's going to be on We Should Write.
Sarah McCoy is my guest today at 11. At 11 o'clock, it'll be the replay of Sandy Knox. Such a good episode. Sarah McCoy will be joining us at 12. She's a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author, written a ton of books. But what's so cool about this, it's a very different perspective. She actually does not consciously write to heal. I'm going to make her talk about it, though. We're going to make her dive deep. She was like, some of the pre-questions I was asking her, she's like, oh, my God, I hadn't even thought about that. So that's what's been so fun about this show. Every episode is a different perspective, obviously, because we all have different perspectives. But it's been so many different kinds of writers and writing that I hadn't even thought about, and so many more to come. The show ain't going nowhere. We're booked to January, so at least until then, the show is happening. It will be in 2026, guys. We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's go.
And by the way, we are booked quite into the future, as you probably noticed, Lindsay, as we were trying to kind of fit in some extra content over the course of this month. It was becoming a game of I guess, Tetris, because we are packed and stacked for this month and beyond. Tomorrow, it's a lot of our favorite folks who are going to be stopping by, along with telling the Canadians on Canada Calling happy Thanksgiving belatedly. Dat guy, Dean Croak, is going to be joining us.
Who's that guy?
Dean Croak. He's going to be joining us at the beginning of the show, and he's going to be talking about Halloween spending, of all things. He's going to talk about the impact that Halloween spending and the Halloween economy has on the trucking and transportation industry. Our friends from Canada, of course, will be here. We're going to have another edition of Washington Trucking Week, and we're going to be digging in with those folks. Probably going to be our good friend Colin Long, but we will see who they send our way. Maybe they'll send Jay Grimes, because he's been very happy for me, sending me messages about my beloved Mariners, Lindsay. They're up 2-0 and headed back to Seattle. And then, look, she's coming back. Our good friend, well, you know her, Megan Kate Nelson. This could be a lot of fun, by the way. We're going to be discussing The Lowdown.
I got to watch it tonight. I haven't watched it yet. That's tonight's agenda.
We're going to be discussing The Lowdown, which is a modern Western noir set in Tulsa, and it should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to kind of talk about that. The Lowdown, of course, is a television series, and we're going to see if we recommend it for you guys to keep on watching it after that. Immediately after that, Mary Jo Von Tillo is going to be joining us, and I want you to kind of unpack that for us, Lindsay, really quickly before we actually hit this break.
Yeah, real quickly. Mary Jo Von Tillo is a friend of mine. Her husband was killed in the Vegas shooting, the largest massacre to this day in U.S. history at the Route 91 Music Festival. Their family had gone to that festival for 4 years, and on their fourth and last, whole family was there. Husband was shot. He was a truck driver, by the way. But the positive spin, if you could say that, of that, she has a new book that came out yesterday. It came out, and it was co-written with another friend of mine who was a writer for People Magazine and Rolling Stone. They co-wrote this book together. The book is not necessarily about the shooting. They do, of course, touch on that at the beginning. It's about the people that she's met along the way, the relationships that were made, some beautiful friendships that came of a tragedy, and the book is called Connection. Come on, you know I love that. So she's going to be joining us to talk about that. And then right after that, we'll stay creepy. Michelle Roselle, Paranormal Investigation. We're talking about. She was on last month from Cripple Creek. She works at a haunted jail. Who better to talk about creepy stuff than that? It's Road Gang Radio. Don't go anywhere. We should write a replay from last week coming up next, and then a brand new one at 12 o'clock, so you can have your lunch and listen to the healing power of writing. Love you guys. Get home safe. That's the name of the game.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath.
Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right? Right?
Yeah.
Guys, yeah, see? She agrees. That's the cue. From now on, Sandy, you get it. When I say we should write, you say...
Yeah. Right?
Oh, it's right.
Oh, okay. I'll say it. Give it to me again.
You'll get it. We'll get there in a minute. You'll get it. It's fine. We're still tuning in. Guys, welcome to We Should Write. I've been waiting for this episode for weeks, and I mean that. I am so excited. Today's guest has written truly like the soundtrack to some of my earliest emotions, even before I understood what they meant. And we're going to talk about that today because it's so important to me. My guest is Grammy-nominated songwriter and author Sandy Knox, the lyrical powerhouse behind Reba McEntire's Does He Love You? Why Haven't I Heard From You? She thinks his name is John. She's also written for Dolly Parton, Liza Minnelli, Neil Diamond, Dionne Warwick, Donna Summer. What I'm trying to tell you is that legends lined up to sing her songs. And so I'm okay to talk with somebody like that. So I had such a personal connection to her work when I was young. Does He Love You? When it came out, I was about 13, and my best friend Aaron Runyon and I would sing this song like we had already been through 3 divorces. I don't know what it was, and like our house was on fire. We didn't know a thing about affairs or heartbreak, but we felt it. We felt it, and that's what I've always loved about Sandy's writing. It makes you feel emotions that you haven't even earned yet. So today, beyond all of that, we're talking about diving in her newest project called Waiting, Weightting, Waiting, My Life If It Were a Musical. This is brilliant. It's funny. It's raw. It's a deeply human mix of both storytelling and song about family, food, self-image, and really the emotional weight that we all carry. Pun intended, all the way around. So it's clever, courageous, it's full of truth, and I'm just honored that she's joining us today, and thrilled that somebody has the guts to continue to share her story and rise up so that other people can too. So please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Sandy Knox. Hello.
Hello, Lindsay. That was an incredible description of the boozical, the audiobook musical. That's what I call it, a boozical. Thank you. That was just heart-stopping how you just put it in. We're going to steal that description, by the way.
Please. I always say I'm happy to follow you around like with a wind machine, and just as you enter rooms. That's a job that I would really like. When it's somebody I like, I'm like, I would like to walk around and intro you as you walk into rooms. That seems it's probably a little much, but I feel like you deserve it of all people.
Not for me. I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
All right, Sandy, I like to start the show, call me woo, but with a deep breath so that I don't run off the rails. Okay. Breathe together, and everybody listening, take a breath as well, wherever you may be, if you're in your truck or behind your desk, wherever you are. On the count of 3, let's breathe together. On 1, 2, 3. Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm a big breather. I like that.
I figured you were. So let's start there. I'm grateful for breath. I always like to ask people to kick things off. In this moment, Sandy, what are you grateful for at this present moment, this exact time in your life?
Wow, great question there. You know, I wake up every morning, I do a morning meditation, and that is where I just live in gratitude for a while and just say thank you to the universe. There's a prayer that I utilize inside the book where Dame, a character, is saying to the God that's all around me, the God that lives inside me, and that's how I start the day, because I'm grateful for so many things. I'm grateful for my success. I'm grateful for hot water. I'm grateful for my house. I'm grateful for the great sheets that I found. I go through this whole run of things that are, some of them are very simple, but it's like, I'm so happy that I had a great family, my parents who were supportive of my career choice and everything. Those are the kinds of things that I land on when I'm thinking about what am I grateful for.
That's amazing. Well, and you talk about your parents in this book, and I'm blown away by the humanity that they taught you and instilled in you. We'll dive into that in a little bit. And then the other side of that gratitude coin, because everything is equal parts. It's a balance of life. What is heavy on you right now? If you were gonna journal about what is sort of weighing
pun intended, weighing on you? What's heavy on you right now?
You know, there's not a lot that's heavy on me right now. I'm one of those people that errs on the side of let's be positive, let's look at, all the good things, You know, I have friends who worry a lot about their health and everything, and I always say to them, one of the things I always say to them is, just be thankful we're not living in the day and age where they treated us with leeches. Medical science has come so far ahead. So I'm not happy about anything. I will tell you, I've already started thinking about this new musical that I'm working on. So that's now in my brain, this whole new storyline and everything for this new thing that I'm working on. So that's pretty up top there right now.
Which is so fascinating to for people to realize, like, if it's you've this Waiting, the musical, if your life was a musical, this has been like a 20-year endeavor for you, while you're also, I assume, working on multiple things at the time. And it's like, we put it out, and it, Picasso didn't put out a great work and then be like, okay, I'm done. Like, you put things out, and then you just kind of have to keep moving on to the next and evolving. So it's equal parts overwhelming and inspiring to hear that this is just recently out this year and already on to the next. Okay, I want to backtrack for a minute. So much to unpack in Waiting, but I want to just kick off the show, if you're okay with it, playing here in a second a clip from She Thinks His Name with John, okay. Because you did something. Okay, I'm again like 13 years old singing this song about it's very candidly about a woman who has a one-night stand, contracts HIV, and loses her life ultimately because of it. And this is inspired by somebody, people that you knew personally who had gone through something similar. And again, I don't know how you do it, Sandy, but you, and whether it's conscious or not, or just your God-given talent here. But again, at 13 years old, I would sing. I mean, I can go there in my mind right now, in my room with a hairbrush, singing this song as if I was living it. I did not know what AIDS was. Right. I did not even really exactly know. She can account for all of the men in her life. I would sing that, and I hadn't even kissed a person yet. You know what I mean? Is it, before we play it, is that something, you do this in all your music, is it something that you're consciously aware of, that you're evoking such emotion in people who it's not even their story, or maybe not even yours if you're writing it? How does that spirit move through you? Do you know?
I am a big believer in making people feel something when they're listening to a lyric. That is one of my top priorities when I'm writing. I go by, there's it's a very little thing that it's not little, but it's something I've said for years, since I was in my 20s. I want whatever that I'm writing to make people feel an emotion, and those emotions are, I want it to make people laugh, cry, or want to make love. There you go. I mean, let's create those kind of feelings. I also always have a little film going in my head with the lyrics, so that if I can visualize it, I want people to listen to it, and I want them to be able to visualize what I'm saying in the lyric. So that little 13-year-old girl who didn't know what AIDS was, she knew that the song was heavy. She knew it was touching you in some way, that you knew this was a heavy story. So, but that song, you're right, that song was about my brother who got AIDS through a blood transfusion while he was battling testicular cancer. So I put myself in his shoes. What if I had gotten that message at 29 years old? He was 29 when he passed away. And so so that was the catalyst for that song. But also at the time, it was called GRID, gay-related immune deficiency, and a lot of people thought that only gay people got it. That wasn't the case at all. I mean, there were several straight women who got it, and straight people and whatever. And that's what kind of put me there, is because I overheard some friends of mine making comments about, oh, he's okay, he's a friend of a friend. And that's one of the lines in the song. And it was like, oh, he has a green light, he's fine because he's a friend of a friend. Yeah, well, no, that isn't how it works. That isn't how a virus works. Right. So anyways, but yeah, that's important to me too. And I'll tell you another thing about that song, and people have heard me say this before, but I felt like I had a target. The bullseye, in my mind, I had a target. The bullseye, the red bullseye, was AIDS. I had to write all around it without ever saying death, dying, doctors, medicine, AIDS, HIV, I had to write all around that bullseye and still get the message across. That was important to me. I didn't want to make it so overwritten, so to speak. Yeah, that was heavy. I had about 17 pages of lyrics, and I had to keep condensing and condensing. And I'll tell you another thing, talking about this town and co-writing, a lot of my co-writers didn't want to write it with me. They thought it was heavy. Too heavy, it was not, nobody would cut it, So, a lot of them, declined. And then Steve Rosen, who was in my band, I had a 10-piece band at the time called Sandy Knox and the Yummy Butt Cabana Boys featuring the Love Bitches. Thank you. And and Stevie was new to town, had just graduated from Berkeley, was new to town, and I threw the idea up to him, and he was not jaded enough yet to say no. He went, sure. And when he said sure, that's when we got busy on the song and started writing it. And I just had to bring all those lyrics, down and down.
Wow. Well, and it's, excuse me, it's something that I've learned sort of later in life. It's like the more, oddly enough, the more specific we get, the broader the connection for whatever reason. I was doing it the other way around a lot of life, and I realized if you're trying to speak to everyone, you speak to no one. If you try to speak to one person, you speak to everyone. It's a strange thing. Yeah. And that's so crazy how you just mentioned that, how you said that about writing all over. I mean, you don't even say, you're right, you don't say anything what's happening, and yet we still know. What a skill.
I don't even say that she's sick.
No, you don't even use that word. She can't account for all of the men in her life, where they are now, who they married, how many kids they had. She knew their family's background and friends. We're going to play the end of it.
Okay.
So people can, if you don't know the song, if you don't know the song, you don't exist, clearly, because everybody knows the song. But it's so powerful. Dre, let's play it so then I can do it more, because there's a million avenues I want to go. But this is, she thinks his name is John, by the, obviously, written by the incredible Sandy Knox, performed by the incredible Reba, who, by the way, had the courage to put it out as a woman. Another big ding ding. Here it is, and we'll dive in more. Ooh, I just have full body chills now. So that was a total moment for me. I'm sure you'd have to, like, hearing Reba sing your song, looking across to you. It just healed something in me as a child. So that was very full circle. I just want to say so. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. I'm glad. That makes me very happy as a writer. Surely you know that feeling when one of your songs touches someone.
For sure.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and it's like, all right, I can. I've done something here on this earth. You've done quite a bit, obviously, and such an honor. We're talking to Sandy Knox here. So listening through this audiobook, here's what hit me at the very beginning, and I'm talking full blown, almost panic attack. So I'm listening to you talking about entering Foundation House, which what's the word? What would you call Foundation House? It's not a rehab, but
no, it's not a rehab at all. It was like a diet college. It wasn't a fat, what they call a fat farm where people go to lose like a high dollar type thing. It wasn't a spa. you actually learned. You were in classes, you were in group therapy. You know, this is based on a real place that I went. And so I always refer, because I learned so much while I was there, I always referred to it as a diet college.
Okay.
That's what I called it. You had to go to classes. You had to you had to take medical tests to make sure you were healthy before you started your program. It was a wonderful place. Yeah.
Well, and you have so many relationships that came from it, beautiful stories that came from it, so many healing moments. And what hit me, why I want to say this, because whether you're somebody who struggles with, we're all trying to fix something in us, and we're all beautiful and perfect, of course, but we're all trying to heal something. And you going there to work through weight and learn about diet was your thing that stems from a young age. But what I felt in it, and what I want to say for anyone listening, because you'll identify this no matter what you're working on in your life. This isn't about weight loss. This is about something inside of us that wants to be seen and held. And for me, it was crazy, Sandy. I was listening to this in this specific chapter in the parking lot, waiting to go in and pick up my daughter from day camp. And she's 6. And I started thinking, so when somebody is overweight, or not at the weight they want to be, and they're trying to think about how am I going to get to the other, it must feel so debilitating to be like, I'm so far away from that. How can I ever get that? Like, it'll never happen. And I started thinking about some of my hopes and dreams, and I'm like, I'm so far away from where I think I should be or where I want to be. And I started feeling kind of the panic of that. And you're listening through the rest of your book calmed my nervous system to be like, it's baby steps. It's waking up every day and just choosing to work on it, I think, right? So So just talk a little bit, especially as it pertains to writing, you entering Foundation House, or whatever it was called, Foundation House, and knowing that you were going to heal through that. I guess, what was that moment when you're like, I am going to do this, I can do this, I will do this. Do you remember that sort of light switch moment when you were like, I can do it? Was it before or after entering, I guess?
Well, as I say in the book, I went there because I had just gone through a bad breakup with a guy, and I wanted to be out of town because he was kind of still coming around when he wasn't invited. And a friend and I wanted to lose only about 15 pounds. I wasn't, overweight or anything. I just was carrying a little extra. And a friend of mine told me about this place, and she said, a lot of celebrities go there, and a lot of celebrities have been to this place. And when I looked into it, I found out I could take my dogs, I could have my own apartment. I was like, well, this just sounds great. It was like a healthy vacation. And so I just remember, for me, it was an escape. I just wanted to get out of town and do something healthy. And my friend told me about this place, and I went, and it was great. But then it turned into this. When I left a month later or whatever it was, I was like, wow, so many stories in this place, so many people's stories. There were some stories, the characters are composite of many different people. There were some really interesting, there were people that were there just because they were hiding. They didn't really need to lose weight. There was one woman there who was, I didn't use her in the book, I didn't use her story, but she was hiding because her best friend, she had been having an affair with her best friend's husband for 20 years, and her best friend just found out, so she came there to this place to hide. There was another girl who was there who left in the middle of the night. She was hiding from her family because they had arranged a marriage for her, and she did not want to do that.
That still happens?
So that's why yeah, believe it or not, yeah. And again, this was 25 years ago, but other people were there because they did want a healthy vacation. They didn't want to go on a cruise ship and gain weight, where it's just a buffet on the water. And so, I just remember meeting all these various people, and the story started percolating. When I drove away, I was just like, wow, there's something in this place. What is this going to be? And at first, I thought it was going to be a flat-out musical, because I have a theater background, and that's what I thought. But it just kept nagging on me for years, where I was like, I got to do something with this story and all these song ideas. The first song idea in the car on the way home was salsa. It is a dip. It is a dance. So that was the first idea that came to me, is that like salsa, it's something you eat and something you dance to, you know. So that was the first one. So it started percolating very early, but it was, you know, I knew it was going to be, talking about, you said you may not be where you are, but Lindsay, you have affirmations about your career all the time, whether you realize it or not. I mean, this podcast is one of them. You know, it's an affirmation telling you you're on the right road. Anytime I got a song put on a soft hold or a hard hold, I knew I was on the right road for the journey I wanted to go on. Those little things, I just kept embracing those little affirmations, knowing there's a reason why this is happening. This is the universe's way of saying, yep, you're in the right place, keep going.
I love that. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're right. We just have to get out of our own way and be able to see those things as well.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, thank you. And so, were you writing through, like, when you were there, your stay at Foundation House? Are you a journaler, first of all, or is that just what songwriting notes everywhere?
Sometimes I'm a journaler. If the guy I'm dating is irritating me, I tend to journal more. But for the most part, no, I'm not a journaler. I just kind of keep things rolling in my head. But I was not waiting while I was there. No, I was gathering. I was gathering. I had gone there to kind of put some distance between me and someone who wasn't so good. So that was why I was there. So that was, and just being in a new place, different place is real healthy for you sometimes.
For sure. And since you mentioned, the someone that wasn't so good, this is really very powerful how much you share about the someone not so good. We'll call him Dick. Appropriately named so.
That was not his, but you got to say it like this. And his name was Dick. You got to say it like that.
Dick. So anyway, Dick. It's so fun. I feel the power in it. What was, you shared this stuff. I'm a firm believer of creating a space where if I share something, it lets somebody know they can share something and vice versa. Yeah. And you share it on a very powerful level here. And the most beautiful thing to me in this is Dick. Once you finally escaped his dickness, you got a call a while later from a woman who was in a relationship then with Dick, and she said, "Do you please tell me that I'm not crazy, or am I crazy? Do you see this too?" And you got really emotional.
Tell me I'm not crazy. Tell me that I'm not as crazy as he tells me I am. That is the first thing that was out of her mouth on the phone when she and I connected. Yeah.
And I'm sure in that moment, I would love to know in that moment if you remember what you felt, but it sparked this relationship forever where you guys have been friends for 30 years now or something.
Oh, yeah.
I think I would love for you to talk about, if you will, the idea of we connect with people, we find connections and purpose through pain, and you did this. You turned your life, or you escaped, and then were able to help somebody else escape. But do you remember that moment, what that felt like when she said that to you on the phone, what it did to your heart? I can only imagine.
Yeah, my heart broke for her because I knew exactly what was going on in her relationship with Dick. I knew exactly. She didn't have to explain anything else when she said, I need you to tell me. That was the first words out of her mouth. I need you to tell me I'm not as crazy as he tells me I am. And I knew, wow, the gaslighting, was going on big time. So I immediately, opened up my heart and my life to her and said, do you want to get together and, talk? So we did. And, it was the exact same story. And I'll tell you something. I didn't, you say that was very raw and I shared a lot. I didn't share a lot of what really went on, behind the scenes in that relationship. I didn't sugarcoat anything, but I just didn't share everything, so it was a good thing that I got out of that situation. But she and I have remained friends. I always tell her we went from adversaries to allies so quickly. And that one phone call, that one time that she called and said that, because before that I was like, I'd heard about her, that she was dating him and everything. And I was like, and then in that moment, it was like, adversaries to allies so quickly, just in a flick of the eyelashes. That was we were friends. Yeah, and we're still friends. I can't get rid of her.
I love that. I love the marching band thing you put together from your walks in the morning.
Yeah, that was a real song that we would sing to each other while we walked at Vandy Track.
How'd it go?
Go away, fats. Fats, go away. Get out of my head. Get off my legs. Go away, fats. I forget all the rest of it. I have to hear the whole drill. But we would sing that, and we just thought we were the funniest things in the world when we would do that. So when I wrote that chapter, and my friend now lives in Ireland, and we talk almost once a week. And she's married and lives in Ireland, and I sent her the chapter, and I said, I'm going to go into the studio, and I'm going to do a full marching band version of this little ditty we used to sing. I said, it's going to be so cool. I can hear it in my head. And let me give a shout out to Stefan Oberhoff, who played every instrument on that track.
Whoa.
When I told him what I wanted, it turns out that this man had done the entire library for the Pepperdine Marching Band. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So
because it sounds huge. I would never guess that's one person doing all that.
Yeah, that's Stefan's brilliance. And so I said, well, here's what I want. And he said, got it. We can do this. So, yeah. And then it's interesting, I brought in several of my girlfriends to sing on the thing who had also been survivors of abusive relationships.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's powerful. You can hear it. This is such a cool concept. It's as I mentioned earlier today when we were promoting you coming on, Sandy, writing a musical is probably one of the biggest endeavors you could ever think to take on. So you did it. I'm so impressed, inspired by how you're like, well, let me take it on the way that I know how to do. I write songs and I'll just write my story, put it, and whatever happens, happens. But you were able to do it in this audio book coupled with 21 new songs. You can head over to Weighting, WEIGHTING.com. How was that not taken, by the way?
It was.
It was? Okay.
But it's mine now.
Okay, atta girl. Waiting.com to find the audiobook and the songs. We're going to dive in more. Sandy, when we come back, I'd love to know the idea of through your this beautiful connection that came of you and your girlfriend when you went through something terrible that you could both see it. Because of the, I'd love to know, how do you balance believing in purpose without needing to justify the pain itself, if that makes sense?
Let me see if I understand that question. I'll think about it.
Yeah, the idea, because because here's the thing. I live in between these worlds where I'm like, yes, I've gone through some crappy things, but guess what came of it? But also then turning it to be like, I can see my grandmother in heaven being like, okay, we've done enough pain. We're good. We don't have to go through the pain, So how do you get back to the place to sort of circle it back around where we can learn from these experiences and not expect the experiences in order to tell a story, if that makes sense? We'll dive into a bit more of that when we come back. We're talking with the great Sandy Knox. It is such an honor to have her here today. Head over to Weighting.com to learn of this new project. Of course, you can stream her music, download her music. Thank you. Everywhere you get music. Take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, because Sandy, we should write.
Right?
Yeah. There it is. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write.
Right?
I'm going to make you do it all the time. I'm going to be
You've got now I'm trained.
Welcome to We Should Write Training College. Sandy Knox is joining us today, and we touched on this before we went into break. I guess the main thing I'll say, because you 20 years writing this project, a lifetime of stories in order to be able to write in general. So I guess back to that question, do you see or do you find a balance in of all you've gone through and seen, being like, because you were such a, to me sitting here, you seem like such a confident, you have so much gratitude for where you are, you see where you've come from, all the things. Is there a way for you to balance, like, things are going to show up, but I don't have to let those pains define me, I guess, is it? It's not part of us, it's just something that moved through. Or it's not us, it's something that was just a part of us for a moment. Or how do you see that, I guess?
Well, I am one of those people that just, if I want something to happen, like I wanted this book to happen, so I continued to work away at it, even though there were times that were difficult. My parents were aging out, so I was taking care of, I moved back to Texas to be closer to my parents because I could tell my father was his life was changing and probably coming to an end. I actually heard it in his voice on the phone. I went, he's starting to sound more like his mother toward the end of her life. I think I better get home. So I moved back, and I moved to Austin, which is a 3-hour drive from Houston, because Austin had more of a music scene. But anyway, so because of that, I had to put the idea on hold for a bit. And then my mother was aging out and having some issues, and she decided to move here. So that happened. And at the same time, I was literally designing and building a new house. So that kind of took precedent. But at the same time, I'm working on the whole thing. I'm thinking of ideas. I'm thinking of songs and whatever. And then when COVID happened, lockdown, I went, oh man, how am I going to stay on this if live theater is going to be slowed down to a point? Because to me, it was a musical. It was a live theater production. And that's when I got the idea for an audiobook musical. And, I've had some background, like I said, in theater, and I've had some background doing voiceover work. And I went, what? I think I can write this. It'll just be a longer song with songs in between. And I thought, I think I can write this, narrate it. I think I can make this happen. And the more I researched it, come to find out nobody had ever done an audiobook musical situation. Normally, if an audiobook was about music, you would be directed to go download the CD that they referenced in the audiobook. About, like, say, if it was about Alicia Keys' book, you're just directed to go buy, the soundtrack. This was different. This was I wanted it to be interwoven. I wanted that when the listener is listening to the story, they're feeling it, and I'm going to take them right into the song that fits that story, that chapter they just heard. So,
So it's a brilliant concept.
Well, and let me tell you, nobody had ever done it, so we were learning a lot of things as we went along. Like the sound engineer, Garrett Schultz, he was the sound designer. Wonderful guy, a lot of awards and everything under his belt. And he said, Sandy, I've researched this. Nobody's done this before, and we're going to have to not make it up, but we're going to have to figure out how to do this correct way. Because I'll tell you something, Lindsay, there were things like if we had to keep the spoken word at a certain level, and when we came in with the music, we couldn't like I would crank things up. We couldn't do that because we would get loud penalties.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, we had that exactly. It was like, what's a loud penalty? So we had to find out all of this stuff as we went along. There was a lot of that kind of stuff. We spent hours and hours on Zoom between the producer and who produced the music. Stefan Oberhoff and I did the majority of the music, and then either the mixing, the master and mixing guy, and then the sound designer. There were a lot of Zoom meetings where it literally would be like, okay, bring that up a half decibel, bring that up just, it was so technical, and it was there was a lot to it.
One might say.
Yeah, and so back to your point, there were moments where like keeping it going. First off, I was investing a lot of money in this thing, and so keeping it going was. There were moments when I was like, oh man, is this going to be worth it? But I have to tell you, in the end, when we released it, when it was done, when it was finished, it is something I'm so proud of. I'm so happy about it. I'm thrilled with all the songs. And here's an interesting thing about the songs. There's not one country song in the soundtrack.
Oh, I know. It's complete.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you that because did you surprise to be someone where you were going into this at, you've already had so much massive success. Did you surprise yourself to be like, because in your head you're like, I'm a successful writer, I can do this, and you realize, oh, this is a completely different kind of writing that I'm learning and evolving. Did you think I'm already evolved, I can do that, and realize, oh, I can. These are so many other avenues.
I'm already evolved.
Well, you know what I mean.
That's a bumper sticker.
I'm already evolved. Get off my bump. Get off my tail. But did you get off my tail? Evolved. That actually is really funny. Okay.
That is good.
That is good, right?
I got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I got it.
Get the visual. What's happening?
Yeah.
Did you surprise yourself in how much you learned from a writing perspective?
Well, first off, I've always written several different kinds of genres. I was when I moved here in 1983. 24 years old and $1,500 in my pocket and didn't know a soul. I didn't write country at all. I actually I didn't think this town was going to be great for me, but it was such a songwriter's haven. And then I realized it was the soul of this town was so crazy good and supportive of songwriters. But I learned how to, none of my songs were written as country tunes. They got cut by country people, but mostly I just tried to write great songs. A great song can be recorded in so many different styles. I didn't make a conscious decision not to write country on this project. I just wanted to write the style of the song that fit the chapter you had just heard. So like when I'm talking about Dave the piano player, who's a piano player in a place in New York, he's not going to bust into on his gigs. He's going to be writing some of those cool, American Standard type things. And the American Standard style was always really important to me and embedded in my ear growing up. So I didn't make a conscious decision not to write country. There wasn't a place for it. But the next one I'm working on, there's going to be a lot of places for really bad country songs.
Oh, okay. Hints, a little foreshadowing. I like it.
Yeah.
I have several recommendations of singers for it. Oh, no, wait. Their names are, no, just kidding. Okay, well, I want to play a song play a clip of something off the album so people get a feel of what we're talking about. And I have to tell you, this was my favorite of the 21 songs, personally. Mm-hmm. You Already Love That Girl. You
already love that girl.
Boy, you already love that girl. It just radiates joy. And so I'm so curious, a little deep dive of the story behind it, because how does this song specifically, with all this joy, it emoted so much joy in me, which I needed at the time. How does it fit into the healing arc of the project?
Okay. All right. But you're going to play it first?
We'll play it first and then.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll play it first.
Okay.
Give us that bop. Hit us, Phone Master Dre, Sexy Jesus. Show me what you're working with.
minutes is our songs, our music. It was important to me to have that length because that it would be easier to condense 5.5 hours into a 3.5 or a 3 hour live show. So I purposely kept that timeline tight because I definitely, in Shut Up and Eat It, the background vocals at one point sing Jello, Jello. That was really important to me. I could see the platters of fake Jello as the dancers are moving around. So, yeah, and on the song Will You Love Me Then, which is the duet that Kendall Wilde and Jackie Wilson sing, the two characters. And the song is about basically, once I become perfect in your eyes, will you love me then, And I always saw that them singing into a mirror reflection of themselves. In my mind, that's how I had that stage set. So, yeah.
It's so great. I mean, I could see it. I could see it all. You can hear it in the music. You know what you're going for. Just instinctively, it naturally happened. So this show is called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. And so there's other things you touch on. You talk about in this book the idea that your mom was a model, not only a model, by the way, at one point, but a swimsuit model. So, and then you come into the world, you and two boys your brothers get to have seconds and you don't. Yep. She reminded you that you were the biggest baby when you were born, and that sets the scene. No disrespect to your mom, but it sets the scene. I listened to that and was aware, Sandy, I'm like, oh my gosh, with a 6-year-old, it reminded me everything that comes out of my mouth is shaping her entire life. So thank you for the gentle yet slap in the face reminder about that. But with all that said, I'd love for you to talk about now, when you look back now at the little girl who was told she couldn't have seconds, the woman who escaped the abusive relationship, the artist who wrote her way through it all, and what you would say to her, and for anyone listening who's still carrying something heavy, which so many of us are. What's one truth that you, Sandy, have learned about letting go?
Mm-hmm. Well, letting go can be so healing. Letting go can be so powerful, just the act of just going, I'm done. I'm not going to let that bother me anymore. But also, one of the things, anytime I was going through a rough time or whatever, I was hit with some pretty serious medical situations also right before I turned 50. And I just a lot of times would hear this phrase, and my mother, my mother was the one who would say this to me when you were going through something bad. She'd go, just remember, it's only temporary. It's not forever. It's only temporary. You will fix this. You'll get through it. Things will, change. And my mother was tough. She made it very clear that, I say in the book, she did not live to eat. She ate to live. Mm-hmm. And my dad and I were the exact opposite. We lived to eat. We loved food and going grocery shopping. She hated us going grocery shopping. But one of the things, I have to say this about her also, when I was young and struggling in my songwriting, and I would feel like, gosh, maybe I should give up, maybe I should give up, My mother would always say, well, if you give up, you have 100% chance of not making it. But if you hang in there, you at least still have a 50% chance of making it.
I like those odds a little better.
Yeah, 100% giving up, 100% you're not going to make it. And I've seen in this town, I've seen a lot of people pull out and go back home and give up. And a lot of them were incredibly talented. And that's sad, but it happens, Yeah, I don't know. Am I still on answering the question?
Yeah, no, you are. You totally are.
Or did I just go off into Sandyland?
I love Sandyland. I'm going to live in Sandyland for forever now. Because and I think so. On the show, Sandy, the show is not about convincing anybody to become an author or professional songwriter. If that happens as a byproduct, beautiful, great. But I'm just like The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron. I mean, the show, the idea, I believe, I have found myself later in life. I'll go back and find something that I wrote, years ago and been like, and healed from it back when I see it. So to me, this show is like future you thanking present you for doing something, for writing and putting pen to paper on something that's going to help you down the road. So with that said, you know, we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show. We have a lot of artists that listen to the show, people that are out on the road and are seeing things all the time and are feeling things, you know, from a writing perspective. And I don't even mean professionally. I mean just as a human, getting our shit out so we can get it out. Do you see writing as alchemy? Do you find yourself as an alchemist when you're able to, because you transmute something for me emotionally, which helps me then want to do it as well. Would you call writing alchemy, and what can you say to people that is writing, is it important for us?
Oh, yeah, I think so. You know, yes, I think it's very important, and I think it does produce feelings and emotions, and that's one of the greatest things in the world. You know, the first time that I did Does He Love You, I did, it had just been out on the radio, and I never performed the song. The song's actually pretty hard to sing.
Yes.
And I got invited to sing at the Harlan Howard Birthday Bash, which was a really big deal and a heavy compliment if that invitation was extended. But they wanted me to sing Does He Love You? And I remember getting up there and doing it and coming back off there. And
as a duet?
It was a young woman standing at the,
Did you sing
I did
it
it
solo?
as a duet, yeah.
You did, okay.
Yeah. And no, my friend Catherine, who my friend from meeting Dick.
Wow, y'all did it together?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at the Harlan Howard Birthday Bash. Yeah, and that would have been after Dick.
Inflection is everything.
Yeah, thank you. But anyway, and I came off that stage, and I'll never forget Donna Summer was standing there. Donna was about to go on stage. And I walked off the stage, and there was this young woman standing on the line, you know, where you walked past to get to the green room area. There wasn't a green room. But anyway, and she said, and the song had barely been out, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, maybe. And this woman kind of reached out and stopped me, and she said, I want to thank you for that song so much. She said, I got out of a bad relationship because of that song.
Wow.
And I kind of looked at her, and she said, yeah, saved me. That's all she had to say. So yeah, that definitely causes, you know, people to think and causes different things happening in emotions in their body. Yeah, I think that's one of the wonderful things about being a writer, is that we have that opportunity.
Yeah. And we don't know always. I mean, I'm aware sometimes I'm like, I don't know if I'm writing, if this is for me, if this is for someone else, if this is for the other side, someone I'll never, you know what I mean? It's like we don't know what seemingly little acts can do to change the world. I talk about this all the time. People are like, well, how could I ever change the world? And I think it is by us making ourselves better, by us working our stuff out. It makes us a better person so that everyone around us are better, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And so stories like that, when you're like, you weren't writing that, I assume at the time, to be like, you didn't know that woman, and you changed somebody's life. That's all I need to know, that we need to write.
And, you know, we don't know how many times that happens once one of our songs is out there in the world and is a hit and people are listening to it. And it doesn't even have to be a hit. I mean, but we don't know how our songs are affecting people when they're listening to them. We don't get those emails and messages and phone calls. You know, we don't know. There could be thousands and thousands of people who are affected by something we've written, and we just haven't heard about it yet. You know, I will tell you, on waiting, I actually got about a week ago, I got a handwritten letter, which...
What's that?
Thank you. I got a handwritten letter with a stamp on it from a woman thanking me for the book. And she said, I've listened to it twice, and it's made such a difference. Okay, if I only get one handwritten letter, that's enough. That was powerful, you know.
I'm just impressed. Do you even know how much stamps are? I'm impressed that she...
Well, I just use forever stamps because they're forever the same.
I think the last time I wrote a handwritten letter, I just put like 12 on. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to put all the stamps I have on it because I don't know how much it costs. We've only got a few minutes left, but I want to, and again, head over to waiting.com. I encourage anybody to listen. By the way, anybody on the road, it's an easy listen.
Yeah.
It's like, it screams connectivity, connection, and it's great. We'll get you a couple hours further down the road between the book and the songs. Anybody can identify with it. And the thing that really one of the many things that really stood out to me are, again, the relationships that came of it for me, the people you met through being at Foundation House, the writing through this, and even the people of all walks of life, all different bodies, whether there was somebody battling anorexia or bulimia or overeating or just trying, like you, I want to be healthier and better, whatever it was, but it was all under one roof. And, it reminded me, like, we're all fighting the same war, which is just to be right with ourselves and be healthy and connected. So if you can leave us with, I think, if you were gonna, put pen to paper, write about, which you have already. So if you're gonna continue to, about what those connections, those people that you met to you, and what it means on a grander scale, I guess, for humanity as a whole, which is important in these divisive times. What your time there and the people you met kind of taught you about connection.
Well, the ongoing storyline in this project, in the book, is everybody's got a battle going on in their head about their body or their life or a relationship. We don't know everybody's story, and you think you do, but you don't. And I walked away from that place realizing, man, everybody's battling some kind of body image or a doubt or self-esteem issues or something. Not one person owns that. Everybody gets to enjoy in that. So
you're not special.
You're not special. And it's just a matter of just believe in yourself and just know that. And that was one of the reasons I wanted that the trajectory of the story ends with on an up note. Nobody's left too brokenhearted, I don't think.
I love it. If you were going to write one song today that comes to the top of your mind, what would the title be to where you are sitting now in your life?
Oh, gosh, what a deep, dark question that is. I have, as a songwriter, you have hooks come up all the time in your head. All the time.
Except for when you're except on the spot.
Except for when you're on the spot. I will tell you that Moan and Groan and Gripe is a new tune that I'll be working on for the new project.
Moan and Groan and Gripe. I say
Moan and Groan and Gripe.
That gives me a little window into what the project is. I like it. I feel like we just got a little behind the scenes here. Sandy Knox, thank you so much. This has been truly an honor. Thank you for sharing yourself with the world, with us, with me, and opening up so that other people can too. Thank you.
Great interview, my friend. Really pleasurable.
Thank you. Thanks for calling me friend. I'm going to cry. I want to be your friend. I really appreciate you joining us. Everybody head over to waiting.com. Get this book. Buy it for the people in your life. Download it. You will not be disappointed. I put my stamp on that. This has been We Should Write. It's executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Stay tuned. My guest next week is New York Times bestselling author Sarah McCoy. We're going to dive into how fiction writing helps people heal. Make believe, guys. Make believe is what I'm talking about. Sandy Knox, have the best day. And you know what? We should write.
Right?
Y'all take care. We'll see you next week.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right. We should write. And by the way, for my guests who I am about to introduce, when I say we should write, you say, right?
Right. Of course.
Yeah, okay. Not everyone gets it. And so we do a quick teaching method so I don't throw you off later. But welcome back to We Should Write. This is episode 1 million. It feels like that. I'm just happy that we're still on the air. No one has pulled us yet. So it's a great day to be alive. And my guest today, I'm really thrilled to bring on someone whose work I've just entered. And I'm going to talk to you about what I mean when I say that. And now I feel like I get to walk alongside. It's Sarah McCoy. Mm-hmm. She's a New York Times and USA Today and international best-selling author with books including Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, My Current Obsession, Mystique Island, Real Love Green Gables, The Mapmaker's Children, The Baker's Daughter, The Time It Snowed in Puerto Rico, and the list goes on and on and on. And we don't know each other. We have, this is our first time seeing each other when I'm getting to see your face in the live, in the reels, not just on social media or hearing your voice on the other end of the line. But I feel this magic of two writers about to become friends, diving into stories, asking bold questions and, walking into each other's creative worlds. And I'm especially eager because Sarah comes from a perspective very different from mine, writing fiction, building characters and embedding those spiritual and emotional currents into these imagined lives. And so I want us to talk about how much of that life beneath your skin actually leaks into your fiction, whether you realize it or not. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Sarah McCoy. Good afternoon, friend.
Oh, Lindsay, I'm so excited to be here and everything. First off, thank you for that introduction. That was incredible. And it just goes to show that you are such a cheerleader for other writers out there, which is an incredibly important thing for our community and for the growth of each other. And for young writers who are listening to this, who might have a dream in their head of maybe I could do it, but I don't know how, and I'm all alone. And yes, you should write. Right. We should all write. So I hope this is something that encourages everyone out there listening to jump into it, do it, put pen to paper, live your dream, even if it's in an hour of time that you have in your spare time, just to start somewhere. But I'm thrilled to be here because you get me, girl. I mean, from the minute we connected, I thought, and that was on a RadioNemo quick spot that I did live on the radio show, and I thought, this one, she gets it. She gets that tie to the spirit, like you said in the intro, to the spiritual and the reality and the physical and the manifestation and all of that. She gets how writing is every bit as human as the tangible flesh and blood of us. So thank you. Thank you for being my kindred spirit and for getting it and for having me on this program. And I'm thrilled to be here to talk about anything you want to ask ask me?
Well, there's a lot.
It's a little scary.
Well, because I say, Sarah, we're not trying to encourage people to become professional songwriters or authors. If that happens as a byproduct, beautiful. But it's more about getting stuff out. And I had a truck driver just message me something very powerful that he wrote. And he's like, your show has encouraged me to start writing and get my stuff out. I'm like, boom, done. Sold. Our job here is done. So that is the point. And I mean, I'm kind of hoping you might unlock something today that you didn't even know about yourself through your writing. So let's see what happens. We're going to start, Sarah. I always like to start the show, if I remember, if we haven't gone too far off the rails before I get to it, with a deep breath, because it helps. Just a little grounding moment helps before we become squirrels and here run off the rails. So on the count of three, everybody listening out there, if you're in your truck, if you're behind your desk, if you're on a walk, wherever you are, just take a minute to take a deep breath. We'll breathe together on three. Ready, friends? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's so basic, but good Lord, I need those moments. So, Sarah, in this moment, after our breath, I like to kick off the show and ask, what is Sarah McCoy in this moment grateful for right now in your life, in this moment of time?
In this exact second of time, I am grateful that it is October. I love this month. There is something magical about the season of change for me. And sometimes I think that we get so deep down into our own ambitions of what we want to get accomplished in a season, in a day, in an hour. We become these sort of robots of productivity. At least my generation, I feel like we become that way. Like if we're not doing something and producing something and checking a box off of our list of to-dos, then we're lazy or we should be ashamed. And so for some reason though, October is a month for me where it's a shifting, and it reminds me that everything is continually in flux. So stop for a minute. Take it all in, because the green leaves and the yellow and the red, in a few weeks, they're going to start falling and it's going to be gone. And that beauty is going to be changed into something else. And so just be present in this particular moment and be thankful that you are alive to see this gorgeous season of change. And I feel like a lot of listeners out there, I mean, that's something so simple that you can just look out your window and breathe in the moment like we just did together and say all these things that are around me, the earth, the colors, the trees, the animals, everything, the people. Thank God for them. Thank God for that. And let's be present and be grateful for that. So that's what I'm present and grateful
for. That's beautiful. I got chills during that. That's beautiful. And you're right. October is a shift. It's like it's before the holidays have started, and it's the changing of the guard. It's a real. I mention a lot. One of my favorite quotes I ever heard, Sarah, was from Norman Lear. He was on NPR ages ago, and she said to him, Norman's in his probably 90s now, or whatever. And she's one of the most successful producers of TV of all time. And she said to him, what, Norman, can you say is your definition of a success? Or what has been your recipe, so to speak? And he said, well, I can sum it up in 2 words: over and next. And if you put a hammock in between the two, then you're really living. So I feel like October is maybe the hammock. October is a hammock. It's like summer is over, kids are going back to school. We're getting back it's a time to really breathe before it gets crazy again, before holidays. And then, so you're right. Thank you for that reminder.
That's exactly it. And just to jump real fast back to what you just said about it being a hammock, I love that so much, Lindsay, because one of the big themes in Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, and it came from actually a visit that I had with Mother Dolores Hart up at her abbey, is, I know we're getting into that and I'm jumping ahead, but she said one of the last things that she wrote, I asked her to sign the memoir that she penned called Ear of the Heart for me. And she signed it, all this beautiful inscription, a message to me. And then at the end, she said, a beginning. And we talked about that, and that every end is not an end. It's actually the beginning of something else. Yeah. And so when you think that the beginning is ending, it's actually the beginning of the middle. And when you're in the middle and you think it's coming to the end, it's actually the beginning of an ending that is then the beginning of something else. Like, it's continually changing. And so it reminds me of what you said about life and our moments in it, and the present is just a hammock between two beginnings.
That's
so
great.
We should think of it that way. Yeah.
That's great. Everything is temporary, but it means it's leading to something else. Again, I love that. Well, I have to tell you, I don't normally say what my gratitude is in the moment. I normally just ask the guests. But in this day, I'm going to tell you mine because it has to do with you. Your book, Whatever Happened to Laurie Lovely, is a real moment for me because your book gave me back the gift of fiction. I hadn't had it in a long time. It also, by the way, changed my priorities and any misconceptions about fame at a gross level. We'll talk about that later. But your book gave me back the gift of fiction. I've been reading I've really been into biographies, and I don't want to say self-help, but self-development or people's perspectives on things, nonfiction. I'm obsessed with documentaries. And I read Laurie Lovely because you were going to be coming on the show, and I was like, oh my gosh. It's based on a real person, so I think that it was a good gateway drug for me back into fiction because it's based on real, but fiction based on reality. And so I think that was really cool. But I just want to let you know that because I'm like, I need to, it's giving me, helping me get some joy back in my life too. Like, I've got to make believe a little more and not be so... I've done a lot of work on myself. We're cool. Like, the reality can take a pause for a minute, and it's time to get back to color and
right.
Creativity.
Embrace playing and make believe and all the things that also is a way for you to spark a new beginning in yourself of just creativity, of just going into a place that you haven't been before and dreaming a little and exploring. And I love that. That means so much to me. And I also am obsessed with biographies and memoirs, and I gobble them. I just love them. I watch them on TV, every docufilm that is ever, I'm in. All the new ones that come out, I'm in. And then I listen to them on audiobook. Like, that is just my fodder. So I think that's what leads me to write a lot of what they call biofiction, which is fiction that is inspired by or loosely based by real people. So, and that's something, my grandpa is 95 years old, and he's still with me, thank God. Amazing. And he's Puerto Rican, and he still lives on the island on our finca, our farm, and he doesn't understand so much. He understands it, like, logically, but he doesn't understand the concept of historical fiction because it's a paradox. And once he said that, I thought, you're so brilliant and so right, Grandpa, because he's like, well, history is real and fiction is not real, so how can it be historical fiction? And I once he said it, I was like, that probably does confuse a lot of very literal people. But that's what I do. I do sort of this hybrid of taking what we know is reality and saying, sure, we know the facts, but do we feel the facts? Do we feel the people? Do we have an innate understanding of what it felt like to be super famous and to feel still like you're not fulfilled, and now what? Where do I go from here? But even though we know the facts of celebrities, that they are number one in this and rich and all that. So what does it feel like to live these lives? I think that's what makes historical fiction unique. And I also think that that's its power. So,
well, let's be honest. A lot of history, quite frankly, from what we know now, some of it is fiction because it's just based on people's memories. Who's telling it right? Who's telling it? There's three sides to every story. How do I know that what you told me about fiction is actually what happened? I wasn't there. How do I know that happened? So it's based on memory. And that's even your, Sister Dolores. And Lori Lovely, Lucy Hickey in this book, maybe her memories are incorrect because she went through a terrible, horrible time, and we tend to, was it that bad? Maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe it was good. Who knows? And that's what's fascinating to me about the retail. It's like the game of telephone, of course. So before I lose it too, the other side of the gratitude coin is if you're going to write in your journal right now, Sarah McCoy, on We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing, what would you write down that is heavy on you right now?
Oh, wow. There's so much in the world that's heavy.
Sure.
Right? There's so much. You know what? For me right now, I don't think I would write down any of it that's heavy. And I'll tell you why. I think that for me, this is just me. And this is kind of a therapy show too about writing things. Like, I know a lot of people writing things out gets it out of them. They feel, and I know, and I've done that in the past, where writing it out gets it out of me. I feel better. I feel like I've cleansed myself. I've released this from myself. For me, writing is so connected to who I am and the present moment and my psyche and all these things that when I write things, I'm reliving them in that moment. And I am feeling all the emotions. And I'm a very sensitive person, I guess, my husband would say, in that I can't shirk off emotions. Like, once someone hurts my feelings at 10 a.m., my feelings, even though I'm like, oh, I'm fine, I'll get over it, my feelings are hurt at 8 p.m. still. I'm still, like, bruised from that, whatever happened. So for me, writing or even telling someone about things that are super heavy on me, I am then reliving them. I am then feeling all those angst and anger and rage or whatever it is all over again. And then I carry them with me for the rest of the day. And so it's not healthy for me, that process. So instead, my mom taught me this. When I was younger and I had this problem of obsessing over things that I couldn't change, or obsessing over an idea that I just was wondering about, or a story, whatever it may be, and I had insomnia even as a child. I suffered from I still do. And she had a trick. And I don't want to call
It makes the best writers, unfortunately.
I had terrible insomnia. And I don't want to call it a trick because that cheapens it, but when I would show up at her side of the bed, I'm sure you know this, with your daughter. Yeah. I show up at her side of the bed and at 3 a.m. and I'd say, Mom, I can't sleep and I can't stop thinking about it. And she'd say, okay, whenever this happens, I want you to stop. I want you to pray. And when you pray, it's like putting your thought and your idea into a balloon and sending it up to heaven, and then you need to let the angels and God take care of it. And it's not yours anymore, so you let it go. And even as a very young child, I remember thinking, visual. So beautiful. And it always worked, Lindsay. I would send my prayer up in a balloon, and I would go to sleep. And it was so wonderful to me. And so even now, I do that. When I have something really, truly heavy on my spirit, I pray, and I send it up in a, manifestation or whatever you want, that whatever this is would resolve itself, and I let it go, and I let it be. I let the universe have its way with it. And so that's what I do. And that's actually what led me to the very kind of spark of this book, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, is that I saw Dolores Hart in the film Whatever Happened. Oh, sorry, now I'm saying my own title. I saw Dolores Hart in Where the Boys Are, that film from 1960.
Where the boys are.
Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting you're this incredible singer. Now I want you to go and sing all the films Oh my goodness. I would love to sit down with you and have a TCM watch party and just have you sing all the films we watch, all their like
no, you don't. My husband can tell you don't want that.
Oh, it would be
feel
incredible.
Like she does it all the time.
Well, I saw this film and I absolutely loved her in it, and I couldn't get her off my mind when the host, Ben Maximowitz, right? He came on at the end. He's the host of all these Turner Classic Movie shows, and he said, you just saw this film, Where the Boys Are, starring Dolores Hart, and she was Elvis's first on-screen kiss, and she was rumored to have a romance with him outside of the filming. And soon after making this particular film, she, at 22, left Hollywood altogether and joined a Benedictine abbey in Connecticut and has been there ever since. And mic drop. And so I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was having one of these moments where it wasn't negatively heavy on my heart, but she was heavy on my heart, as you said. She was there, and I didn't journal. I journaled about a lot of ideas, but I just was obsessing, and I was Googling, and I was up till 2 a.m. Googling everything about her, and I couldn't sleep, and it was about almost 2 weeks of this going on where I just was obsessive. And so I did something kind of similar, only I didn't put it into a prayer balloon and send it up to the angels and God. I sat down at my desk and I wrote her a fan letter. And in that fan letter, I said, I just saw your film, Where the Boys Are, for the first time, and I'd never seen you in anything before. And I absolutely loved you, and I want you to know that your art and the work you did in 1960 has just impacted me in 2016 at the time it was. And even though it's been decades since you left the public milieu altogether, you are still having an effect. Your art is still having a power on people. And I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you, and you're not forgotten. And
who doesn't want to hear that?
Exactly. Everyone, no matter I know I want that to be my legacy when I'm long gone, is for generations after me to remember me and to have this sort of impact by the work that I did when I was here on Earth. And I know you feel the same way about your, everything that you have put out into the world creatively. And I think everyone to some degree wants that. They want to be remembered for what they brought. And so I sent this letter to the Abbey at just the address I found online in a town called Bethlehem, by the way. It's a real place.
A town called Bethlehem.
That's right. And a nun in Bethlehem. I sent it there, and
how
cliche.
She wrote me.
I thought, you know what? At the time, I thought, no one is going to believe this. This is like sending a letter to Santa Claus at the North Pole. Like, I'm never going to hear back from her, just like I never heard back from Santa. And this is just, I'm going to send it, and this is my way of releasing it to the universe, and then I'll be able to sleep and move on, right? That's kind of the trick. Sure. Yeah. And then I went out to the mailbox about a week and a half later, and she wrote me back. And that's what started.
A handwritten letter, mind you. Again, everybody let that sink in.
And that's what has started now a decade-long pen pal relationship with an incredible woman who has changed my life in so many private ways that I could never put into words here, but has, including this book.
It's a powerful book, and it's a reminder that, by the way, I realized whatever is going on with our technology, I can mute myself and you can still hear me. So that was so rude that I was coughing in the mic. I just want to be, so you guys know this is clearly live. We don't edit things, so my apologies. I will keep the coughing inside now. Okay.
No, anyway. Lindsay, you're sick. Lindsay is getting better. She is allowed to cough because that is a sign that her body is saying, yeah, baby, I'm fighting back and I'm here. So I love it.
I had to bring live. It up is like rude over here hacking.
No one could ever say that we aren't authentic. I mean, come on. We're coughing. We're talking. This is all part of growth.
Authentic as it gets, baby.
That's all right.
But point to your point there. You don't know if you don't ask. Like for anybody listening right now, that's like, I wonder if I could do that thing. I wonder if that person would respond. Well, listen, if they don't, they don't. But if they do, like this is so silly. But I have a tattoo right here, Sarah, that says on my I'm trying to see if I okay here.
Oh, now you guys can't see this, but I'm actually undressing Lindsay. I can see her, and you can't. She is undressing to show me her tattoo. I love it.
See that one there?
Oh my gosh,
so
guys,
it's
on her arm.
What is this? My bicep. So it says Nayukpa, which means to be happy in Choctaw. I am Choctaw, Native American.
Stop it! Did you know? No.
What?
I'm Cherokee Choctaw. 116.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
If you and I had a baby together, they'd be very Choctaw.
Oh wow! Wait, so what's the? Oh! This is a whole nother thing we could go down.
It's a whole nother thing. But to close this thought, it means to be happy. Which like whenever I like make a wish or whatever, I'm like just to be happy. Or when I see 1111, I'll just remind myself to be happy. And Nayukpa, that's what it means in Choctaw. And then I thought, well, wouldn't it be even cooler if I had it in the chief of the Choctaw tribe's handwriting? So I called 1-800-CHOCTAW. That's not the phone number. I called Choctaw, and I was like, hey, I'm a card-carrying member. Can I speak with the chief? And they put me through. I got as an assistant, and within 24 hours, he had written me back Nayukpa and his handwriting for the tattoo on my body. My point in telling that story, Sarah's point in telling that story, is if there's something that you want, big or small, a connection, just reach out. And I think that's the one beauty actually of social media. One of the biggest beauties. There's a lot of yucky, but is that we can connect with people that we thought were so like far away, or we'd never even know how would I even reach them. That's how you and I connected.
Oh my gosh.
On Instagram.
I've got chills right now because I can't believe, I feel like off camera we have so much to talk about now because wow, I can't believe that you are Choctaw. I have so many questions right now, and that tattoo is gorgeous, and I absolutely believe in the message of it, and the fact that you have it. So many things right now are aligning in my head of just universal, as we said before we started, woo-woo, stars aligning.
Sarah, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right. There you go. Maybe you'll inspire me to write a book, and I'll inspire you to write a song.
Oh my God. Well, I can't sing to save
You don't
my
have to
life,
sing
so
it. I'll sing it. I'll write it with you and I'll sing it.
Oh my gosh. That would be so much fun.
There's a lot of
I'm serious. I would
Well, listen, it's a different challenge. It's a different challenge writing 3 minutes versus 300 pages. It's two very different things. So,
no, I
imagine
it's a
3-minute story, short story. Anyway, more on that later. Okay, so I want to talk about Little Sarah. You have a passage you're going to read to us. I'm going to set this up, and then we're going to take a break here in a minute. But we've got about 2 minutes before we go to a break. I want to talk about Little Sarah. What did writing mean to you as a kid, if you did in fact write as a child? Did writing help you feel seen or safe? Do you remember that, or would you have known that at the time? Let me say.
Oh yes, writing and reading have been an incredibly nurturing part of my entire life. I am lucky enough to have been raised by a career school teacher. So she was almost a 40-year career school teacher, my mom. And reading and writing was essential to our household, particularly because I was also an Army brat. My dad went to West Point, and then, if anyone knows about that life, then you are moving every 2 to 3 years for your whole life. And so for me, writing was a way to feel grounded somewhere. I always had sort of a little diary I kept that almost to say, okay, I'm living here. And I named my diary Penny. And so in an odd way, she was my friend that never left me, no matter where I left and no matter where I moved and went.
Your diary had a name. I've never heard that. That's very sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet, but
it's like talking to a friend then.
It was like talking to a friend, and
I
it's
can't
sweet.
talk back.
It's a little it could be seen a little, psychosis, just a little bit. If you're
Fine.
like, I can imagine my mom, and she was a little concerned when, all I want to do is talk to my Penny in my room and write things. And I was very introverted, and so making friends was hard for me, and moving all the time was hard for me. I was heartbroken every time we moved. So I think that books, those characters became my safe place. They became my friends that came with me. My writing, Penny, in my diary journal became my safe place and my friend that never left me. And I think I was always looking, too, to be wholly, unconditionally loved and embraced without having to try to prove myself over and over again to a new set of people who were just getting to know me. I think that was difficult for me. So all these things, yes, little Sarah was definitely on top of that, I was a dreamer. I was that girl who was staring out the window and the teacher would say, "Get your head out of the clouds. We're doing math class." And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do numbers. I want to stare out the window and dream about what birds are talking about on that faraway tree out there,
Yeah.
So I definitely was.
We're talking with Sarah McCoy, a writer, a dreamer, a Choctaw, a friend, somebody who is opening doors, windows to worlds for all of us, including herself. We're going to take a quick break, but I want to leave you with this quote from the book. I wrote down, there's so many lines in the book, which is funny when you write down lines out of fiction that stand out when it's not like, oh, that was a nugget of truth. There were so many nuggets of truth in here from a fictional perspective that I think was great. But there's a line in it to go back to us saying that, is history true? We don't even know. The line is, "Who's to say I won't lie? Memory is made of human stuff. Nobody remembers the very beginning of their own beginning. We're all basically making up stuff from what we've been told." It's We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is the beautiful Sarah McCoy. We'll be right back. We're going to read a passage that she just found out recently maybe is unlocking a little key to her own childhood. We'll be right back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Sarah, we should write.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's just fun to do. It's fun.
It
It's
is.
simple. It makes me happy. Welcome back. We're talking with Sarah McCoy, who's the author of many, many books. How many books have you written, Sarah?
Oh, gracious. I think, so I've written 7, but there's an 8th book that came out in Europe only, and it was French, and then it was in Dutch, and they translated into other languages, but at first it was a French exclusive first, so
My goodness.
yeah. So
And that's
I would say
and counting. And counting, by the way.
And counting.
Yes,
Yes,
more to
like, we always want to stay in our passion. You always want to keep doing what you feel like your purpose to do. So I hope that I'm always and counting. Yes.
You're always and counting. Well, you have a passage that you're going to read for us, and before you do, I want to read another line from this book that really stood out to me as well. Most of the lines, almost all the lines that stood out to me were from Lori Lovely's, the character in the book, from her voice and her mouth, and it was so. Do you believe that love is a fact? Well, if you do, that's all you need to know of God and history. Now, when I say that all these words are from Lori Lovely, let me also remind you that these words are actually from Sarah McCoy. And that was a big thing for me when reading this that we'll dive into after you talk about this passage. Because have you seen the movie Stranger Than Fiction?
No.
Stop the presses. If you don't
Stop
have
the
plans
presses?
tonight,
Okay.
Girl, the movie Stranger Than Fiction, she's there's a writer, and it's Will Ferrell he's an IRS agent, but he starts hearing voices in his head and realize it's the narrator. She's over here on the other side of the world writing a book about him over in the United States living his life, and she realizes now he can hear her, and it's changing the plot. I'm not doing it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm writing it down.
It's going to change your life. It'll change your life. But my point in bringing that up is because as I was reading this book, it dawned on me toward like 3/4 of the way through the book. I was like, oh my gosh, because, when we read, we're seeing a story in our head, or we're seeing a movie happening in our head. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't real. This is Sarah McCoy's mind. This is her on the other side of that pen. This is somebody that I loosely know, now feel like I'm getting to know better. And I'm like, wow, how incredible, how mind-blowing is that your words over there are somebody is like going into the book and it's becoming a part of their being. It's very powerful. That movie I venture to guess that movie will change your writing because you'll start seeing what it's doing to other people and to your characters.
Or make me incredibly paranoid. Like, even hearing you say that, I feel like vulnerable, because it really is. I'm inviting you and the reader, and all readers, into my most private sanctum that I've been living in for 3 years of writing this book. And so it is incredibly intimate, like being a writing. And it's, and since we're talking to people out there about writing and how it having a therapeutic use for their own lives, no matter what you're doing and where you are, it's like writing that down and then having it reprinted thousands of times and sent out into the world, whatever you wrote down, for everyone to read and have a subjective opinion on. Like, either, oh, I don't really feel that, or I don't, or oh, I feel that, and that's incredible, and I totally relate to that. But that is very humbling, and it's a gift. And I feel like that's something that is both a curse and a blessing of being a writer, is that now your words are out there, and you have to be cognizant, and you are responsible for those words, actually. So it makes you think about things before you write them down too. Like, what do you want to put out there? And what's the purpose of them? So,
well, yeah, two different. Think about it if you're putting it out there. But then, I also really encourage flow writing, automatic writing, because it kind of
not to be published, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. There's is this for me? Is this for nobody? Is this for someone else?
Right.
As we work through those. So I asked you if you would prepare or pull rather a passage. Something that you've written in the past, whether that was in a journal or on a bar napkin or actually in something you published, either way, something that was that moved you, that perhaps that was healing to you, and when you came back, you realized it was something that you didn't even realize perhaps in the time until a reader responded to you and said, hey, this was really moving to me. Can you share what that reader said, or what that listener or whoever it was shared with you, and then we'd love to hear the passage.
Sure. So it might be easier actually if I read the passage and then tell you what the reader said.
Yeah.
And again, and to just preface this passage, when I talk to readers at events, one of the questions I always get is, are any of the characters you? And I respond very openly that all writers, all the characters are us and not us. because they are coming through our perspective. And as you pointed out earlier, our lens and our mind and all our experiences, they're colored. Of course they are. They're colored by what we bring to the table. And it's like putting on, the old saying, putting on a pair of rose-colored glasses. It depends on what kind of colored glasses that the author has. That's the characters that come through that. And so this is the passage I'm about to read. Do you want me to give them the page number and everything? Or
Sure. Is it from? Okay. Which book is it from?
It's from Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely.
Okay.
And it's near the end of the book, and it is in one of the Lou
I've got
chapters.
the book, so tell me so I can read along with you. Actually,
page 313.
Okay.
And it's a Lou chapter, and Lou Tibbet is Lori Lovely's niece, who has come to the Abbey to interview her aunt for her history thesis, and is trying to get the true story of what made whatever truth is, right? Of what made Lori Lovely go into the Abbey. And so this is near the end, though, and it was a passage that didn't give anything away, thank God. But this is an example of how things come through me, and I didn't even realize it until later. So, page 313. Outside, the wind hints of burning pine. The last remaining orange and red foliage clings weakly to the tree tips. The clouds lumber across the sky, blocking the sun and glimmering of unborn snow. The garden is empty now, minus a little house sparrow that cocks its head side to side, trying to figure me out. I'm doing the same. It's an unsettling thing to have your narrative of reality challenged. We want to believe that we are the authors of our own stories, if nothing else. As a little girl, I'd sometimes do this thing where I'd stare into my mom's vanity mirror and think, what if you aren't really here? What if you aren't you? I'd say it over and over in my mind until the belief became palpable. The terror would mount, but I wouldn't relent. You aren't here. You aren't you. I'd mentally provoke myself to sobs, and only then would I close my eyes against the reflection. I had no logical reason for engaging in this behavior, except that it made the hours after more vibrant than the ones before. I am here. I am me, I would think during dinner or while getting ready for bed, and a swell of giddiness would wash over me, a kind of confident relief that the world was as it should be, that I was as I should be. So that's the passage.
Wow.
And then I wrote it, and I completely forgot that I wrote it. I don't even remember. I have no cognizant. I'm being dead serious, Lindsay. I don't. Okay. And then just recently, I have it right here on my screen, October 4th, so about 10 days ago now, a reader wrote me and said that she loved the book, and she said that I want to paraphrase just to keep her a little bit anonymous, and I hope she's okay with me sharing this, but she said that she loved the book and she wanted me to know how influential it was on her, because she said that as a little girl, she was adopted, and she used to look in the mirror, and she used to say, I'm okay to be me, over and over to herself in the mirror. And she said, and I'll read this part, she said, I knew I was adopted, but you nailed that displaced feeling of a young woman coming to terms with it and finding herself. Thank you, Sarah. And then she wrote a heart. And I'm getting emotional now because, and you are too. Exactly. And
Sarah,
I don't know why you're emotional, but, what did you say?
My daughter's adopted.
Oh my God.
And I think about that a lot. Like,
Lindsay.
Like, what is she going to look in the mirror and think one day? And she looks different than me. Her skin is different,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I have a line in a song I wrote that is, you don't have my eyes, but you'll always have my heart, something to that extent. I can't think now, but, cause you've thrown me, but what a powerful thing to think about, to look in the mirror and not, who am I? And then all of us can identify with that of like,
yeah.
Who am I? What am I? What am I looking at right here? What is that? Like,
Yes.
To be able to write that down, and the fact that you don't remember writing it, and I think it rings true that you wrote it and you didn't even think about it in the moment, and you were actually pulling from something when you were a child. Did you maybe looked in your own mom's vanity, and then now all these years later it affected that woman. Now it's affecting me. It'll probably affect my daughter. Like, think of the connection and all that and how powerful that is. Again, we should write. You don't know what it's for, who it's for. It might be for you or someone else or for a lot of people. So yeah.
And you didn't know. You didn't know I was going to pull this passage. You had no idea. This is one of those kismet God moments where I feel like I'm you all listening don't know this, but I am in a full sweat right now. My nose is running. I am like having a moment over here trying to pull myself together. And I'm just so grateful. I'm grateful to you for having this conversation right now. I'm grateful to Molly, who is, I hope she's okay with, I think when she hears this, she'll be okay, knowing what a powerful message it was. But to Molly, who wrote me this.
And Molly's my favorite name, and I couldn't name my daughter. I wanted to name my daughter Freya Molly, but I couldn't because my married name is Frawley, and she would have been Molly Frawley.
Oh,
I can't do that to her.
Oh my gosh! Well, Molly is having a moment now. She's famous, and she's she's brought all this together, and I really did do that as a child. I really did. I would stand in the mirror, and I would. I don't know why I did that either. I would just be so terrified that I wasn't real, that I wasn't like a person, that I wasn't, I don't even know. And then afterwards, I would feel such relief that I'm me, I'm real, I'm here, I'm part of this world. I'm made for a purpose. God has me here, and I'm going to do big things. And again, I didn't, like you said, I didn't remember writing that down, and clearly it had a reason bigger than me, with Molly, with you, with other readers out there. And that's one of the magical elements of why we write. Not to make it all hokey and circle back to, but that's why we write, is that you never know what unconsciousness is going to come through you. I always say to myself alone and to people who are very close to me that I feel like in my writing, I'm the conduit. It's not about me. I am the conduit to whatever needs to be, the story that needs to be put on the page, the message that needs to be put out there in the world. And I always want to be that, because if I felt like it was about me or it was about something else, there's too much pressure there then. But if I look at myself as just the conduit, then I have a purpose. And then it keeps me feeling like all I need to do is the best I can do, and everything else will work itself out. So
that's beautiful. And I love that you said, looking in the mirror, saying, am I real? Am I supposed to be here? Yes, God loves me. I'm here for a reason. I think it's as simple as and I mean the universal I wouldn't be here if I wasn't supposed to be here, period. I think we can really break that down. If anyone listening ever questions, am I good enough? What am I doing? Why am I here? Like,
yes.
If you were here, if you can hear this, you were supposed to be here, period. That, and that's a good reminder to keep going. We're going to play a quick clip of the song just so we can take a breath and have a dance party moment because we got heavy there. And this show is equal parts, and that's fine. I love that. I mean, it's always synchronicity. By the way, in case you didn't notice too, that passage you read, it talks about the leaves and the changing colors, and that's how we started the show with your gratitude moment as well.
Oh my gosh.
As Trucker Bozen people are chatting over listeners right now, and he said, well, this show was so synchronicity today. And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, it is. You're right. He said, this interview is proof that everything in the universe is connected. That's what one of the listeners just said right now. So, bravissima, like Nico in the book would say. So when I asked you, this is not the song, this song threw me for a loop in a great way. I said, share a song with me that's like powerful for you that you listen to, whether when you need to be pumped up, happy, sad, whatever it is. And I won't even say what it was. And it turns out it's one of Phone Master Dre's favorite songs. And they were talking about it on the air this morning. So again, synchronicity. Sarah McCoy, clearly you're meant to be in my life and all of our listeners' life. We're talking with Sarah McCoy right now, New York Times bestselling author. and my new friend. And
Yes.
just play a clip of the song. So we're just going to play a clip. But this is the song that you said made you sort of, that's been like running through your mind both when you were writing and out in promos right now. It makes us all happy. We'll play a clip and we'll talk about why it makes you happy. Here we go. About 1,012 times down on Lower Broadway at Tootsie's here in Nashville. It's a good recurring one. Sarah is happily married, by the way, so I don't think that was her. Maybe it is. I don't think that's her way of announcing that she's having an affair. But this is a safe space if you want to talk about it. No, you said that was a song that makes you happy and was running through your head through the writing process.
Yes.
Does it just make you happy, or is there something deeper about it?
I think that it very much mirrors sort of the love relationship, the playfulness, the innocence too. I know Bonnie is talking about something else, but the playfulness and the innocence of the relationship between Lori Lovely and Lucas Wesley, who is her love interest in the book. And also,
who would that have been based on in reality?
Well, it rhymes with Lucas Wesley rhymes with Elvis
Presley.
There we go. And I also think that it came out in a time when I was, and this is just personal again, but everything is personal, right? It came out in a time when I was first having early crushes on boys. I think it was like, early 90s that came out. And so that sort of innocent, like, little bit of bomb chicka bomb, little sexy going on, and then you're starting to feel those feelings. And I love Bonnie Raitt as just a powerful feminist too, like a female. She embraced and I think feminist has gotten a bad definition in our.
I agree. I was gonna say.
Right. A lot of people hear that word and they wince and they're like, ooh, but that's not what I mean. I mean a woman who embraced her own power as a female and saying, I'm going to go out there in the world and I'm going to sing my music and I'm going to tell my stories and I'm not going to shirk back and I'm going to put it all out there and encourage other young women to put their stories out there. And that's what she did for me, because all of her music wasn't just a catchy beat. It was a story. It was a feeling to it. It was more than that. And so she was one of the early sort of song storytellers for me that I felt like was also just a girl boss, She was out there on the road,
like
leading her band, playing guitar.
This band of men that were like looking back at her like, okay. All these big dudes that were like, okay.
I love her. And also, I love anybody with red hair, too, by the way. I'm just obsessed with them. I think they are like unicorns in the world. They are magical just by being them. So, and if you know my work, I'm Anne of Green Gables obsessed, so that could have been part of it, too. But, so Bonnie Raitt. And then also just, let's give them something to talk about. Instead of talking about all the negative things, she says, let's talk about love. Let's talk about love. And that is so powerful to me. And it kind of goes to what we discussed earlier about how I don't like to rehash negative things in my life, because then I'm negative for a long time. So instead of rehashing negative things, let's talk about love. Let's refocus on the positive. And again, I know that this song has kind of a different, context to it, but I also think that art, one of the powerful things and the beauties of art is that it is for everyone to interpret and to use in their own life as they see fit. And so the way the artist, the author, the musician, whoever might have intended it. Look at T Swift. She just put out this new album, right? It's fantastic. But in 10, 20 years, are people going to know all the backstory of all these songs that have all these little hints in it? No, they're just going to know that it's like got a really cool beat and a cool story to it and a message.
Or they'll make it something about them. It'll be actually way more beautiful because they'll be like, we can't really make it about us because we know exactly what it's about. It's actually way cooler to hear her music 20 years down the road.
Yes. No, I totally agree.
Side note, my parents are in the car listening right now. My mom loves the song Something to Talk About as well. They're listening and say hello, by the way.
Hi, parents. I love that they're
Karen
listening.
And Dee. Dee's picking up my mom at the airport, and they're driving along listening.
Karen and Dee, thank you for making such an incredible daughter, raising her up, nurturing her, and giving her all this love you've poured into her. I appreciate it. And I now that I know your background, I'm like, I wanna meet all your people. I want to meet all your people.
Likewise, friend. Well, we're gonna have to spend more time again because we've only got a couple minutes left, which sort of blows my mind that an hour's gone by. I have 9 more shows to do with you.
We've laughed, we've cried, we've sung songs together, we've coughed. I mean,
we're getting it out. We're getting it out. Well, I want to know with our last couple of minutes left, if time and money and expectations and pressure and all that stuff, if none of that mattered. And you could spend 1 month, say, writing anything, like free of audience, free of shape and worry and deadlines. What would you write?
Oh gosh, I would write. I'm a woman who actually enjoys deadlines. I know how type A is this person, but I enjoy having something I'm reaching towards. If I were just floundering in time, I would actually probably feel sad. I love having.
Would you write something sad then?
I probably wouldn't write at all because I would feel purposeless. Like I would, if right now if I had a month and it said write whatever you want to write, whatever, I would be writing my next book, which I already am. So I would just continue doing what I'm already doing because I really do feel that I am blessed and I am so grateful. Talk about gratitude, to be living in my passion and to be living my purpose. There is nothing greater to me than sitting at my desk and diving into a world of make-believe inspired by real things, history. That is incredibly validating and satisfying for me to do that every single day of my life. So if I had a month, I would just be doing what I'm already hopefully doing. Yeah. How about you?
Keep doing it. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I think I probably would be like you. I have this fantasy, especially of being a mom of a young child, the fantasy where I go, I just want to go to the beach and write for a month all alone. I would go crazy because, I wouldn't get anything done, probably. I'd probably just stare at the ocean for a month.
Right?
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So I am also like you. I don't get things done without deadlines. So maybe it's a bad question, but maybe.
No. It makes
but
you
know
wonder.
what I mean? Like, it does make you wonder. There's people that maybe it's people that don't write for. Maybe it's because we both do it in a way for a living, have made it as a trade. I don't know. Well, I will leave you with. This has been so fun. You can head over to sarahmccoy.com. She's got an H on the end of her name, guys. sarahmccoy.com. You can find all her books there, including the latest, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, which I am reading now. It's on Audible, right?
Yes, it's on audiobook, every different kind of wherever you want to get it, and Kindle, ebook, everything.
That's important because we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show, Sarah. So they spend a lot of time driving and need time to listen to stuff.
The audiobook is so wonderful. The 3 actresses who narrate it are phenomenal. So I totally encourage everyone to get that. It's good.
Please do. It's a great book. There's so many lines that stand out. There's so many there's so many lines in this world that are, I think, portals to another world. Like eventually we'll all have peace from this restless world. What a beautiful thing to remember from a nun, from the nuns, from Sarah to the nuns to our words to our ears. Sarah, you are such a beautiful soul. Thank you for writing and sharing yourself with the world and with me and with our audience.
I just love this, and I really do feel that we've been brought together for a purpose, and I love that even more. That excites me, and that gives me energy, and this has been incredible. So thank you for reading. Thank you for sharing my work, and I hope all your listeners go out and jump into this Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely and figure out whatever happened to her. Answer the question by reading. So thank you.
It's a big question. Figure out what happened to yourself. You'll find something about yourself by reading this book, I believe, too. SarahMcCoy.com. Check out SarahMcCoy.com. You can also go, of course, to RadioNemo.com/We Should Write to hear all the previous episodes of what's coming up next. Next week, my guest will be Autumn McIntyre, one of my friends who's a beautiful hit songwriter here in Nashville. Her aunt happens to be Reba McIntyre. Yes, that's why you recognize the last name. So we will talk all things songwriting next week. This show has been We Should Write. It is executive produced by me, and it is technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Thanks for keeping us on, Phone Master Dre. It's brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to RadioNemo.com. Y'all have the best day. Get home safe. Sarah, we should write.
We should, right?
Right.
Love you guys.
We are out.